में कुछ सपने लेकर भरकर जेबों में आशाएं, दिल में है अरमान यही कुछ कर जाए, कुछ कर जाए। सूरज सा तेज नहीं मुझ में, दीपक सा जलता देखेंगे। सूरज सा तेज नहीं मुझ में, दीपक सा जलता देखोगे। अपनी हद रोशन करने से तुम मुझको कब तक रोकोगे? तुम मुझको कब तक? Respected, learned delegates from different parts of the country, a very good morning to one and all here. Ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries at the dais. Chief guest of the day, Shri Brijesh Kumar Dikshit, IFS, PCCF, Head of Forest Force, Karnataka State Forest. Shri Ganga Singh, IFS, PCCF, Head of Forest Force, Kerala Forest Department. Dr. Sudhanshu Gupta, IFS, PCCF, Head of Forest Force, Tamil Nadu, and our Director, Shri Rajesh S. Kalaje. This conference is organized by ICFRE IWST in association with ICFRE Institute of Forest Genetics and Timber Breeding, Coimbatore. I am Dr. Mamata, and I feel privileged to welcome all of you on behalf of ICFRE Institute of Food Science and Technology. This conference is in hybrid mode, which aims to gather comprehensive feedback from diverse stakeholders to develop a strategic roadmap that aligns research with evolving needs of environmental sustainability and market demands. We have also virtually joined by Director General ICFRE, Srimati Kanchan Devi, Shri Sanjay Kumar Sinha, PCCF Andaman and Nicobar Islands, Shri Kamal Datta, PCCF Goa, Dr. C. Kunikannan, Director, ICFRE IFGTB, Dr. Vasudev R., Dean College of Forestry, Sirsi, who will be shortly joining us, Dr. K.N. Murthy. Yes, okay. Dr. K.N. Murthy, PCCF Managing Director, Treelands, Dr. A. Balasubramaniam, the Forest College Research Institute, TNAU, Dr. Kannan C.S., Director, KFRI, Dr. G.M. Devagiri, Dean Forest Institute from Ponnampete, Mr. Moisberg, Managing Director of Hunsur Private, Dr. Prashant, President from SIPMA, Shri Dhiren Gopal, Principal Scientist, ITC. We welcome all of you for this regional research conference, ICFRA's on research so far, way forward. Thank you, all the delegates who have come here, taking your time to be here, joining us for this regional conference. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a big round of applause for all these esteemed dignitaries who has joined us for this. Bahut bahut swagat, bahut bahut abhinandan. We acknowledge our reverence for wisdom and knowledge by lighting the lamp of enlightenment. May I request Honorable Shri Brijesh Kumar Dikshit and other dignitaries kindly. May I request Srimati Yashoda Bai, IFS, Senior Research Development, Andhra Pradesh Forest Department, to kindly join lighting the lamp. She is representing Andhra Pradesh. आइए चले पृथ्वी से आकाश की ओर, आइए चले अंधकार से प्रकाश की ओर, प्राणी से परमात्मा की ओर, एक प्रयास अज्ञान से ज्ञान की ओर. A big round of applause as we officially commence our day. Now, let us have the pleasure of listening to the opening remarks. May I request Shri Rajesh Kalaji, IFS Director, ICFRE IWST Bengaluru, and Dr. C. Kunikannan, Director, ICFRE IFGTB Coimbatore, to deliver welcome address and brief about the regional research conference. Okay, okay, presentation for that. Okay. We have a presentation of bouquet and I request our director, Atiti Devo Bhava. May I request Shri Rajesh Kalaji, our director, to please present the bouquet to Shri Brijesh Kumar Dikshit, IFS, PCCF, Head of Forest for Karnataka. Sir is also requested to present the bouquet to Shri Ganga Singh, IFS, PCCF, Head of Forest Force, Kerala. Dr. Sudhanshu Gupta, IFS, PCCF, Head of Forest Force, Tamil Nadu. Once again, we thank all the dignitaries for giving their precious time to us.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, Director General ICFRE, Deans of Forestry Colleges from Ponnampet, Shirsi, Thrissur, and Mettupalayam, Senior Officers from Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, and Goa, faculty from GKVK Bengaluru, representatives from non-profits, representatives from wood-based industries, all the scientists of IWST, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Established in 1938 by the then Maharaja of Mysuru as Forest Research Laboratory, this institute became a regional center of FRI Dehradun in 1956. In 1977, Sandalwood Research Center was established in FRL, and in 1988, we became a part of ICFRE and renamed as Institute of Wood Science and Technology. In 2022, Indian Plywood Industries Research and Training Institute, IPIRT, was merged with IWST, thus expanding the scope of our operations. Over the past 87 years, this institute has taken up research on silviculture, sandalwood, forest pest and diseases, plywood and panel technology, wood properties and processing, and forestry improvement. Today, on the occasion of Regional Research Conference, being organized jointly by Institute of Wood Science and Technology, Bengaluru, and Institute of Forest Genetics and Tree Breeding, Coimbatore, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all. Research must always be for stakeholders, the end users. With that objective in mind, the concept of RRC was started by ICFR in the year 2016. Since then, all ICFR institutes have been organizing RRCs every year. It is usually conducted jointly, or in some cases like RFRI Jorhat separately. In this conference, we tried to bring together different stakeholders in forestry research under one room and one roof to have discussion on the works done so far and the task ahead. Accordingly, we are happy that the conference is well represented today by the representatives from the forest department, from the industry, from the educational institutions, and from the non-profits. I'm sure that we'll have a fruitful discussion today on forestry research, and we'll be able to chalk out a future plan of action for collaborative research with time-bound goals which are well-defined, achievable, and practical applications to the end users. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome our chief guest for the inaugural function, Shri Brijesh Kumar Dikshit, Head of Forest Force, Karnataka Forest Department, who has kindly consented to our request to attend the program as chief guest. On behalf of IWST and ICFRE, I extend a hearty welcome to you. We have with us today Shri Ganga Singh, Head of Forest Force, Kerala Forest Department. We are grateful that you have made time to travel from Kerala to be a part of this inaugural session. I extend a warm welcome to you, sir, on behalf of IWST and IFGTB. Shri Sudhanshu Gupta, Head of Forest Force, Tamil Nadu Forest Department, is here with us today. Amidst his busy schedule, he has taken time out to attend this program. I extend our sincere welcome to you, sir. I extend our sincere welcome to Dr. Kanchan Devi, Director General ICFRE, who has been a sincere source of support and encouragement for joining the session online. Welcome you, ma'am. Srimati Yashoda Bai, Conservator of Forest, is representing Andhra Pradesh Forest Department, and Srimati Tejaswini, DC of Research, is representing Goa Forest Department online. I extend warm welcome to you. Representing the Karnataka Forest Department, we have Shri A.K. Singh, APCC of Research. On behalf of the organizers, I extend a hearty welcome to you, sir. From Tamil Nadu Forest Department, we have with us today Srimati Meeta Banerjee, PCC of Research, who has joined us online. Hearty welcome to you, ma'am. It is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Vasudeva, Professor and Dean, Forestry College, Shirasi, and Dr. Devgiri, Dean, College of Forestry, Konnampet. They are my teachers too, and it gives me additional pleasure to welcome you, sir, for this function. Dean of Forestry College, Thrissur, Kerala, Dr. Anup E.V., and Dean of Forestry College, Mettupalayam, Dr. A. Balasubramanian, and Dr. Sri Kumar from KFRI PG have joined us online. I'll welcome you, sirs, for this conference on behalf of IWST and IFGTB. I welcome Dr. H.B. Raghu, Associate Professor GKVK, Bengaluru, Dr. Chandrasekhar Biradar, Chairman MD, Global Green Growth, and Dr. Ravi Kant from A3. I also welcome all the members of wood-based industries who are here with us today. A hearty welcome to you, sirs. On behalf of IWST and IFGTB, I also welcome all the members of the industry, all the scientists of IWST, and all others who are assembled here. Thank you one and all for making time to attend this program. Welcome once again. Thank you.
I request Kunikandan sir to please join over the session here and brief about the workshop. Over to you, sir. So kindly unmute.
Respected Chief Guest of today and DG ICFRE, all the PCCF from different southern states, all the deans of the forestry colleges, and the research workers joined all through this online means, and the people who are already available offline in IWST Bangalore, and all the researchers. Good morning to all of you. And this is Dr. C. Kunyikannan from IFGTB Coimbatore. And on behalf of IFGTB, I welcome all the dignitaries in this work. Today, the subject is the forestry research so far and way forward. Definitely, the stakeholders like forest department and the industries, then the research organizations outside ICFRE, all joined together, and different experts in the field of forestry also joined. And definitely this conference will form a long-term path forestry. I think already IWST director is already welcomed all the participants. On behalf of ICFRE, IFGTB, I also welcome all the members to this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shri Rajesh Kalaji sir and Dr. C. Kunyikannan sir, for the welcome address and setting a perfect platform for our speakers and eloquently outlining the purpose of our gathering. Thank you once again for both the gentlemen here. Distinguished participants, let me invite Dr. Rajesh Sharma, accomplished individual in the field of forest genetics and tree improvement, who has virtually joined us today. Dr. Rajesh Sharma, he is a doctorate PhD holder in forest genetics, allosim variation of sandwich DAAD. He has more than 28 years of experience in the field of forestry. After joining Indian Council of Forest Research and Education at Tropical Forest Research Institute, Jabalpur, he has worked on tree improvement of Tectona Grandis. Under UNDP project, he carried out socio-economic survey of selected villages in central India. He joined Himalayan Forest Research Institute, Shimla, and carried out work on tree improvement of Pinus roxburghi and Dalbergia sishu, and established SPAs. He has more than 30 publications in national and international journals, chapters in big books. He has received Brandes Award in 1997 for the paper Progenitus, which has been published in Indian Forester. He has also won German Academic Exchange Fellowship Award in 2001. Currently, he is a Deputy Director General, Research, ICFR, Dehradun. May I invite Sir to please address the gathering here.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all of you. I also extend a very warm welcome to all the dignitaries on the dais and all the participants who have joined this regional research conference. As Director IWST Bangalore and Director IFGTB Coimbatore has already pointed out, the very purpose of holding this RRC. Basically, this RRC is a stakeholder consultation meeting which has been initiated during 2016. This platform of holding RRC provides a platform to all the stakeholders representing the State Forest Department, industries, academicians, progressive farmers, NGOs, and to deliberate on the issues or highlight the gray areas of concern that ICFR Institute need to look into in the future. At this moment, we have many challenges before us. We have to address the land degradation neutrality targets. We have to combat the desertification. We are looking for the way out for the climate change and biodiversity conservations. But we need to look on all these commitments that the country has for the national as well as the international commitments, to look at that holistically. And looking at the schedule of this today's conference, I'm pretty sure that we have more than 20 lead speakers to deliberate upon different topics. And I'm pretty sure that the deliberations of the day will flag the issues or the gray areas in which the institutes of ICFRE, especially IWST and IFGTB Bangalore, the scientists will come up with innovative concepts and proposals for the future. I'm pretty hopeful that deliberations of the day will provide an in-depth insight into what the work has been done by both the institutes, and the scientists will form not only standalone projects, but looking at the mandate of the Nirantar, they will look into the collaborations, looking at the complementary competencies of the not only of the institutes of the vertical, but across the verticals. With all these words, I once again congratulate both the institutes for organizing such a nice conference where the list of the lead speaker is more than 20, and I think more than 35 participants have already joined online. So I wish all the best for this today's deliberations. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insight here. Moving on, here we have been joined shortly by Arjun H. Patel from Mandya, who is the president of Federation of All India Timber Merchant Sawmillers and Allied Industries. We welcome you, sir, for this conference. We have been joined by Shri Sanjay Kumar Sinha, IFS PCCF, Andaman and Nicobar Islands. May I request to please address the gathering. Over to you, sir. Sir. We'll move on to the next delegate on the speaker here, and we'll shortly again we'll call upon Sir there. Moving on, the learned participants, may I request Dr. Sudhanshu Gupta, IFS PCCF Head of Forest Post, Tamil Nadu, please address the gathering. Dr. Sudhanshu Gupta is an IFS officer from 1989 batch of the Tamil Nadu cadre. He is hailed from Rajasthan, which is doctorate in forestry. He has worked in different capacities during his tenure. APCCF camper and Joint Secretary, National Authority Chemical Weapons Convention in Cabinet Secretary. He has bagged Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Gallantry Award in 99 for catching 304 tons of sandalwood. He has 2 international Rotary Award for community work. He has been selected for postdoctoral fellowship by UNEP, and he has also received many appreciation for efficient action during natural calamity in 2007. He is nominated by National Biodiversity Authority as National Expert Member for ABS. Currently, he is serving as a PCCF Head of Forest Post, Tamil Nadu.
Respected Dikshit ji, PCCF and Head of Forest Force, Karnataka. Respected Ganga Singh ji, PCCF and Head of Forest Force, Kerala. Director General ICFRE, Madam Kanchan. Director IWST, Rajesh ji, and all dignitaries present here. It's my pleasure to be part of IWST. I have had 2 tenures in an Indian Council of Forestry Research and Education. When Rajesh was telling about history, I was reminded of ICFRE and its roots in FRI and colleges. It started way back in 1906 when FRI came into being. It was inaugurated, the famous building was inaugurated on 7th November 1929, and subsequently ICFRE has paved the way not only in India but outside India also. When we talk in terms of what research is required to be carried out, what is the way forward? Before I start, I'm also reminded of in 2009 and 10 budget, when former President of India, who was working as finance minister that time, he had given a grant of 100 crore to ICFRE for excellence in forestry research, education, and extension. Since then, we have carried this legacy forward, and we have been achieving laurels in every walk of life. But gone are the days when we were talking in terms of research as a one discipline field. Nowadays, what is required is research has become a multidisciplinary field. We do not talk in terms of something where wood anatomy is only related to wood anatomy. There are signatures to be found. There are digital signatures to be found. If these digital signatures can be carried forward, we'll be able to identify the wood. There are with this site is coming on 19th December 2022, when the Wildlife Protection Act has been amended. There is a lot of scope. At the same time, there are a lot of challenges also. So this workshop would definitely create some kind of new opening when we talk in terms of such kind of challenges. We also have lot many other challenges relating to climate change. Friends, climate change basically talks in terms of many other spheres, adaptation, mitigation. But what has become very, very important is that how do we create a climate resilient forestry, and how do we create trees which can withstand the changing weather patterns. There are challenge lines with our institution IFGTB can always create some kind of trees. There is an element of synthetic biology also which is associated with it when we are talking in terms of creating some kind of trees which can withstand varied climate patterns which are becoming a challenge these days. ICFRE has been working in different spheres of life, but there is one challenge which we I'll not say which we have failed, but which we have not appropriately addressed. That particular challenge lies in synthetic biology. Right now, when we are combining biotechnology, when we are combining biodiversity, when we are combining engineering principles, all three can be put together, and we can have a new way of working towards climate change resilience that lies in synthetic biology. There is another challenge which we talk in terms of sustainable forestry. Sustainable forestry, of course, has been picked. There are a lot of institutions which have come in the world in name of forest certification. But that audit part of sustainable principles lies in challenge in how do we go about it. And sustainable the forest certification basically is a marketing concept. But the audit part of that forest certification is something which we should look forward to in that 2023 working plan code, which has come up recently. That also addresses these kind of challenges. And I'm sure that there will be a lot of deliberations on this particular topic also. In case of urban forestry, those who have stayed in Delhi, they'll definitely understand what I mean by urban forestry and how these urban forestry trees can be boon with regard to air pollution and with regard to health of citizens. There are a lot of forward and backward linkages also, particularly when we talk in terms of urban forestry. It can directly be related to property tax. And in case the benefit to property tax is provided, the individual who is owning the property would be very, very keen to have these trees planted and will take care of these trees. And subsequently, in case after a particular period, he can be granted some kind of benefit as regards property tax is concerned. Probably this will be a way forward for tree cultivation in private lands. One particular area where we have been, little slow is restoration of marine habitats. In case of ICFRE, when I talk, in case of ICFRE, we had a phytoremediation associated with Visakhapatnam lab, but that is also that is also local, that has remained localized. But when we talk in terms of restoration of corals, the restoration of mangroves, IFGTB has recently taken up certain areas in Tamil Nadu where they have come up with mangrove culture restoration. But there is a lot of scope with regard to blue carbon, and there is also a lot of scope with regard to carbon credits also. There is another element which probably we have to look into is endangered species. We do not have Endangered Species Act as in India right now. But in case when I look when I introspect in Tamil Nadu, I find that we are the state with 3 biosphere reserves. We are the state with 18 Ramsar sites. We are the state with 18 wildlife sanctuaries. We are the state with 17 bird sanctuaries. We are the state with 5,640 species, where 533 happens to be endemic species, 230 happen to be red listed species. Apart from that, there are 599 species are there which are of medicinal plants. There are another 230 species which are of wild cultivar of plant-related species. When we were thinking in terms of zoonotic diseases, or when we were wanting some kind of challenges regarding biological weapons or with regard to chemical weapons, we were finding some kind of species which have got a lot of cure towards these kind of ailments. So there is another area of research which probably needs to be picked up. There is forest water interaction which is being studied in detail by ICFRE. I am reminded of one friend of mine, Rajiv Tiwari ji, who was also working in ICFRE, who had done a lot of work with regard to forest water interaction. Probably these are the certain areas which I thought they can be flagged before you, because you being the torchbearers of scientific forestry, I am sure that this workshop would pave the way for how this future research could be carried out. And I am sure that our future is in bright hands, and all stakeholders would join together to make this workshop a fruitful activity. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom. It will be our pleasure to listen to you once again in our future events. Moving on to the next delegate, may I invite Sri Ganga Singh, IFS PCCF. Sri Ganga Singh is a Kerala Cadre Officer of 1988 Indian Forest Service batch, a native of Uttarakhand. He has served in various capacities in forest departments since his posting as Assistant Deputy Conservator of Forest in North Wayanad. He had also worked as a Joint Director of National Zoological Park in New Delhi and Project tiger functioning under the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. And also as a professor at the Indira Gandhi National Forest Academy. Mr. Singh, who is currently Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, Kerala Forest Department.
Chief guest of the day, Sri B.K. Dixit, P7 of Kerala, Karnataka. Chief Patron, Madam Kanchan Devi, DGI Sipari, my dear colleague, Sri Sudhanshu Gupta of P7 of Tamil Nadu, other dignitaries from Sipari, from Andaman Nicobar, Goa, Andhra Pradesh, and it is various guests from the different state, different departments, research institution, and a colleague from the IWST. Very good morning to all of you. First of all, let me thank the organizers, IWST and ICFRI, who are jointly organizing this conference. And I thanks for giving me opportunity on this occasion. This workshop, this conference, what we call research so far undertaken and the way forward. It's really a very an important conference of what they have fixed today. And as per their this program, the aim is to bring diverse group of the stakeholders from the State Department and academicians, researchers, and wood waste industries, and the other different sector who are involved in this making this research in the forestry sector. The goal of this conference is that to foster collaboration and discuss on current status of forestry research and identify future research direction to ensure sustainable forest management and promotion of wood waste industries in this region. In this sector, as far as Kerala is concerned, Kerala Forest Department, we have a not only in department we simply have a research units having one CCF rank officer and a few 3 deputy conservator of forest and a state forester. Basically, we are implementing the research project, not research project, but in collaboration with the other institutions who are dealing with the research. Kerala, we have got one dedicated research institute called Kerala Forest Research Institute. Apart from that, we have got other institutions like Agriculture University, Forestry University is there, and some more other organizations who are dealing with the forestry sector. During last 3 decades, we have undertaken around 160 projects under the research, which include not only the forestry, but also the other sector like wildlife also. So we have published one document of during 3 decades what we have undertaken. That is already in public domain. I think we can go through that also. And regarding the research is concerned, what I understand that a lot of research has already been undertaken, but point is that from lab to the field, there is some difficulties are there which is not happening in the ground because of certain reason, maybe a number of reasons. But one of the reason is what we can say financial burden. There is no financial support from the others. In the department we have Kerala, we collect few amount, what we call Kerala Forest Development Fund. We collect from that whatever produce we get it from the forest area. That is some tax, the part of tax. We have put a fund. That fund is being utilized for the research apart from the regeneration of the area. That way we call this is a forest development fund. About 60% is going for the replanting of the regeneration of that area which is already undertaken about the harvesting, and about 40% is for the research part. With this support of this fund, we are utilizing. Apart from that, government is giving certain grant to these research institutions who are taking the research. I have no idea about the much on this research part, but in field, what we are definitely facing problem. This is called one simple example I will give that this is called spike disease in the sandalwood. Since when I joined the department, that time also heard about that spike disease. Today also that disease is still persisting there. And we every time we call that we are doing some research. I don't know what we have done. Till today we have not got any remedy to address that issue. One of the issue. What I'm saying that. So this spike disease, and now the department is thinking that why should not we remove the tree, because it is spreading, it is not controlling. That is the one aspect of what I found, that there is some difficulty somewhere, some gaps are there, so that we are unable to address the issues what we are facing in the field. And ultimate aim of the department is that sustainable forest management, that you know, and this is the goal of this conference also, not only the conference but also the research part. So my only request to research institution is that it's a very good forum. We should avail the opportunity so that we will be able to discuss the issue in such a way that all the gaps are fulfilled first, and so that we can address the actual problem what we are facing in the ground. And there is always necessary to have a coordination with the research institution with the field unit. Unless until there is no coordination, direct coordination, there is no dialogue, it is not going to resolve the issue what we are intent for. So without taking much time, once again, I thank my organization committee. I wish all the best for the conference. I am sure that we will definitely come to the conclusion, to the dialogue, that so that we will be definitely addressing the issue what we are facing in the ground. That is the main aim, so that we will be able to achieve what we are saying, that sustainable forest management. And once again, I thanks everybody for giving me opportunity on this occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insight on forest research area representing Kerala State. We have been virtually joined by Srimati Kanchan Devi. May I request Madam to please address the esteemed participants here. Srimati Kanchan Devi, an IFS officer from 1991 batch of Madhya Pradesh cadre, with expertise in various domains of forest, wildlife, and their policies, Madam specializes in forest management, policies, and administration. She is among the few Indian IFS officers in the country who played a key role in setting up Center of Excellence on Sustainable Land Management and implementation of World Bank funded Ecosystem Services Improvement Project at ICFRE. Her contributions span her tenure in Madhya Pradesh and the central government, including her role as a faculty member at the Indira Gandhi National Forest Academy. She has been instrumental in promoting forest education in the country, accrediting forestry courses, and conducting research on forest policy, forestry, human resource development. She has served as a Deputy Director General Education at ICFRE. Currently, she is Director General of Dehradun-based Indian Council of Forestry Research and Education. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Mamta. Hope I'm audible. Am I audible? Am I audible, Dr. Mamta?
Ma'am, if you have
Am I
any
audible?
technical issues, kindly raise your hand or show the hand so that our technical team will attend to your query. She was there. Yes, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Kindly unmute.
It is unmuted. Am I audible?
Our technical team is attending your query, ma'am. Kindly give us few seconds.
लवली को भेजो, आवाज नहीं जा रही मेरी। आवाज नहीं जा रही बहुत। Am I audible now? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
Yes.
thanks. Namaskar. Respected on the dais, Shri Brijesh Kumar Dikshit, PCCF of Karnataka. Shri Ganga Singh, PCCF of Kerala. Shri Chiranjeev Chaudhary, PCCF of Andhra Pradesh. Dr. Sudhanshu Gupta, PCCF of Nadu. Senior forest officers from the state who have joined physically or virtually. All the deans of forestry colleges of Karnataka, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu. Representatives from wood-based industries, members of Wincoin. Dr. Rajesh Sharma, Deputy Director General Research, ICFRE. Dr. Rajesh Kalaje, Director, ICFRE IWST. Dr. Kuni Kannan, Director, ICFRE IFGTB. Distinguished guests, speakers who have joined us virtually, esteemed stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a privilege for me to be a part of this regional research conference on forestry research so far, way forward, being organized jointly by ICFRE IWST and ICFRE IGTB. At the outset, I extend a warm welcome to all of you who are attending this conference in person at ICFRE IWST Bengaluru and participants attending virtually from across the country. This conference, hosted at IWST Bengaluru, marks a significant milestone in our collective journey towards sustainable forestry. Today, as we reflect on the past, examine the present, and envision the future of forestry research in India, ICFRE's commitment to advancing knowledge and fostering collaboration remains consistent. To understand where we are today and where we are progressing, it is essential to look back at the evolution of forestry research in India. Our journey has been long and eventful, filled with challenges and triumphs. ICFRE has played a pivotal role in this journey, and it is important to recognize the milestones we have achieved together. Historically, forestry research in India has been closely tied to the needs of the time. As you know, during the colonial era, the focus was primarily on timber production and the exploitation of forest resources for economic gain. However, post-independence, the narrative began to change. The realization that forests are not just a source of wood and forest produce, but are critical for ecological balance, biodiversity conservation, and the well-being of local communities led to a paradigm shift in our approach to forestry research. ICFRE, since its inception, has been at the forefront of this transformation. From the early years of focusing on silviculture and forest management practices, We have expanded our research horizons to include biodiversity conservation, climate change mitigation, forest genetics, and the sustainable use of forest resources. Our research institutions spread across the country have been instrumental in generating knowledge that has shaped policies and practices at both national and state levels. As we stand at the crossroads of past achievements and future aspirations, it is imperative to say that ICFRI has contributed to forestry research and management in India in the field of silviculture and forest management, biodiversity conservation, climate change and forests, forest genetics and biotechnology, wood science and technology, capacity building and education, etc. While we celebrate our achievements, it is equally important to acknowledge the challenges that lie before us. As has already been explained by Dr. Rajesh Sharma, DDG Research, that the forests of India are facing unprecedented pressures from various fronts like population growth, industrialization, infrastructure development, and climate change. The innovative solutions and collaborative efforts are needed to address the challenges like these. As we look to the future, it is clear that the challenges we face cannot be addressed in isolation. Collaboration is the key to success, and ICFRI is committed to working closely with state forest departments, academic institutions, non-governmental organizations, the private sector, and local communities. ICFRI's mandate has always been to provide practical scientific solutions to our stakeholders, and we have been doing that after clearly understanding the problem or requirement through dialogues, discussions, etc. Therefore, this RRC is not just a platform for sharing knowledge, but a clarion call for action. The future of India's forests depends on the decisions we make today and the partnerships we forge. And ICFRI is committed to leading the way in forestry research, but we cannot do it alone. We need the active involvement and collaboration of all stakeholders to achieve our shared vision of sustainable forest management, conservation, and community well-being. Let us seize this opportunity to build on the legacy of our past achievements, to address the challenges of the present, and to create a future where our forests thrive, our ecosystems are resilient, and our communities are prosperous. Thank you all for being here, and I look forward to the fruitful discussions and collaborations that will emerge from this conference. Dhanyavad, Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your deep knowledge here. Moving on, I feel extremely honored to introduce the chief guest today, an accomplished individual in the field of forestry, Shri Brijesh Kumar Dikshit, who hails from Uttar Pradesh. He did his postgraduate in physics. He is an IFS officer of 1988 batch, Karnataka cadre, with his dedication reached to the highest administrative post in forest department. He has worked in all over Karnataka in different capacities. He has joined as a CCF Forest Kodagu, APCCF Kodagu, APCCF Chief Evaluation Officer Planning, APCCF and Forest Research Management, APCCF and Commissioner for Agricultural. Currently, he is PCCF Head of Forest for Karnataka Forest Department. We are very grateful to you, sir, for accepting our invitation and marking your presence here. May I invite sir to enlighten the audience with his words. Yes. Thank you.
सभी को नमस्कार. If I try to address all with the patience of Dr. Mamta or Rajesh, I may end up addressing them all, but may miss out addressing the issue. समय कम है और बर्बाद करना नहीं है. First of all, thank you, Dr. Mamta, for reading out something that makes me look glamorous in my own eyes. I never knew I was Mahan also. No, it is certainly not a simplicity. I would say it's an honor of mine for me to have come here after about, say, 12 years or so. I used to be associated with the RAC meetings of IWST in the past, particularly between 2008 and 2010, when I was the conservator of forest research. That is a brief period. 2 years in my career, I have been directly associated with the research. And to share with you, when I joined research, the first thing that we were all thinking, 50% seriously, 50% in jest, is that if count means to get the numbers and recount means is to verify the numbers, if then search means to find, research means to find what has already been found. क्या ये मतलब है research का? What are we trying to do? And later on, it dawned upon us that whereas a normal find, a casual find is a find, when something has been found, which was generally is invisible or that cannot be made visible, or that which has been done with careful application of mind, is research. रिसर्च के लिए लैब होना कोई जरूरी नहीं है, दिमाग होना जरूरी है, और दिमाग से भी ज्यादा ऑब्जर्वेशन होना जरूरी है. If you see the history of research in India, not a very formal history of forestry research in India, I would say, the first research that started in this country was from search. Basically, 1600 to 1800 was a year, was 2 centuries wherein the way we had the gold rush, we had the tea crush all over the world. French and English armies were always searching for oak because they had exhausted, because oak was not coming up. They wanted something in lieu of it. Teak was the substitution, and they started looking for teak. They came to India, they found teak in southern regions, particularly the district of Kanra, North Kanra and Malabar area, now which is looked after by Ganga Singh. These were the 2 areas from where teak were being taken. So they started searching for teak. The first search started from the search for teak. Later on, they came to know that teak is not inexhaustible, that supplies may come to an end. Then they found Brandis, and they said, Brandis, go and search for teak in other areas. He was brought, he went to Burma, he found teak, and he also reported that teak is there. A lot of teak is there, but it is again not inexhaustible. Then the search turned to research. Why not we plant teak? And that is how Connolly's plot, or the contribution of Chetty Maran, came into picture. Teak plantations were raised. So in the beginning, it was the search for teak, it was the growing of teak, and the other species that attracted attention was sandalwood, particularly Cleghorn. He was for sandalwood. How it can be propagated. In fact, the investigation of spikes started from his days itself. Of course, it's an enigma even now, but then it is from since 150 years that we are trying to find a solution to spike. So some kind of a scientific investigation of what goes on in forestry was always taking place. If you go by the history from 1800 to 1875 or so, and 75 is a landmark year because the Indian Forester came into publication. 1878, the Indian Forest College, the Forest Research Institute came into existence. These were 2 landmarks in formalized history. In the beginning, whatever research was taking place in the field of utilization. How to extract a tree, particularly the trees which are there in those areas where even human beings can't reach easily. Transportation, conversion in such a way that maximization of output is taking place. So that was there. What other woods also can be used? That also was being thought of, besides teak and besides all the hardwood, which are the other woods that can be used. So it was basically a very formal, or I would say a very unstructured but formal research that was taking place in forestry, mostly by observation and interpretation. This went on up to 1875. After 1875, when the publication started, when the Forest Research Institute came into being, then formal research has taken place. After that, because the Indian Railways has come and fuel wood was required, lot of research went into growing or afforestation for fuel wood. Fuel wood and fodder were 2 basic requirements for the country, and a lot of research has gone into that. And this went on up to the time of independence. One of the points that could be noted is that in the past, people were doing research for a very long time also. The four persons who are actually considered to be the backbone of forestry research in this country have been, one is Roxburgh, on whom we have Pinus roxburghi. The second happens to be Walich, again Pinus walichiana. The third happens to be J.F. Royal, and the fourth is Hugh Cleghorn. They had very long tenures. Roxburgh was, I think, heading some institute either in Kanpur or in Calcutta. From 1793 to 1813, he worked only on loo, and he has come out with a paper on the ill effects of loo, which is a fast-moving dry wind that goes in summers in the northern part of this country. He had 20 years in the same place to look after it. One of the very basic things about forestry, we talk about all research, it is J.F. Royal who said that trees being stationary in nature, they owe their dependence to soil in which they are placed and the environment by which they are surrounded. All our research in tree improvement, all our research in what species should be planted in which place is all centered around these two statements only. So what I'm trying to say is that in the past, forest officers, scientists has very long tenures and they were able to do research, and research was simple, mostly interpretation, observations, and then coming deductions of what it actually means. Lab research started somewhere, say, in a big way from 1960s and onwards. Of course, for the good of all of us. And one more thing that actually picked up was tree improvement. As of today, if I am to suggest something, one of the biggest things which has remained unattended is the finding out of the age of rotation for various species. We have, but they have been made long back, somewhere in 30s and 40s. And those are all silvicultural rotations where the CAI and the MAI intersect. Nowadays, nobody goes for that big timber. Nobody requires that. In fact, the analysis of the price of timber in Karnataka shows that those logs which have a length of 3 to 4 meters and a girth of less than 1.5 meters but more than 1 meter fetch the highest price. Big logs do not fetch a good price because they are clumsy, and we use only for say making of frames. And if it is too small, then again it is not good because it is not good for it doesn't have that much of a strength. So as of today, what is more important is not silvicultural rotation, but is financial rotation. I have gone through one of the, I wouldn't say papers, it's an 80-page document of KFRI, wherein they have come out doing mathematical modeling and data analysis, the financial rotation age for teak in Kerala. We all have 120 years. Kerala has 60 years. 60 years, Ganga Singh, if I'm not wrong, or 80 years, probably one of the two. So this is one that is required because nowadays we need to be in sync with the market, in sync with the requirement. Research can't exist in isolation. So one of the things will be there are 8 kinds of rotations which are prescribed in forest management. For the important species, let us rework, particularly financial rotation is one particular thing. The second thing is that gradually what is happening is all the forests are going into conservation and production. Forestry should come out in the agrarian lands, as we can say, or the government lands, other than forests. There the conditions are quite different as compared to forestry. We have propagated a lot of, say, teak in agroforestry, and the rotation age for that is not prescribed. It's very simple to do it, but we have not done it. They are harvesting it at a age of 30 years or 40 years, something like that. But then there is no prescription or there is no study done whether it should be 30 or 40 or say 25 or 45. Who knows? So one of the very basic foundations of our future research should be agroforestry and what all can go into making it more popular, making it more scientific, so that they can take, I would say, informed financial decisions. That is one particular field that can be addressed, and this can be addressed very fast. The second place where I would say is that in tree improvement also, lot of work has been done. And where I would say IFTGB can come into picture is that what are the characters in a tree which are genetic and what are not? And within genetic also, what is the heritability of a particular gene? That is most important, because you can't try doing something. If something is not a genetic character and you try improving it, you are going in a totally wrong direction. And if the heritability is less, then at least you should know that the chances of success is pretty bad. It's just a chance find. Somebody is there from GKVK, I know, and just casually I had gone to their lab. They said that some of the jackfruits, you will find that when they ripen, the skin ruptures in places. And he said that the rupturing of the skin and the good taste of jackfruit, they are two genetic characters which go all, they are associates, not the same, they are associates. Any fruit vendor will tell you that if that a jackfruit which is having a split skin will be good in taste. He doesn't know genetics. He has made an observation. GKVK has found out why it happens. There could be many such things that can happen, particularly in the field of agroforestry, in which horticulture will come to play a great part. So a lab and department have to go together, and where the academics and the department, forest department, can go together is that now I had a tenure of only 2 years in research. Most people will have at most 4. There are very few people, like, of course, I can recall that name, Manoranjan Bhanja of Andhra Pradesh, a very learned figure in research, who was there for about 12 years or so. Very few people will get that opportunity, and whether they will call it an opportunity or not, we do not know. That is also there. Therefore, you should have the inclination and you should also be happy about it. So long-term research would have to be done by institutions of ICFRE. Short-term researchers probably we can do the kind of research, fertilizer trials, we can do the kind of research, some observation here and there, or that this particular species or this particular provenance seems to be giving good results. That could be the basic material that can be given to an institution who can take it forward. So somewhere we all have to join hands. And I would say that the lowest hanging fruit in forestry research will be in the field of agroforestry, because immediately there are takeaways. Also will be required, and it will be a corollary or an ancillary to climate resilient forestry, is that what if a particular species goes out for any reason? All the violence and all the sitars, tanpuras use rosewood to a very large extent. What if rosewood becomes extinct, or the kind of rosewood that is used in the making of the panel goes away? 10 years back, I was told that there are 2-3 species, including jackfruit and including huchbevu, that we call in Karnataka. These two can be substituted. So substitutes of important is also a field that will be very profitable also and very relevant for the times to come. And the bottom line, the most important thing, without taking names, I will just say that I used to very proudly say that research is the only field where failure is a success. If a plantation fails, you are gone. But in research, if part of the plantation has failed, then only then you are a success. During my conservatorship, with one of my bosses, we were going to a provenance plot, and 9 provenances had been tried. Most of the plants had failed. Only few had survived. And my boss was very perturbed that this is a very failed plantation. This is useless work. This should be condemned and all that. And then I said, sir, please listen to me. There are 9 provenances tried. If all the 9 would have succeeded, it would have been a successful plantation, but a failed research. Because if all the 9 were of the same type, then what are you trying? It is only when some fail, most fail and some succeed, that research is a success. The mindset in research has to change. If a person who is in the forest department and works for research has to think from a scientist point of view, it is not 1 acre, it is 400 plants that is important. Each and every tree becomes important. Each and every observation becomes important. Documenting the phenology becomes very important. So it will require some kind of an inclination to think on research lines, and that is probably where institutions of excellence, including the GKVK colleges of forestry, ICFR institutions, can be very helpful. So with these few points, I thank all of you for giving me a patient hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That was really an amazing speech. सर के बारे में क्या कहे, छोड़ना है हर पिंजरा, मेरी उड़ान अभी बाकी है, मुट्ठी पर जमीन नहीं, आसमान अभी बाकी है. Thank you, sir, for sharing your thought-provoking words. That was a great knowledge with us that you have shared with us on this platform. Moving on. Next, may I invite Shri Shiv Kumar CM, IFS Group Coordinator Research, ICFRE, IWST, to please deliver vote of thanks.
Distinguished speakers, esteemed participants and guests, my colleagues from IWST, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the close of this inaugural session, it's my honor and privilege to extend my heartfelt vote of thanks to all the distinguished speakers who graced us with their presence despite their busy schedule. First and the foremost, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to Sri Rajesh Kumar Dixit sir, Head of Forest Force, Government of Karnataka, for accepting our invitation to be the chief guest for this inaugural session. Sir, your detailed account on the research activities which we have done in the India was greatly inspiring. You gave actually we went on redefining the term research. Also, you redefined the research success. That's a great takeaway, especially for me. You also said observation and common sense are very important, especially in forestry research. That is very much relevant for all of us. You rightly said that now it's the right time to think about economic rotation rather than silviculture rotation, because now most of the farmers are interested in growing trees, and 90% of wood which is consumed by the wood-based industry is coming from agroforestry system, not from the forestry. So it is the high time we should think, we should work on redefining the rotation from silviculture rotation to economic rotations. As we say in forestry, when MA meets CA, we go for harvesting. In economics, there are two terms are used. When our marginal cost cuts average cost, we should cut the tree. This is how we need to work. That is the great challenge for the council as well as for the academic institutions. All of us should work on this issue. It's a need of the hour. Definitely, it's a great input for all of us. You also told about role of especially agroforestry in meeting the raw wood requirement of wood-based industry. So definitely we will try to work on those issues, and we will discuss all these issues in our forthcoming technical session as well, sir. So we are truly thankful for the wisdom and perspectives you generously shared with us today. As a token of our respect and gratitude, I would request our director, Sri Rajesh Kalaji sir, to present a memento to Rajesh Kumar Dixit sir. Next, I would like to extend our sincere thanks to Sri Ganga Singh sir, Head of Forest Force, Government of Kerala, for graciously accepting our invitation and traveling all the way from Trivandrum to address us. He shared his views on status of forest research in Kerala and what Kerala Forest Department has done, especially in research in last 30 years. And he also articulated upon the role of forestry research institution in solving some of the real-time challenges like sandalwood spike. I would like to say that I would like to acknowledge that Kerala Forest Department has been one of our key partner, especially for sandalwood related issues. State Forest Department Kerala has funded 2 projects. We are working on sandalwood spike disease. It is one of the oldest disease known for all foresters, and our institute is making some breakaway significant findings. Hopefully, maybe in another 2-3 years, we will come up with a systematic protocol to curtail the spread of disease at least from the at the nursery level, because we came to know that sandalwood spike spreads from seed to from mother plant to progeny through seeds. So we need to check the spread of diseases at seed level itself. So in this direction, we will try to work, sir. We extend our special. Now I would request our director to present a memento to Ganga Singh sir as token of respect and gratitude. We extend our special thanks to Dr. Sudhanshu Gupta sir, Head of Forest Force, Government of Tamil Nadu. Sir, we are truly grateful for your presence here today, especially for taking a pain to catch early morning flight to make it to this event, sir. Your commitment to forestry research is evident from this. As you rightly said, forestry research in India actually started somewhere in early first decade of 19th century, as you rightly said, that is true. And you also asked us to work on various issues related to use of biotechnology, that is synthetic biology for forestry problems, and the research which we are supposed to carry not only on forest related issues, also on property right related issues also. Like in India, we are not thinking about forest property related issues. Like if you see the literature, hardly few people worked on forestry property right related issues related to forestry. So that is a great input for us to think and take up research. And also you also asked us to work on blue carbon, climate resilient forestry models, endangered species. Hopefully all of us will discuss these issues in our technical session. So now I would request our director, Sri Kalaje sir, to present a memento to Dr. Sudhanshu Gupta sir. We also extend heartfelt gratitude to Srimati Kanchana Devi Madam, Director General ICFRE, for your unwavering support, encouragement in hosting this conference. Your address today powerfully highlighted the critical challenges forestry sector faces, including increasing in population, industrialization, infrastructure development, and climate change. You also highlighted about the achievements of the council and the contributions which council has made for the forestry sector as a whole. Your call for innovative solution and the need for collaboration among the state forest department, non-governmental organizations, wood-based industries, and academic institutions is very essential to take it forward. We are truly honored by your leadership and deeply appreciate the insights and directions you have provided to us today. I extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Rajesh Sharmaji, DDG Research, for his insightful remarks that set the tone for this conference. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to Head of Forest Force, Andhra Pradesh, PCF Goa, and PCF Andaman and Nicobar, who are scheduled to address us today. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen emergency meetings, they were unable to join us virtually. However, we appreciate that they have nominated their representatives to participate in the technical session. Of course, Yashoda is very much here. She is representing Andhra Pradesh, and Tejaswini DCF from Goa is joining virtually in our technical session. My heartfelt thanks also goes to our co-host, Dr. Kunikannan, Director IFGTB, for his contribution and addressing the gatherings. My special thanks to our Director, Rajesh Kallaje, who is the driving force behind this conference. I personally extend my sincere thanks to him. I would like to thank all the distinguished guests, participants who joined us here today, as well as those who joined us virtually. Your presence and engagement have been the key to success for this conference, for the exchange of ideas and collaborative spirit that we have brought to this event a truly invaluable. As we move forward into technical session, I look forward to continued discussion and collaboration in our next 3 technical sessions. With this, I thank all of you once again. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. May I request all of you to stand for national anthem. Requesting all the dignitaries at the dais and all the delegates who have participated to please join us here for the group photo, please. Please come on near the stage for the group photo. Sujata ma'am, I request all the scientists also please join for the group photo here. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you one and all for joining for this inaugural session. Let's have a tea break and we will see you all precisely within 15 minutes for the technical session 1.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ನೋಡಿ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾವ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಹಲೋ ಹಲೋ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೇನಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಾಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೇನು ಹಲೋ ಹಲೋ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ನೋಡಿ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಹಲೋ ಹಲೋ ಮಾಡಿ ಹಲೋ 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 ಮೈಕ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಹಲೋ
Do you ever stop to wonder about the fascinating properties of wood? From the majestic redwoods of California to the humble bamboo of Southeast Asia, humans have been using wood for millennia in countless ways worldwide. Behind every piece of wooden furniture, building, or even a piece of paper lies a wealth of knowledge about the science and technology of wood. Welcome to the world of wood and its endless opportunities. In the heart of the Silicon Valley of India, in one of the oldest suburbs, the Institute of Wood Science and Technology stands as a premier national research institution under the umbrella of Indian Council of Forestry Research and Education, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. Established as the Forest Research Laboratory in 1938, the institute transformed into the Institute of Wood Science and Technology in 1988 and further strengthened by merging with the Indian Plywood Industries Research and Training Institute IPRITI in 2022, making it a robust and holistic institute for research on wood and ply. IWST's headquarters spreads over an area of 25 acres in Malleshwaram, housing well-equipped laboratories for research and development on wood and forestry, an advanced woodworking training center, a wood museum cum interpretation center, administrative block, and fully furnished guest house. It has a fully enabled ply and panel research establishment with pilot plant facilities in Peenya, Bengaluru, and a field research station in Kolkata. The institute is mainly engaged in research and development, testing and standardization, education and training, and extension. The research activities of the institute are broadly categorized into 4 specialized research divisions: Wood Properties and Processing Division, Plywood and Panel Products Technology Division, Silviculture and Forest Management Division, and Forest Protection Division, each with their specific mandates. The Wood Properties and Processing Division conducts research in various areas including wood identification, properties assessment, non-destructive quality evaluation, value addition, and wood utilization. The division focuses on developing technologies for wood processing such as seasoning, preservatives, and treatment methods with the goal of achieving improved durability and stability. Additionally, the division explores emerging technologies including nanotechnology, biocompostable natural fiber thermoplastic composites, mass timber like CLT and GLT, transparent wood, and bamboo-based composites. IWST is creating a database on anatomical, physical, and mechanical properties of lesser-known and plantation-grown timbers. Based on the database, the institute provides advisory services to different sectors on suitable wood types. The xylarium of the institute contains a vast collection of 2012 authenticated wood samples from around the world. It has documented the natural durability of 352 indigenous and 20 imported timber species. It also maintains live cultures of wood-rotting fungi and wood-boring insects. The Plywood and Panel Products Technology Division actively engages in developing panel products using a wide range of available raw materials. They are involved in designing, evaluating product quality, analyzing chemicals and emissions, and standardizing products. The division focuses on creating synthetic resin and adhesive formulations for manufacturing various wood and wood-based panel products. The division's primary focus has been on creating eco-friendly solutions for engineered panel products This involves replacing carcinogenic and harmful formaldehyde-based adhesives. The division has developed processing technology to address global challenges in biofiber utilization, allowing for the production of composite panels from various sources such as bamboo, rice husk, coconut coir, and so on. These solutions various industrially important bamboo species using vegetative and micropropagation methods. The state-of-the-art tissue culture laboratory contributes significantly to research studies on micropropagation of important tree species, and IWST also transfers tissue culture protocols. The Institute documents the genetic diversity of commercially important tree species and conducts research on climate change and carbon sequestration. As a recognized center of advanced studies in sandalwood, the Institute has been contributing to sandalwood research since 1977. It has developed various agroforestry models for sandalwood aimed at validation and wider adoption. IWST operates field research stations at Nallal and Gottipura, where most field research activities take place. The Institute is working on standardizing procedures for estimation of heartwood in standing trees of sandalwood and red sanders using ERT, electrical resistance tomograph. Moreover, it possesses expertise in sandalwood oil extraction and quantitative assessment of oil's quality based on various parameters like refractive index. The primary focus of the Forest Protection Division is to safeguard trees and timber from biodeteriorating agents and natural
I
forest
request all of you.
through research in forest entomology and pathology. The division conducts studies on forest insects and diseases, their biology.
ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು ಏನ್ ಕತೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದಾರೋ ನಿಜ ನಂಗೆ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅವ್ನಿಗೆ.
Kindly be seated for the technical session 1, which would be starting shortly.
ಸರಿ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಇರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್
Virtually, may I see Srimati Meeta Banerjee? Are you there, ma'am? ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ PCCF research TNFT ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ.
Yes, I'm very much present.
Is my voice audible?
Yes, your voice is very audible.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay, thank you. ಇದಾರೆ. You know. Mrs. Banerjee, ma'am, are you able to share your slides?
Yes, I'll just try to do that.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Venkatesh. Sure. Site we can also see actually first unmute yeah, just mute whenever after the person.
Delegates who have joined virtually for this session, in case in your presentation, if you are not able to move your slides, kindly send your presentation to 94254-26816. Let me repeat. In case you are facing an issue in the presentation of your slides, you can share your slides to the mobile number 94254-26816. Thank you. We welcome you to the first technical session of the day. Technical session on forestry research so far in State Forest Department Way Forward. This session aims to gather insights and feedback from State Forest Department on the current state of forestry research and its future trajectory. In this session, the speakers will light up the ideas on this topic.
I want to see the people who is there. But then an address for
This session is chaired by Srimati Seema Garg, IFS, PCCF. I request Madam to kindly chair this session and join us on the stage. Srimati Seema Garg is a 1990 batch of Indian Forest Service Officer of Karnataka cadre. She is a postgraduate in science. In a long span of 34 years so far in Karnataka Forest Department, she has worked in various capacities from DCF to PCCF. She was also the CEO of Lake Development Authority. Madam Garg continues to serve Karnataka Forest Department and is presently the PCCF Forest Development and Evaluation, Working, Planning, Research and Training and Climate Change. May I also request Shri Rajesh S. Kalaje sir to please co-chair the session. May I request Rajesh Kalaje sir to please present the bouquet and welcome Seema Garg ma'am for this technical session 1. A big round of applause for both the chairs and co-chairs for delegating this session. With the permission of the chair and co-chair, can we go ahead with the presentations? Yeah, thank you. The first speaker of the day, Srimati Meetha Banerjee, IFS, PCCF, Research and Education, Tamil Nadu Forest Department. Srimati Meetha Banerjee, is a 1990 batch Indian Forest Service Officer of Tamil Nadu graduate. She is a graduate of Botany Honours and post-graduation from Forestry. Presently, Meeta Madam is a PCC of Research and Education. Ma'am, over to you, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, very good afternoon to all of you, especially to the chair and co-chair, all dignitaries who are present, um, those from the scientific fraternity and industries, and all different stakeholders who are part of this conference today. I think it's a very happy occasion to be part of this, albeit online, because it gives us an opportunity to share what has been happening in the research forefront, and we also gather knowledge in this regard. So just to give you a brief overview of the wing, both research and education wing of Tamil Nadu Forest Department are 100 years old. The research wing started with the appointment of Mr. D.T. Barry in August 1919, and therefore we celebrated the 100th year of forest research in August 2018. And likewise, Tamil Nadu Forest Academy, which is part of the wing, and which has been training range officers for more than 100 years now, was started in the year 1912. And therefore, we have a lot of legacy to take forward. Coming to the research thrust areas, these are the major thrust areas. If we look at it, we can probably divide this broadly into biodiversity conservation and bioproductivity. And there are some newer elements such as climate change and environmental management, as well as very traditional research activities. If we look at the 100-year history, in fact, right in the beginning, like it was told today, we have had work done
Ma'am,
even.
can I have a pardon? Can you make a full screen, ma'am, in a slideshow?
Okay, I think is that better?
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So like I was telling that if we look at the broad history, I think like it was mentioned, the work in research was started with work on teakwood, sandalwood, even spike disease was studied. And surprisingly, even lantana was studied, where there is a mention about how once we clear an area of lantana, after that the best way to succeed is probably pray to God. So even at that time, probably they felt some kind of a frustration in the removal of invasive alien species, just the way that we are facing nowadays. And of course, research means we keep trying till we succeed. And therefore, I think we are all gathered here today. Now, coming to the research centers, we have 52 of them spread over 7 agroclimatic zones in Tamil Nadu. And these are the ones which are functional at present. Apart from this, there are research centers which were functioning earlier and which were handed over to the territorial wing for protection purpose or some other purposes. Now, I think we have a shared history as far as most of South Indian states are concerned, and maybe even in many of the North Indian states. Since the British were looking for good timber species, one major activity of research wing was in identification of candidate plus trees. And to begin with, it was to do with timber species. However, we have gone on to identifying species which are good for fodder, which are good for fruits, seeds, and different usufructs. Now, I have shared with you a photograph of Azadiracta indica. This is a species which is known for various purposes, various uses. But this one has been selected for the purpose of timber, which is not something which is common anywhere else. And apart from candidate plus trees, we have seedling seed orchards, seed production areas, clonal seed orchards, seed stands, and so on. At present, we are collecting seeds in 2 centers. Coimbatore is an older one, and we have a recent one added about 7 years back in MR Palayam, which caters to now most of the southern districts of the state. And we have been collecting seeds for now several years, not only for the forest department, but this is available to anybody who is interested in buying these. Now we have created assemblages such as for medicinal plants, which is situated in Aliar. We have about 200 species, and at one point of time it had touched almost 300. We have a ficatorium at a place called Sarkarpati, where we have a collection of over 20 species of ficus. We have an orchidarium, fernarium, and arboreta at different places. We have a bamboo situm, the first of which was established in Amravati, which is near Kerala border. And the whole idea was to have a collection of different bamboo species from outside the state, including from Northeast India. Reason being that the local species which are having thorns were difficult to harvest, and the majority of the assemblages of bamboo species are thornless. As far as Shola species are concerned, this is very unique to the higher elevation Western Ghats, and we have been able to work on the nursery techniques and standardizing the same for over 85 species. As far as endangered species are concerned, we have taken up surveys for several species. And one of the recent surveys that was conducted was for Bentikia condapana, which is an endemic endangered palm species found in the southern Western Ghats, found in very harsh rocky areas and in limited areas. Work was published in the Indian Forester also. Recently, we have taken up survey and identification of native grass species in the Nilgiris. About 41 species were collected, and we have taken help of the Botanical Survey of India for its identification, and propagation of these are being planned during this financial year. We have also had assemblages of different pteridophytes of the Nilgiris and several species. I'm not going into the details of all this. One very difficult work that we undertook was trying to assemble critically endangered species from, again, the southern Western Ghats, and we have tried to assemble them in 2 areas, one with a high rainfall area and one in a higher elevation area. And some of these are very, very difficult to propagate. We had to really struggle a lot, and only then we could find success. So I think this is something which probably we also require help from scientific institutions in this kind of work, where really critically endangered species are involved. And we have also tried to introduce species from outside the state, such as Shoria tumbugia, there were records of this being found in Tamil Nadu. However, we don't have the site locations at present. Even Botanical Survey of India has informed us that it is not found here. But we have collected it from Andhra Pradesh, and we intend to introduce it in future, if possible, in the erstwhile locations found inside the state. This is a general genetic resource park which has been functioning for, again, since I think 7 years or so now, where 300 species of Western and Eastern Ghats have been assembled. It's a very good area for the general public, where we have about 7 lakh people who have visited in the last 5 years. And this is an introduction trial which we did with Agroforestry, combined with different other species. This work has just started, and we need to wait. All of us know that trees are long gestation species, and we need to wait. And I think from the hopefully from the 8th year we would be able to take up infection in the agar root, so that we get the fragrance which is desired of the species when being used. And we have also tried some unconventional methods of agroforestry, such as this circular model, wherein we have interspersed tree species with other different horticultural and a few medicinal plants also. Now, one of our key strengths as far as the Tamil Nadu Forest Department Research Wing is concerned is the production of bionutrients. We have expertise in producing vermicasting, VAM, biofertilizers. Our production capacity being 3,900 metric tons per year for vermicasting alone. And we of course produce this as per demand. We not only supply to our department, but also anybody else who is interested in buying from us. One very good achievement as far as the research wing of Tamil Nadu Forest Department is concerned is species specific identification of biofertilizers, which we have collected from the root zones of the specified tree species from 7 agroclimatic zones. However, not all of these species have been, the biofertilizers have not been collected for all these species in all the agroclimatic zones, because 2 of the agroclimatic zones are very specialized areas, those being high rainfall and high altitude agroclimatic zones. And anytime there is a demand for this, we can produce and supply in 15 days time. Another work that I would like to touch upon is biopesticides. Again, we have worked on about a dozen species, and overall, I can say that 5% Jatropha is found to have very good pesticidal effect. We have also worked specifically on nursery plants and also on specific pests. Also, those are different studies which I'm not going to highlight for today. Another successful work that has been carried out is in rock afforestation, wherein we tried different methods, and we found that use of gunny bags was very successful. This is also one work where National Green Tribunal appreciated it. The work was started around 2016-17, and appreciation came in the year 2020-22, based on the tremendous growth seen in the different plants. But then one suggestion over here is that we should keep our rocky ecosystems as far as possible the way it is. Only where there was a former vegetation and we have lost it, probably we should use this technique. And the whole reason for success is planting in crevices where the roots can have access to the soil beneath. And in the initial stages, it is advisable to do some kind of watering. So, and of course, protection against grazing and browsing is very important. Another very different thing that we tried to do was trying to facilitate cultivation of medicinal plants by assisting them in value addition and collecting farmers from different JFMCs and VFCs and forming enterprise supportive units. Forestalization is another field where we have worked on over 30 species. And as you can see, we have worked on seasoning with solar from FRI. Yes.
Meeta, enjoying your presentation very much. And we are getting a lot of insights, but the difficulty is that we have only 10 minutes each for a speaker. So if you don't mind, please wrap it up.
Okay, I think I'll try to do it in another 2 to 3 minutes.
Thank you. Meeta is my batchmate, so I can take liberty to say that.
Yeah, sure. And I think nice you reminded, because normally when we start speaking, we don't have track of time. Okay, so this is one furniture which I wanted to show you, but we have done it with several species. This is a shed which was constructed by EPT. It still stands strong. Bamboo reinforcement is something very important which I wanted to share with everybody. This is the fence that you see over here is totally bamboo, and the road has 50% bamboo and 50% MS iron rod. Strength being 65, breaking load being 65 metric tons. This is a bus shelter that we have, which is still actually being used. We have worked on novel expression markers to aid screening of tambourine genotype, and we have identified 6 novel gene expression markers. Human-wildlife conflict, we have tried to use vegetation. I've done carbon sequestration, which is going on, environmental amelioration with different kinds of pollution that has takes place. We are doing a collaborative study with CPET, which is to do with biocompost nursery bags. So far, it's done very well, where these bags are decomposing, and but the work is in progress. Cooling effect of shade trees. And finally, I think you'll be happy to see this is the final slide. I think what we really need to do is share whatever work we have done as much as possible with different stakeholders between research organizations as well as those who would like to use this information. That is one of the most important views that I would like to share. We need to work on fast-growing varieties of commercially important timber and NTFP species. Field-based research is important. I heard a scientist from Karnataka say that she felt that merely publishing of papers when there is a lot of field work to be done was making her unhappy. So probably this is something which probably the scientific fraternity could look into. And collaborations with various institutions, organizations who are having expertise in different fields is very important. And we need to work on newer fields of research such as molecular biology, blue carbon, economic evaluation of ecosystem services, smart forestry models. I mean, the list is endless. In forest, Tamil Nadu, but I think more people need to work on this. And of course, some of the issues to be addressed, I think, common to research wing where there is a shortage of budgetary support, and probably a longer tenure for officers and staff is always very helpful in the research wing, for which probably incentives may be given. So that's all from my side. Thank you so much for a very patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mita. Mita, we are looking for, any issues or any challenges that you are facing, which you would like the other institutions like IWST or IFGTB to address, or any other organizations you feel that who could collaborate with the department, Tamil Nadu Forest Department. Is there anything you would like to talk about that?
Yeah, some of these newer works that I was, which I highlighted, whether it is molecular biology, genome sequencing, we are working with smaller labs at present, but probably if we could work with well-established institutions and on a long-term basis, that would probably help in the long run, because we are now working with consultants to assist us with this kind of work. And whether it is economic valuation or whether it is molecular biology or genome sequencing, and taking it forward again to incorporate the isolated genes in some other plants for or maybe releasing of clones and hybrids. I think definitely we need assistance and cooperation from various organizations.
Thank you, Mita. Now,
thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It is Shri A.K. Singh, who is a 1997 batch of Indian Forest Service officer of Karnataka cadre. Sir obtained his post-graduation in life sciences and a Bachelor of Law from Delhi University. Sir is presently APCCF Research and Utilization. Sir has extensive experience working with local governing councils in the rural areas of Karnataka and other southern Indian states. Being an environmental engineer by profession, Sir has written 3 books which have received a worldwide acclaim. He has been honored with the Oscar International Prize and the Bella Devi Memorial Award for Social and Cultural Revolution. May we have, sir. It's nice pleasure.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, audience. Respected chair. Seena madam. Only a couple of minutes, I would like to share my experience. Over the last 6 months, actually, in the research and utilization wing of Karnataka, what I have seen the whole Karnataka, let it not be theoretical, I will give you practical suggestion for the audience. Different stakeholders are available here actually. We are having almost 24 research stations in Karnataka and more than 3,000 research plots within the research station, outside also in different agroclimatic zone. And presently the current state of affairs of research wing is not so encouraging actually, because the government of India and the state government also should come forward to boost the morale of the not only the upper officers, the present posts which are vacant actually, and a lot of collaborative researches are also going on. These research and development and utilization things should definitely require some encouragement from different stakeholders, even under CSR also, private institutions. And this sector is really underfunded, despite having certain field staff in preserving the research plots. 1975 onwards, exotic species were introduced by some of our senior silviculturists, those who are still available with us. And for example, Khaya senegalensis, eucalyptus, different clones also, and hybridization also took place. And very successful species were also experimented and tried in different provenances and successfully replicated in different. Most successful species was eucalyptus, then Agroforestry, Acacia Agroforestry actually, and that's how the paper and pulp industries got really benefited because the paper and pulp wood actually they were now presently for the last almost a decade because Supreme Court order, pen of Supreme Court order, this Godavarman case actually, committee 1, committee 2, and then the wood ability was also assessed, and then a lot of sawmills also got closed, licenses were cancelled, and those those sawmills became the wood-based industries. And some of you are still available here actually. Over the last almost 1 decade or more than one decade, these wood-based industries have been taking up the plywood, the wood for the plywood, for veneer, and that's how this the culture of urban expansion, town expansion, and this no more traditional wood. Now only the modified wood is actually coming into the supply chain mechanism, and research is in isolation, and it is mostly centered around the silviculture of certain species. Gone are the days of the British forestry when we were focusing upon the sustained yield and the periodic blocks, and then how only for the commercial exploitation, utilization of the timber and different timber species were there. Actually now, after almost 75 years of the independence, we have emphasized more upon the agroforestry, farm forestry, and few more high yielding and fast growing varieties of timber and firewood has come up actually over the last 2 decades. We have experimented, and presently this sector research and utilization should be given a big boost by encouraging the GIS and remote sensing and artificial intelligence, which is still require too much of required use should be there actually in the field, so that we can show some better results. And there is a dismal integration of local knowledge huge local knowledge available with the tribes, aborigines, with the local people in terms of forestry practices, in terms of firewood, fuelwood, medicines, drugs, a lot of pharmaceutical industries. More than 350 pharmaceutical industries are there in Karnataka, which are actually taking the germ plasm from us and propagating from our Dhanvantri nurseries and different other nurseries. Modern trends all over the world about the forestry. Due to this climate change and lots of damages are there, every time in summit, international summit, we are resolving for certain agenda, and that agenda needs to be followed by different governments. More than 193 governments have actually integrated together, come on to a single platform, and they are now preparing the climate fund, and these almost $100 billion are required, which all the governments together could not even pool more than 10 billion also. And every second year we are conducting this international conference on the climate change, mitigation and adaptation. Government of Karnataka last year released 1,200 crores of ways, and in all the districts, 30 to 40 crores are available. But this entire money is being spent in calamity relief, giving the relief to the farmers instead of focusing upon the risk mitigation of the risk, natural disasters. These disasters are happening all over in all the up to village level. Actually, all the districts are affected. Whole India is affected. All the villages are affected. People are climate refugees. They are migrating from one village to other better places. And all the animals, wild animals, are on the migration. All the flora and fauna, the insects, butterflies, these birds, even megafauna, elephants are moving. Tigers are moving, leopards are coming outside. Over the last almost 2-3 years, we have formed leopard task force, elephant task force, tiger task force, more than 30 crores of rupees, more than 100 crores of rupees also being spent in this actually. So research and extension. What is required today is the robust system of monitoring and assessing the impact of climate change. All our working plans need to be modified. Mid-term survey and certain prescriptions in the working circles should be there to mitigate and to take up the adaptation strategies for this to combat this climate change. Huge loss and damage is taking place inside the forest, but we are not able to observe them. Even if we are observing, these are not coming as a working prescriptions in the working circles in the working plan. And the GFM formula, which started in Karnataka, very successful all over India. In Karnataka, it was very successful. More than 3,000 village forest committees, eco-development committees were made actually. Micro plans were also approved, implemented, and we had a very good collaborative effort in taking up the plantations in different international JBIC and different externally funded schemes. And yes, there is a now these eucalyptus, agroforestry, firewood, fuelwood, timber, a lot of species were actually generated, and natural regeneration also enhanced in the forest area. And now this slide, I'm having only 6 slides with 6 prescriptions, and I'll end within another couple of minutes. I'll end, Rajesh. This is the way forward, how to improve the connection between the research outputs and policy making. We need collaboration internationally and nationally together. Advanced technologies also should be roped in based upon drone-based monitoring, which we have not been doing. Our research is only confined to the silviculture, tree improvement. We are having seedling orchard, clonal seed orchard. There are plenty. We have experimented on both on exotic and our traditional forestry species. We are not able to even standardize the teak and to take up in a massive afforestation, which the earlier during the British period has happened. And we have to prioritize the participatory management, which I have already told. And we need to focus upon the much more on the agroforestry, farm forestry. Already we have developed very good protocols over the last 2 decades in our research, where the Malina arborea, mahogany and Melia dubia, even this Casuarina equisetifolia, these very good clones are available with us, but these need to be propagated. We are collecting the seeds. We are having one national campus scheme in which sandalwood and rosewood we are collecting from the forest seeds and propagating in nursery and trying them in different climatic zones. And very good clones are available already with us. They need to be further extended with the awakening of the society, integration of the at the Gram Sabha level. All these societies should together and high quality planting material should be shared with them. We are not using the satellite imageries. We are having very good satellite imagery, LIDAR, Cartosat, LIS4, and the Worldview. And if we focus upon biodiversity and climate resilient, those seeds and the seedlings which we are producing in our nurseries in different agroclimatic zone, the protocol should be made. Yeah, I'm wrapping up. This is the GIS map, remote sensing and AI, how it needs to be actually integrated together. And these are the maps. These are very expensive, need to be purchased. And in this, on the satellite imagery, we need further research and investigation. And our strategy of management of the forest should be actually this watershed basis. A lot of rivers need rejuvenation. People should sit together. We need to take up the support of the public representatives. And the one experiment was conducted in Papua New Guinea, almost more than 3.5 lakhs of square kilometer forest. Actually, it was degraded, deforested, over commercialization. Then how the local 800 tribes were actually pulled into the experimentation of preserving the forests. That's how the integrated land use model and developing high yield varieties in our country. This Ayush is there. We are not utilizing the researches of the Ayush. Actually, FRLST is also there, and biodiversity survey by this bamboo biochar. The time is very less. That's why I'm wrapping up. Actually, yes, with the tribes, with the local people, local knowledge should be actually replicated. Wetland, mangrove ecosystem, then wastewater agroforestry in dryland. It contributes to the poverty alleviation and our development goals. These are the new trends: green walls, vertical forestry, LA cropping, planting rows of trees, green roof forestry, river rejuvenation, inland flood defense, green structures, seawall proofing, solar roofing in and around forests. So these are the areas where the way forward, reducing the deforestation, treatment of the forest degradation, then products substitution, wood substitution. And for this, these are the non-governmental organization, government Navratnas are also there with us, and private companies. There is a need of collaboration and partnership and to make a way forward agenda and to go ahead. What Jane Goodall says, what you do makes a difference, and you have to decide what kind of difference you want to make. Thank you very much.
Any remarks from the chair and co-chair? No. Thank you, sir, for your influential message and the need for research and extension from the Karnataka State Forest Department. Next speaker is Srimati Yashoda Bai, an Andhra Pradesh cadre officer of 2010 Indian Forest Service, a native of Kerala. She has served in various capacities in the Forest Department since her posting as Assistant Conservator of Forest in West Bengal. She has also worked as a District Forest Officer, West Godavari, State Silviculturist, Conservator of Forest Research and Development, Mangalgiri. Currently, she is Conservator of Forest, Andhra Pradesh Forest Department in Research and Development. Thank you. Welcome.
Yes. Respected Chair, Co-Chair, all the dignitaries, good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank IWST and IFGTB for conceiving this idea of thinking about what was the forestry research done so far by all of us together and what is the way forward. Coming to Andhra Pradesh Forest Department, as traditional forestry, it is mostly the tree improvement programs which was implemented over a period of 35 to 40 years. We have in research, we have two silvicultural divisions in the state, which is like southern part of the state is having a state silviculturist located at Tirupati, having jurisdiction of half of the state, and the northern part we have a state silviculturist functioning from Rajahmundry. So these two divisions are having various field research stations and also two centers. BioGym is a research center under SS Tirupati and RFRC Rajahmundry under SS Rajahmundry. So whatever research which was all carried out can be broadly divided into tree improvement programs, biotechnology, propagation studies, soil science related conservation studies, seed technology, and extension and other activities. These are the field research stations that we have, 4 research stations in under Tirupati. We have carried out almost experimental research in most of the forestry species, various CTAs, CMAs, progeny trials of tree improvement of various species, timber species, fast growing species, NTFP species. One of the important I could say the landmark research which was done in Andhra Pradesh is with respect to the teak and identifying the teak clones of the state. Some 27 clones were identified in 1974. They were planted, and then over a period of time it was assessed and established that there were 5 best performing clones of Andhra Pradesh. Then these clones were propagated through vegetative propagation methods and tissue culture. Another tree improvement program was done in case of casuarina, which is a coastal species which is mostly getting planted in the coastal area, which was mostly promoted in north coastal Andhra. So in this species also various clones all over the world, which was collected and planted in our research stations, and a proper tree improvement program was done in this. The other species is eucalyptus, which is not to all of us with the social forestry and joint forest management, which was booming at some point of time in 90s. So for eucalyptus also, clones were produced and mass production of the species was done, and it was extensively planted in the forest, even the forest areas where the JFM and the Forest Development Corporation was carrying out various activities. Then another species important is Meline arborea, for which also the tree improvement program was done by the Andhra Pradesh Forest Department. Other than this, like we have a lot of NTFP species, Syzygium, Amla, even some of the horticulture species also, tamarind, that we have clones which are planted in our research stations. Almost like 387 experimental plots are there with us. This is about the teak tissue culture. Teak tissue culture, I mean tissue culture as a, in case of a forestry species was probably first started in Andhra Pradesh only, that too in biotrim, we have the forest tissue culture lab. So these tissue culture tea clones were produced and it was distributed among farmers. But after the bifurcation of the state, maybe from 2015 onwards, it was like almost stopped. And right now, the last 1.5 years, we are in the process of reviving this, and we just restarted our lab. So we have a lab. We had some protocols finalized for 1 or 2 maybe 4 species. Other than teak, there are one endangered species of Sheshachalam, which is Syzygium alternifolium, and Bambusa bulkova, like few species. So we look forward for using this technology for some of the important species in the future in collaboration with the ICFR Institute or any other scientific institutions in the field. We have also produced biofertilizers, as Midama was also telling, the Tamil Nadu Forest Department has done in case of various species, like extracting biofertilizer, means rhizobium from the root nodules of important tree species. For in case of Andhra Pradesh, red sander is one of the important species which is in the Rayalaseema area. We have produced biofertilizers from this one. This is in total about the research carried out by the department. Then other than this, awareness creation through establishing a medicinal plant garden, where we have a lot of collection of medicinal species, which is not only trees, but shrubs, herbs, climbers in various locations, not only in, various locations of Andhra Pradesh. We have arboretum established there in the Rajahmundry campus. So coming to, when I said about the field research stations, we have experimental plots of various already existing research organizations like FRI, IFGTB, FCRM, Metropolitan, which are their trial plots are already being planted with us also as a location specific trial. Coming to the ongoing research project, as part of All India Coordinated Research Project on red sanders, we are also part of it, and the provenance trial and progeny trial, we are taking it up. And in the last 2 years, we have established the first progeny trial flow red sanders along with IWST, and provenance trial, we have done it this year. In case of red sanders, we have 6 provenances identified. These are the details about that project. Then coming to, as I have already told about the 5 best performing clones of teak, which is from Andhra Pradesh. Now we have collaborated, last year we have collaborated with IWST to do a clonal evaluation, maybe focusing on the wood quality, and also to release the clones nationally adhering to the ICFRE protocol. This is ongoing. So when we discuss about what research that, maybe in the last 2 years only, we are more discussing about what research we need to take up in the forestry sector. The first thing is that identifying the candidate clusters of various important species, forestry species, and that of agroforestry importance in the forest areas. So we need to train our foresters to identify such trees in the area, which was a practice maybe 2000, up to 2000, we have a list of published where some 600 plus candidate plus trees of various species were identified, but now almost 24 years down the line, they may not be existing. So we started like doing this exercise of identifying the candidate plus trees. And when it comes to my requirement also, this will be one of the things that we want to collaborate with the institute to have some researchers coming there and helping us in identifying this, and then marking seed production areas, which will ultimately go for production of getting certified seeds and then to the quality planting material production. These were the old plus tree list, almost 631 were there. Most of them are not there right now, or they are very old to collect the seeds. We also have an orchidarium established last year in our Rajahmundry campus by collecting the endemic orchids from the Mardamelli area, which is almost like a moist deciduous to semi-evergreen kind of a forest, which is there in Andhra Pradesh. Otherwise, we usually have dry deciduous forest throughout the state. Some experimental research is going on with respect to seed morphology evaluation, and also nursery technique finalization in case of endemic species like Coropita guanensis. And Givotia rotulariiformis is one of the important species in Andhra. This is Kondapalli toys. This wood is used for making Kondapalli toys, and it is also, its numbers also declining. So, and its germination is very difficult. Below 5% germination it gets. So we are undertaking research to finalize the germination technique and to promote the species in plantations. Again, as I said, last year we were renovating our lab, and this April onwards we restarted with the tea clone production. Biofertilizer also. Red sanders also, again, coming to red sanders, this is having 1 year viability for the seed, and there is a lot of issues with the seed germination. So during this AACRP also, various institutes, I know that they have not got more than 30%, 20 to 30% germination, but last 2 years we could get up to 64% germination in case by one treatment, the T5, where the seed is soaked in water for 72 hours and sown in primary bed with only sand. With this, we were able to get more than 50% germination in case of red sanders. And we are raising quality planting material, but very less in quantity. When it comes to research divisions, we have only 2 divisions, not more than 2 lakhs per annum. We have other, social forestry beings, so for territorial divisions who are doing much better, but I cannot say about the quality of the material. So that is where we want to work on identifying plus trees in the forest areas, then seed production areas, and then bringing it up to the quality planting material production. So, coming to the way forward, what is the requirement of the Andhra Pradesh Forest Department? Red sander species, we had a consultative meeting with IWST last year also. Some of these points have already been discussed and some of which we are taking it forward. Otherwise, like when it comes to red sanders, it is about the wood and its quality, superior quality that is fetching the high price in the market. So, we want to, as the lab is ready, we want to have a collaborative research for the finalization of tissue culture protocol for the species. And then heartwood formation, what is the quality variation when it comes to the forestry plantation and also the farmer field farmers grown species. So then there are at molecular level studies, if this was also discussed, whether we will be able to develop a protocol to identify from where this wood is coming. So it is helpful us in identifying the illicit transit. Then again, doing an economic study when it comes to growing the species in the farmers field, because they expect a rate which is coming for the international sale, that is actually the seized material from the forest land, which will fetch a very big amount, but that will not be the case when it comes to farmers grown wood. So we just have to have a realistic economics workout and to be made aware among the farmers that this is what you will be getting, so that they are encouraged to do the plantation in that way. Other than that, now Government of India USAID toffee program is getting implemented in 7 of the states, and Andhra Pradesh is one among them. So in 3 districts they have selected, and they are doing the agroforestry related models and various market studies they are doing. So coming to that, I would like to say that agroforestry models specific to various regions. Andhra is having diverse regions where one area is very dry and one area is rain-fed and good rainfall we have. So agroforestry models based on the important species of this area is our requirement. Standardization of nursery techniques, almost 150 plus species nursery techniques were standardized by our own research wing, but we would like to have a collaborative research in case of some of the RT species where there is a lot of problem in finalizing the nursery techniques. When it comes to the area available in Andhra, like almost 8.6% of the area, total geographical area is available for taking a planting. So toffee and or promoting tree outside forest should be the motto, and with the new political will also in the state, beyond 33% of forest cover in the forest policy, our chief minister also wanted to go it up to 50%. Actually, the current forest cover is only 22.8%. So bringing more area under forest cover is only through the tree outside forest planting. So most of this I have already told during my presentation, but just to list it a few. This research and silvicultural improvement. As I said, 4 species we have proper tree improvement plan. Somida febrifuga I have already discussed with IWST earlier. One more species is Hardbicke binata. These 2 are mostly there in the East and West Godavari districts, where we wanted to have a tree improvement plan, because they are being used in the Dvajastambham by the temples and religious places. Then coming to having research on identifying high carbon sequestering species, which can be utilized in social forestry, local bamboo species, and value addition to these products. Then vegetative propagation, like as we all know that in mangroves propagation is an issue. So trying some vegetative methods in this, that we also want to take it up in the research wing. Then assessment of the demand and supply of timber, fuel wood, all the forestry products in the state of Andhra Pradesh. This is something which we can look into, so that based on which we can formulate agroforestry model and support tree outside forest plantations. Then coming to we have 7 agroclimatic zones in the state. So based on those agroclimatic zones and 35 forest divisions covering the entire forest areas. Yeah. So the soil-based soil profiling can be done, and soil test-based management practices can be prescribed. That will be more effective in bringing green cover, and also we have soil test laboratories in both these research stations, and we have to strengthen it. I mean, it's our role is very limited. We have to strengthen this, and also establishing as it is told in the Forest Working Plan 2023, just to analyze what are the changes that forest or the degradation that is happening in the forest area because of the climate change. So we need to have research plots to study this over a period of time. That's something that we thought of telling to the forum here. And with this, I conclude. Thank you, ma'am, and open to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the insightful presentation here. Moving on to the virtually joining with us, the next speaker is Srimati Tejaswini Pusuluri, is an Indian Forest Service officer of 2018 batch from Ahmed Kader and an engineering graduate in electronics and communication. Ma'am, have you joined the session?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes. She has served in various capacities as ACF Wildlife and Ecotourism, DCF Wildlife and Ecotourism. Currently, she is holding a position as a Deputy Conservator of Forest Research in Goa Forest Department. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you for the brief introduction. Good afternoon to all the, good afternoon to the chair, co-chair present there, and all the senior officers present there, and the members of reputed scientific organizations, and representatives of the wood and timber mill, wood and timber-based industries. First of all, I'm extremely privileged to be part of this forum where under one roof, different members from the academia, forest departments, and the industries are able to deliberate on this topic of forestry research so far. So, Goa being a small state, but it's very rich in the forest cover. The green cover of Goa is around 67%. And over the years, Goa Forest Department has been taking efforts in conserving the forest cover, and the research and utilization wing of the Goa Forest Department is working in terms of there are around 82 research plots in Goa where the growth and other things of the trees are being measured over the period. And we also have an arboretum at Salpal where we have some 70 tree plots. This is majorly, this acts as an area where awareness and sensitization programs are also taken up.
Tejaswini, just a minute. Do you have a presentation or?
Sir, no, I do not have presentation.
Okay, fine. Yeah, carry on. Okay.
Thank you, sir. We have developed Orchidarium Fernarium, wherein the indigenous orchids and ferns are collected, and they are being showcased in the Orchidarium and Fernarium in the Arboretum. We have also developed medicinal gardens for carrying out awareness and sensitization programs. Goa Forest Training School has been upgraded as Goa Forest Research and Training Institute in the year 2020. So through this institute, we are trying to take up some research activities. We are still in a nascent stage when compared to all the other states in carrying out the research in terms of forestry. We are in the state of upgradation. We are setting our laboratories, and through various reputed research institutes, we are carrying out research projects. Like in collaboration with IWST, we have established a bamboo system in our arboretum. Likewise, with different agencies, we are working and carrying out research projects. In forestry, we haven't really carried out some important projects which are being quoted, but we would look forward to the agency so that they will help us in developing certain like standard nursery techniques, and we would also seek the help of the institutes in identifying the candidate plus trees, in establishment of seedling orchards, and we would also request the institutes to help us in production of clones, especially which are suited for agroforestry. Since last 2 years, we have been carrying out research projects in the areas of mangroves and in the field of medicinal plants. I would request the forum to help us in identification and survey of medicinal plants present in the state of Goa also, so that would help us in conservation of the critically endangered and endangered species. So and the research and utilization division also has nurseries where we develop our own good quality seedlings. We have around 4 nurseries where annually we we produce 4 lakh seedlings, good quality seedlings for afforestation programs. So basically, these are the major activities being carried out by the research wing of Goa Forest Department. We are still in a nascent stage, and this forum actually is an eye-opener for us to where we can collaborate with different institutes in development of various, in standardization of various techniques, in development of good quality clones and other products for sustainable forestry management. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tejaswini.
Ma'am.
Yeah, Tejaswini. So yes, you are looking for standardization of nursery techniques also, is it?
Yes, ma'am.
Any specific species that you would like to mention?
Ma'am, so in Goa right now we are mostly taking up plantation of indigenous species. So wherein we mostly focus on the indigenous fruit-bearing species, and so the species which are mostly grown in Goa are the Terminalia species and jackfruit, mango, amla, garcinica, indica. Around 10 species are mostly grown, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your great knowledge and highlighting the need of research and collaboration in the field of standard nursery techniques, seedling good quality clones, seedlings of orchids, etc. The next speaker of the day, moving on to the next speaker, is Shri Ajay Mishra, who belongs to the 1986 batch of Indian Forest Service. He served Government of Karnataka for almost 36 years in various capacities from DCF to PCCF. He superannuated as PCCF and Chief Wildlife Warden, Karnataka. After his retirement, he established and is a president of Institution of Agroforestry Farmers and Technologists, which is registered non-profitable social organization under the Karnataka Societies Registration Act 1960, which is founded by a group of committed, retired, experienced senior forest officers and other allied professionals and farmers to fulfill the broader aspect of the vision and mission statement. May I welcome speak, sir.
Thank you, madam. So I also congratulate to IWST, IFGTB, and all the state forest departments, different stakeholders for whom this conference has been organized. I will be flagging some issues actually. We are talking about the forest research. I also was a part of that. I was worked as a Northern Zone silviculturist. I was a business development and then MD in the KFDC also. I saw both the sides of this, how we can make our research more visible actually and more people oriented. So few of the things which I would like to tell actually about this thing is for sustainable forest management. One of the goals what we see, but it is basically a sustainable natural resource management, because the forest we have only 20% of the area. Outside we have 20% area. If you take the tree cover, we'll add another 4%. So 24, still more than 75% area is outside. And what we talk about the forest today, forest management also, when the things are taken outside, they are very different. We talk about the silviculture of forest species inside the forest, like we have spoken about teak. But when we speak about the teak silviculture outside, and then with the different management practices, what the farmers are doing it is very, very different actually. So we need to understand that we talk about the silviculture outside the forest, how it should happen. Silviculture of the agroforestry systems, how it should happen. So a few of the species actually, and I will be talking more about the actually this our session covers some of the objective, but it will be this thing will be extending to some other sessions also, because as a farmer for the what the agroforestry, what the farmers are required and what the industry requires, I will be covering those things. First thing about the sandalwood species, that is very, very important. So Shiv Kumar has said that something about the spike disease is being done. The good news actually, let us hope something will come. Actually, what has happened in Karnataka, the rules have been relaxed. Government's sandal policy has come, and to a large extent, farmers have taken up cultivation of the sandal. Just think about it. Actually, we had this problem. I believe in the late 80s when we came here, we had this problem. A large scale of the sandal trees were killed because of this disease. And this institute also, actually, this was the Bangalore Forest Laboratory, sometime in 38 when it was established next to the ICFRE in 1906 and given to the central government in 1956. One of its focus area was this spike disease issues also only. But some of the things, some progress was made. They said the antibiotics, some tetracycline for the remission, but nothing has happened at the field level practically. And this disease continued. But farmers were not the part of that problem. Now, since the last 20 years, they have taken up. So one of the important thing is my request also that what do you say it is amino mycoplasma-like organism, whatever it may be, it comes from the nursery source. There will be many, many schools of thought about it. But please identify the vector which causes this thing and see that at the earliest we should have something about it. And we talk about now we are having Santalum album. It is better than other species which are there in the world around. But we have not seen the other species, how they fare in our country. So one of the things is this Santalum spicatum and lanceolatum, which is grown in Australia. Let us see actually, they say that Sentinel and this alpha and beta both are less there. Fine. But let us see how it fares here. So one of the thing, let us know about that. And then the very important thing is that when the farmers are growing in sandal, variability is very, very much. You know that when I was in Dharwad, at that time we were getting the sandalwood, we were getting the sandal from the Bijapur area. It was about 75, 80, 85 centimeter in girth. And you will believe that not even a small, means when 25 paisa coin also, heartwood was there. It is as good as a firewood. So farmers, when they have taken across the country actually, now today, not in the Karnataka, even Gujarat they are growing, Maharashtra they are growing, outside the natural range in many states they are growing, in Karnataka also they are growing. Please, like what we have with the forestry species, we have the yield table. We know the clones. Let us know the which are the clones which are in different agroclimatic area suitable, and tell the farmer this is only which can produce you some hardwood, and then this will be the yield. So let us prepare some yield table for this thing for different agroclimatic area, and tell the farmers before they burn their hand. After 15 years, now normally they say 20 years, and in the cultivated land up to 25, 30 years, this will be the rotation actually. And Karnataka, the research wing also has given some models that how it can be managed right from 18 years. Gradually they will be taking out 10%, 20% stock, and then by 25 or 25th year, removing everything. But let us have the clones which are suitable to different area. Number one, let us have both the clonal seed orchards and the seedling seed orchards on our own, because we are getting the seed from the other places. We do not know the suitability. And the other thing is, what will be the yield actually? So let us develop some regression equations to predict about these things. Then only we can confidently say the farmers what it can happen. So this is very important thing actually. The other thing is about red sanders. Farmers have taken up cultivation of red sanders in a very big way. I had been to Raichur actually for some time back. In one of the range, Mulki, they have taken up this cultivation. I was surprised. About 7 to 8 years old, was having about 25 centimeter girth. Somewhere it was more than that, but growing more than 7 to 8 centimeter. See, red sanders, farmers are growing. Many issues are there. We need to address it. First thing that it is also having the heartwood. That heartwood, we should know how it grows in different area and different agroclimatic zone. People grow it and then they find something is not very good also. So a rotation period also. And then what is the, because it is basically, it is listed in the CITES Appendix 2, you just cannot sell it. Its main market is outside only. They'll adopt the quota on non-detrimental species. We do not know how much quota they are going to get, how the farmer will be benefited. So we need to address that administrative and management issues one side. The other side is, once again, that we have to identify in a different agroclimatic area, what is going to happen. In Karnataka, in one of the research, this Nalla plot near the Bangalore only, Tirupati clone was planted. They have brought it some time back, and then before it was started branching. And means once it branches, you know, the quality of the heartwood will go down. But we do not know which is the better. So please identify the clones and see that farmers should go grow proper clones. And the important issues, see, fast-growing species, some of them we will be talking about here. One is Casuarina. I had been to IFGTB when Dr. Mohit Gera was there at that time. Extensive discussion we had with them at that time. And they said that Casuarina actually this Junginiana and Exquisitifolia, they have developed the hybrids 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then they said 4 and 5 will be good actually. And for Tamil Nadu in many areas, they said that you are getting more than 100 tons per hectare, and it can go up to 200 also. So what the pulp industry, I think in this conference, the paper and pulp industries have not been invited. But I saw the list. But in the paper industry, pulp industry, it is one of the important timber actually. And in Karnataka, presently, what we are supplying to them and what they are getting is Acacia auriculiformis, mainly they are getting it. Other than that, Eucalyptus also they get it. But Casuarina has not been extensively grown. We just want to flag one issue that Karnataka Forest Department also, they can just think about these hybrids, these Casuarina hybrids, how they are going to fare. In Tamil Nadu, it is coming up very well. So let us see that in that joining area, at least in the Chikballapur, Kolar, and other areas where the soil is red, more or less agroclimatic conditions are also same. How it will fare, let us see, and then we can tell the farmers, you can also grow it. That is a very important thing. And you, as we know that it is having the nitrogen fixing root nodules also, Frankia. That. So it enriches the soil And rotation, we were told about 4 to 5 years. And spacing is number of plants can vary from 4,000 to 10,000. So enormous potential. But let us see that how it fares here. And this is one of the important issues. The other thing is the bamboo. See, bamboo having both the side. One is about the growing bamboo, the other thing the utilization. Any one of the thing when we talk about outside the forest in Karnataka, we have basically bambusa bamboos, Dendrochuma strictus, and Oxygenantha monostigma in the forest areas. But outside that, Oxygenantha, this pseudo Oxygenantha stocksi, what we say Dendrochuma stocksi, now it is being extensively cultivated. And in the recent past about 10 years, we are having good about the bambusa balku and bambusa tulda from the northeast area. See, these plants have come. Many of the farmers have grown. But now farmers are growing basically for the livelihood. That is the main thing. At the same time, when we talk about the climate issues, we talk about environmental issues, ecological issues, agroforestry helps very much. But for the farmer, the income has to have to be there. So one of the very important thing, what we want in different agroclimatic area in the Karnataka, which species of the bamboo is more suitable. I remember about 10 or 12 years back when Ashutosh was here, he has, Dr. Ashutosh, I think he has left since then. He has taken up some trials in Shimoga area, and then a lot of bamboo species have been planted there. I do not know subsequently what has happened. I'm talking about from the visibility point of view. I am not aware of that. Department also might have taken up a lot of these things, but ultimately what has happened, we want to know. Then you please tell that in this agroclimatic area, this bamboo will come up well. Otherwise, if you grow something which is not suitable in that area, what will happen? Farmer will burn its hand. So we want that. Number one thing is that at the first place, let us identify the proper species. These northeast bamboos have that advantage. That advantage, we do not have species there. So that has to happen. That is number one thing. And for the IWST also has taken up a lot of things for the laminated bamboo lumber and this bamboo strand lumber. Actually, bamboo is one of the most versatile species. And today what we have, this engineered wood, what we talk about the laminate and the composites, research has been done. And perhaps everything can be used for plywood and panel industry in some way or other. Even the agriculture residues, bagasse and other things also being used. So when we are using the bamboo, so we must know that what type of bamboo we know we want to grow, and then what the farmer will be getting it. And these two, what we say engineer wood prepared from the bamboo have a lot of things we can make it, right from the plywood, laminates, block boards, floorings, corrugated roofing sheets, modular products, many things veneers, everything can be made out of them. So they can take this thing forward, see that what can be the other part of this, and so that we can have many species which the farmers can grow economically, other than the benefits what they are getting it. In this context, I would also like to tell you this Karnataka, there was a study the IMPRI has taken up, and about 13.7 billion cubic meter, they said the biomass availability. It includes timber, firewood, and all the biomass actually. And out of that, the utilization was about 12.6 billion cubic meter, and about 1 million cubic meter was surplus. Out of that, they said that for the timber, for the firewood, for the plywood, what can be the proportion? Now the thing is, when we have this much of biomass, see, when I was the MD in the Forest Corporation, we were paying about 5,000 rupees per ton for the pulpwood, what is selling to Dandeli paper mills. And that was going on from the last about 6-7 years. And I believe today also, the rate has not gone more than 6,000 to 7,000 rupees for the farmers in that in the field. If they supply to the factory, they may get about 8,000 to 10,000 rupees. So the important thing is when we are promoting something, the market has to be there. The industry has to be there. And the industry is supported, both the technology also and from the administrative, our permissions and licenses. Then only farmer can grow it and they can economically get benefit. So what we found that 2016 Government of India notification is there. where this wood availability studies are done. And based on that, there's a committee who takes the decision to give the licenses. The problem is actually, you see, it is a serious problem. There is no methodology prescribed that how you have to do it. And in different part of country, when I spoke to my flashmate Arun Singh Rawat when he was at DG, and we said, whether you have any methodology to do it, they said, no, the state concern can take up this studies and they do it. I believe IWST also have done it. But then what we found that in many places, the committee has not accepted the report.
Sir.
So we found that there should be a methodology, you please work it out so that we can do it. Another important thing about the exotics, what the Ashwini has said, see in Karnataka, this Terminalia ivorensis, what we say black FR, has been grown and it has having some other species also. Then Khaya, in Khaya we have 3 species, Grandiflora, Antithotica. This Antithotica, actually Khaya Antithotica, what we say, it is a African mahogany. It is very good and it has grown very well. So another important species about this thing is what we say Chlorophlora excelsa, what we say African teak. They have grown well, they have given good result. Please get the properties, physical and mechanical properties tested. And a lot of farmers actually, they already have grown. They should also know the good market for that. So there's an important thing for the exotics can be taken up in that way. And then other than that, if the plywood and panel industry, these weeds like lantana, we have a lot of issues, whether that can be used as one of the raw material for something, that will be very good. Because a lot of this thing is available where we do not have the market for that. So if the market is there, then the people will start utilizing, and to that extent, we have taken up many other measures to control the weeds. See, when these bamboos started flowering at that time, we felt that there will be ecological succession and bamboo will overtop that these high light demander weeds and everything will be killed. And perhaps we will be having good forest and good bamboo generation. Unfortunately, that did not happen everywhere. So there is a need for the getting ecological succession for this weeds problem. Other than that, the bio and the mechanical and chemical things what we are talking about, but there has to have some solution for that. That will be in the forest area. It will be good for the wildlife, good for the forest and good for the people as well. So these were some of these important issues. We just wanted to flag it. Then the last point I would like to make about the eucalyptus. See, eucalyptus, different states have, I have found eucalyptus one of the most useful species actually. And the species which have served us when our population exploded. We did not have the natural resources, the type of demand we had. It has supported then the activists and some other people, whatever the objective they had, they started branding it that this problem, that problem. I believe we had a conference also about 5-6 years back when I was the MD in KFDC. We attended that and there is nothing like that. We must inform the public correctly actually that what is the right thing. You want something in 4 years, something in 5 years, you will have same type of nutrients, whether it is water or it is other thing, it is required. It is not extracting or taking something which is not there, which is other species are not doing. Actually, one of the most efficient species. So there are a lot of clones are there. And today, you have a few days back, you have seen that the Prime Minister has released some of the high yield, climate resistant, biofortified species, 109 species from the ICFRE different crops. See, same thing we can also have. The Indian Council of Agriculture Research, when they can do it, the forestry research also can do that. Today, we need those type of crops in all these species, whether it is a Hepeu, Milia dubia, or some of the species which we are discussing about. So we need to focus and see that we should get environmental stability, ecological balance, and the central government of India's one of the most important objective to income to double the income of farmers. So that can happen with agroforestry. If we bring all these things, put the research and good quality material, of course, but the time is less. I will stop here and hope that such conference will happen more often and stakeholders, especially which are not heard, basically from the industry or the farmers' point of view, we should get some balance with them and benefit them. So thank you very much, Chair and Co-Chair both of you.
Thank you, sir. Your speech have paved the way to understand the strategies of converging technologies. May I invest the next speaker here is a distinguished scientist, founder, and a green growth leader with over 3 decades of experience in agro-ecosystem research, development, and outreach. His walk the talk work spans diverse landscape across the globe. With a multidisciplinary background in agriculture, forestry, environmental sciences, and the like, Dr. Biradar has held leadership positions across international organizations. As a scientific advisor and board member for prestigious bodies, he campaigns regenerate landscape and livelihood green economy growth towards achieving One Health and Net Zero. May I invite Mr. Chandrasekhar Biradar to address the gathering and share his views. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. And good afternoon, everyone. I know the time is very limited. I think asked to speak only 10 minutes. I'll try to otherwise I would have very long slides, but I know the 10 minutes is very limited. And first of all, thanks to our dynamic, new and young director IWST and ICFRE by bringing all the very innovative minds in the forest sector to discuss about the way forward of forest research. I think it is one of the very important topic at the current juncture. So that when I was the COP26, Prime Ministers bought that lifestyle for environment. Actually, I wish that LIFE, it's a lifestyle for forest and environment. That makes a much better sense on that one. And we're looking into the huge sectors growth happening that one. And I would like to see the forest trees are the solution to everything we do it, whether food, environment, climate change, and climate regulations, and health, and One Health of the planet. I think this is where the green economic transitions is really needed. Whatever industries, whether it is from the steel industry to the small pin industries, that is the interactions going to happen with the land we allocated for that industry to perform. So this is where the genesis of the agroforestry, and that's where our even cradle of the food systems is started with agroforestry, and we shouldn't forget that one. India is known for the cradle of the agroforestry and tree-based systems since ages. We can go back to the history, the culprit, the Kamadin to that one. That's where the real, the intrinsic knowledge. So we always struggling at the moment with the climate extreme events. It's very clear that 4% of the green cover, forest cover, perennial vegetations, regenerative agriculture, agroforestry can cut down 1 degree temperature. We're struggling about 1.5 to 2 degree temperature. I think just you need 8% green cover. That is our NDC target, right? So in order to do that one, there's several ways to do it. Nearly globally, about 280 million hectares of the degraded areas in the tropics is meant to grow the forest, and that is huge potential as well. In India itself, I'm looking into the satellite-based assessment of the tree deficit landscape. We look into all the man-made landscape, especially agriculture. 89% of the agricultural landscape tree deficits. Basically, no trees on that. So they're just growing the trees on the rows of the tree. Rows of tree around the fog burns increase the 18% green cover. We just reach the 10% of that one. We are going to reach up the 8% of our 33 target. So this is one of the role of the forest is not just about the green economic transition, regulating the climate and rainmakers. Everyone know that on how the forest play the vital role in the rainmaking because of the cloud nuclei it brings and the circulation atmospheric boundary conditions. I think that's what we require to bring that into the man-made landscape, especially degraded areas, so that you can restore the landscape, carbon sequestration in the soil, as well as rejuvenation of the waters. So other important aspect we are not really giving emphasis being coming from the forestry improvement genetic resources. And we invested a lot of it. I was reviewing the ASARP and the agroforestry, and we have been last nearly 30 to 40 years investing a lot on that, only exotic species. While when we're doing the forest cover assessment in India and mapping the forest communities and genetic diversities, nearly 3,000 economically viable species, we are not given importance to that one. So bring the genetic resources back into the man-made landscape, that's going to enrich the biodiversity as well as the climate change. So other things is very, very interesting to know that one nearly now at the moment, the health is become the biggest vital forces we need to address. 40 crore people in India is diabetic. It's called the diabetic capital of the world. and nearly half of the populations is one other chronic diseases. So this is one of the key things to be addressed. Food is coming from a naturally regenerative processes where the tree play the vital role. Horticulture, agroforestry, forestry related aspect. So tree, where at the moment you're looking at a lot of our wood requirement coming from the agroforestry outside the forest. That's very true. And tree means not just the timber. There is so many ways to do that one. There's one of the intrinsic value coming into food forest. How to enrich our food value chains and medicinal and aromatic, as well as the other essential oils coming from the wood, including the green energy and biofertilizers coming from that one. I think there's a huge market sitting on that one. Even you're not able to export our food because of the too much of the residue level. So the shifting to agroforestry, you can cut down that. There's going to be the huge potential for the green economic transitions. And again, we talk about the too much of technologies, and India is one of the most advanced in terms of the digital intervention into the going to the even smallholder farmers level to the even vendors. I think agroforestry AI going to make a big change. I think need to work on that as well. And other thing is like all the generic models to the come to science specific model, taking the research to the lab and need to do into the what called right tree for the right place for the right purposes. I think this become very vital forces. Because of whenever they say that sandal is very good, started growing the sandal everywhere without looking to the land requirement and the biological condition of the trees. I think we need to the eco-niche model for each species is very required, where the Navaratnas, what you call in the ICFRE, I think they have to pay the focus on that. And we need to adopt the same model of what we did in the ICR. ICR and ICFRE is putting the two strains together, and ICFRE more than 3,000 institutions plus around more than 18 international working with them. That's how the green revolution happened. So, but look into the other ICFRE side, we are only 9 institutions and not much of international collaboration. I think it's a huge opportunity for that. Look into the national funding. After the defense and DST, and the third is the highest go to ICR, there's the field crop research. How much is going to the forest research? That is need to be addressed as well. Looking at the biodiversity and the environmental the planning, we are planning to do that one. And often when it comes to one or more of our tree planting activities, always focus the monocropping and planting some trees and forgetting them. But without looking into the monitoring those aspects, we have to bring the very strong mechanism that the result-based management. Also, not just to plant the trees, plant the biodiversity park. So that we're proposing that one, to creating the biodiversity park every villages, how to do that one, and then increase the funding sources. I think these are the critical way forward looking that one. What are the enabling factors in order to achieve our NDC target in terms of both carbon sequestration as well as green cover? I know the time is very limited, and just highlighting about 10 points, what we need to do, the really taking the regional research conference as a way forward declarations to do that, a forest research so far and the way forward. So far, I think many speakers have spoken about that one. What is the real way forward for us? How to make the forest is a real economic transitions, economic green growth engine for the India, what you call about a $5 trillion economy. We're heading towards most of the developmental phase is going very rapidly. That's true. We need economic development, but what is the shock absorber? What is the offset of the green emission coming from the development? I think the forest is going to play the vital role. So here is the 10 points I'm addressing here is that one. And of course, we need to move toward the cutting edge innovations. A lot of technologies coming that on. The other way discussing about like a lot of this, the dot and real time, the spectroscopy, isotope analysis for the tracing to make the NTPS really working. One transit, one permit, one SN, one permit that will work, and how to avoid that duplications coming from the forest as well as the agriculture agroforestry systems. And scalable research. We are very good at doing a lot of research, but not a scalable research. We do something and leave it there, but we're not looking at the economic transition of those models. We need to make any research, make a mandatory that do that research should be scalable, not just writing a paper, a scientific paper, they have to address that one. And especially then the political will. We can always blame that politician bad, but until we have to educate them what is the right things to do it, and political will and the strong commitment for the long-term research, it is very, very important, the political side. And adequate funding. This is one of the biggest things we are facing. Despite us sitting in the green gold, and we are struggling, the forest is struggling too much in the funding. So this is where the sustained and increased funding and to ensure there are so many ways to do it. We can discuss in the more time on that. Again, coming to the multi-stakeholder engagement and collaborations for the the collective actions is very, very important. This is where the infusion of the cutting edge research into everything we do that need to be addressed, breaking the silos. We often think that a tree planting and forest is only the forest department work. No, it's not necessary. It is every person's responsibility because of everyone would like to eat a good food, healthy food, and drink the fresh water and breathe the fresh air and live in the five Panchabhutas. I think the forest play the vital role. Every citizen responsibilities and everyone should take the collective action for that. This is where the break the silos, whether the agriculture department, horticulture department, forestry department, the ministries and ITs, I think they have to come together as they break the silos so that you can create a very harmonic the environment where you leave it for the next generations. And land availability, one of the biggest things about this one, like you thought about that when I'm looking into the amount of the land locked for the investment. Take it to the example of spiritual lands, whether it's a work board, whether temple properties, or church properties, or the industrial, the estate properties, or rich people acquiring a lot of land, left alone and put the boundaries, nothing's growing there. Can you bring the policy something that grows something until that value when you want to sell it? Why not leaving that land is available? So this accounts nearly 22 to 23% of the land just is locked land. We're not doing anything on that. So that you left the nature to take over, at least that can be taken care. People are afraid of that when the forest grow there are not able to cut them so that they not let the forest grow in their properties. I think this is one of the biggest issue. We are not able to restore the landscape. And the green economic transition, we talk a lot about that, and we need to address the trade policies and the license rods. I need to cut down that. I take example of the recently struggle with one of the relatives selling the sandalwood and taken all the permissions, everything done that one. Still they struggle within the state. Forget about the interstate. Within the state, they have to go so many the blockages, 6 months just the permissions, and still we not any. The transfer is how much the farmers get it back there, what they're selling. I think these are the real road blockages in the forest research way forward. Until you relax these policies, make a growing a trees profitable in the farmer's land, and then only we can increase the green cover. And also not just limit to the industrial woods, we have to bring it to the non-timber forest produces, spices, condiments, fruits, and energies. I think there really the trees stand more than 20, 30 years so that you can increase the forest cover. Otherwise, I take an example of UP. We're planting so much of the industrial wood for pulp and paper wood, where amount of the planting cutting the equal. So never able to increase the more than 2% forest cover that. So turn that into time is over now? Okay, perfect. And my last point is about the climate change integrations. I think this is where you need to do in the systematic way. Every level of the tree cover is going to address the climate change. Thank you very much. Correct? So what am I saying that? Okay. I'm the leading early. No, that's very. I bought that one, the point specifically when I'm addressing that one, that not only plant the industrial wood, we need to bring the also long-term duration timber, so that at least like a teak or rosewood, sir, talking about the PCC.
Later on, I want to speak 10 minutes. At that time, I will take about these issues. I'm Dr. Santosh Patil. Myself, I will introduce. I did my MSc PhD in sericulture in Bangalore only. Okay. I worked for a French Institute of Pondicherry for 7 years. Right from Kanyakumari to Goa, I worked on the Western Ghats FFPM project. And in that, you might have known about the update of the vegetation map 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 7 series of maps produced by French Institute of Pondicherry. All the DFO offices, they are having it right now for the working plan purpose. That time I worked for that. I know about the Western Ghat, and I'm a basically farmer son. I am a botanist. I am a scientist. I am a stakeholder. I'm a farmer, and all this thing I have seen it. I work for Agroforestry for 3 states, Karnataka, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu. It is published by French Institute of Pondicherry in 2005. It's called Maram. Maram means these 3 states, it's a tree. And it is encountered 269 species. in around 600 farmers we visited. It's published by French Institute of Pondicherry. It's available. Only thing is, a wrong thing is happened. Only worked in Internet Explorer 2007 lower grade only. Otherwise, it's saleable, it's useful, and 90 endemic species are recorded in farm. I'm sorry. We can protect our endemic species, and also I have defined two things. One, forest 56 classification, right from wasteland to the tropical wet. What forest you stand on that? Any one of these 56, it all. There are 10 agroforestry system. It is defined in that.
Sir, I think you answered the response to that questions as well. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the information that you have provided, Mr. Patil, I think. No?
Okay.
You are good?
As Dr. Santosh Patil from West Coast Paper Mill, Dandeli.
So much. Now we are running out of time.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we can certainly discuss outside.
Definitely.
Thank you so much.
I thank Biradar sir for leaving an indelible mark in the field of forest research. Next speaker is, may I invite DCF Sri Sunil Kumar, who is in charge of research wing from Kerala. Sir, Orioni. Yes. Okay. DCF Kerala. Sunil Kumar sir, are you online there? Sir, kindly unmute. Yes, to unmute. Sir, kindly unmute, sir. Sunil Kumar sir, can you please unmute from your end? Yeah. Manjuna.
From the chat box will be yeah.
Sir, would you please speak so that we affirm your voice is audible or not?
We go to the next.
Sunil Kumar sir. Sunil Kumar sir, I think there is an issue with the audio from your end. Meanwhile, you go rectify it. We'll go to the next speaker. After Shiv Kumar sir presentation, we'll get back to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. We are almost half an hour late now. So I will try to wind up the presentation from IWST side, maybe in 5 to 7 minutes, because I'm having 30 plus slides. I thought many of you may not be speaking much, so I have made 30 slides. So, okay.
Yeah, yes, madam. I am.
Like, you ask Yashoda to load. Yashoda. GCR IFGTB, Dr. Yashoda, are you there?
Yes, I am available.
Yes, madam. Then you can share your presentation and make a presentation. After you, maybe I will do my presentation.
Okay, okay, thank you. Share our presentation. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Our respected chair and co-chair. I will try. Kindly allow us to share the presentation. Yeah. Am I audible and our slides are visible?
Yes, yes, yeah. Your slides are visible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ganesh, give me that. Yeah. Like I will quickly present the research activities conducted by IFGTB as well as the way forward. Like the institute's jurisdiction is Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and the union territories of Andaman Nicobar, Lakshadweep, and Puducherry. And the core competence of the institute is to evolve trait-specific trees with increased biomass production through the conventional breeding strategies as well as biotechnological methods and use precision silviculture practices. Based on these mandate, IFGTB so far released about 38 clones of Casuarina, eucalyptus, and Calophyllum enophyllum. In the case of Casuarina and eucalyptus, we have the hybrid clones also released, and these have the high patronage among the farmers as well as the paper industries. And IFGTB is the recognized dust center under PPFRA for the Casuarina ecosetifolia, Casuarina jinguniana, likewise eucalyptus, two different species, Melia dubia and Tectona grandis. And we are awaiting for the notification for Ailanthus excelsa. For these tree species, IFGTB is the only recognized dust center. Any improved varieties developed will be registered through this center. And IFGTB itself has registered 6 varieties of Casuarina and 1 eucalyptus variety under PPVFRA protection. And because we have got the protection, we are able to license out these varieties to the large nursery producers as well as the paper mills. And these are the 8 different agencies we have already given the license. These are non-exclusive. As and when the new nurserymen or the industry comes in, we are able to give the licensing. And already our eucalyptus and Casuarina clones are cultivated in several lakhs of hectares. And other than the pulpwood purpose, we also released some of the clones of Casuarina as a windbreak. Mostly the agriculture crops like banana are getting affected by the heavy winds, and these clones become the shield, and it enhances the productivity of those agricultural crops. Not only banana, many other horticultural crops are also getting benefited. And like under the AACRP programs, we work on Sandalwood improvement, the NPCs from IFGTB. Likewise, teak also. In the case of teak, we multiply the improved material of teak through tissue culture. Apart from that, we also do DNA level research for different purposes like quick enhancement of specific traits as well as timber tracking. Like that, wherever DNA application is possible, we are trying to introduce that in teak. Likewise, in tamarind also, we have identified 50 different clones with different fruiting characters and pulp traits. This is an AACRP project. Red sanders, again, we work on different aspects like provenance trials and biotechnological tools like taking from the chromosome number onwards. We have to give a lot of new scientific inputs for red sanders. This project is funded by National Biodiversity Authority as well as AACRP. For the timber tracking purpose, we are in the process of identifying the barcodes. And Calophyllum is one of the oil yielding tree species. Here IFGTB has already released 6 different varieties, and we are popularizing these clones among the farmers.
Likewise, in Kadamba as well as Melia, tree improvement work is on. And recently, like last week, we have conducted a national level workshop on behalf of ICFRE, and 18 different species, species-specific breeding plans are devised now. And 4 species, teak, sandal, cashew, and eucalyptus, IFGTB will be the nodal agency. Likewise, different species like Ailanthus, Pongamia, Thespecia, Mitragina, Svetinia, we are at the pre-breeding stage where assemblage of provenances are happening. Soon these species also, we should be able to bring out the improved clones. Under again the Campa funded program, National Program for Conservation and Development of FGRs, here IFGTB being a nodal center for southern part of the country, we work on around 200 species. IFGTB works specifically on 75 different species. Here we are encompassing the documentation of the distribution pattern of the species to the molecular level research inputs are on. And we also develop the field gene bank for these species so that in future any tree improvement program should be able to start with this germplasm assemblage. And under the mangroves again, different state, Tamil Nadu State Forest Department projects, we work on different aspects on regeneration of mangrove areas. In the again Campa funded project, we are working on invasive alien species like prosopis and other species. This project specifically on lantana involves the different state forest departments, different institutions of MOF as well as ICFR institutes. This is recently started one. Here again we are trying to go ahead with the mapping, monitoring as well as the control measures for lantana. And different aspects of tree improvement, including the nursery, planting stock quality information, all those things should reach out to the end users. So to easy access to the farmers as well as the industry members, we developed a mobile app called Tree Genie app. Here we also integrate different other maps like yield calculation, all those things into this so that farmers can directly benefit. And regularly we meet the farmers and update on this app and how it should be used and how beneficial is it like that. And particularly through the tree growers mala, which IFGTB regularly conducts since 2019. So far we have approached more than 4,000 farmers, and we are trying to extend the technologies and the improved varieties developed by IFGTB. Coming to the priorities for the next decade, like we need to increase the improved tree cover to secure the industrial demand, particularly for the pulpwood as well as plywood. And our research also emphasized to end-use specific and climate resilient selections. Mainly, the planters are looking for drought-tolerant varieties, so we are taking this into account. And we also go for next generation silviculture techniques like agroforestry is talked a lot. So to suit to the improved varieties to the agroforestry situation, definitely we need enhanced silviculture methods. Those practices the institute is interested in. And breeding and conservation of high value species like teak, red sandals, rosewood, sandal, all those things we are interested through the ICFRE funds as well as the different external agencies, so that we should be able to protect the germplasm through the PPFRA mode. And then of course we give a lot of importance towards the conservation and management of forest genetic resources. This becomes the basis for our breeding in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yashoda ma'am here. Sunil Kumar sir, are you?
Yes, I am okay.
Okay.
Allow me to share the presentation. I will finish with the 5 or 6 slides.
Slides. Yashoda ma'am, can you stop sharing your slides, please? We understand the patience of all the delegates who have joined for this session. We thank you all for giving your wonderful time to be with us today. It's Kerala.
Good afternoon, the chair, dignitaries, and participants. Is it audible? Yes. Madam, is it audible?
Yes, it is audible.
Okay, sir. With the permission of my PCCF and HOF who is available there in the venue, I am proceeding with my presentation. I will limit the presentation with 5 or 6 slides. At Forest headquarters, we have an additional PCCF looking after working plan and research, coordinates the research activities. We have 2 divisions. One is Research North Division at Thrissur in Central Kerala, and South we have another division at Trivandrum. Basically, Keynote Warden gives the permit for conducting research. Around 150 to 200 applications comes to Keynote Warden. In addition to that, we have a separate fund called Kerala Forest Development Fund, which is available with the additional PCCF finance, budget, and audit. Sir is looking after the projects which is coming under this KFDF fund. About 40% of this fund is available for research. That is the position in headquarters. With the guidance of PCCF and HOF, the PCCF working plan coordinates the research work with the research institutions. At headquarters, the research subjects are also finalized yearly and communicating with the research institutions. We have prestigious research institutes like FRA, IFGTB, EBGRA, etc. We have done recently work for compiling all the research activities done during last 30 years and prepared a compendium. It is the recent work. Basically, we have classified these broadly classified the research subjects into 12 categories like plantation, forest health, inventory and biodiversity, wildlife habitat, etc. And major subjects have been research works have been split into about works, which is shown in the slide. And these research works are mainly connected with the plantation management sector. Most of the works are connected with the teak, since teak is the major species raised in Kerala. Studies on its wood quality, stand dynamics, yield regulation, standardization of nursery techniques, teak defoliators, pollination ecology, etc. are the major works connected with this sector. Research reports are also available on economics of forest plantations, water use of indigenous species as well as exotics, storage practice of seeds, biocontrol methods for disease control in nurseries, evaluation of teak's seed production areas, then wood balance studies, etc. are coming in the sector. Other works also include screening of sandal provenance for spike disease resistance, inventory of flora, fauna, etc., habitat utilization of wild animals, studies on human-animal conflicts, then wetland birds, ecology of shola and grasslands, carbon storage, litter dynamics, vegetation mapping, assessment of NTFP, etc. Recently, the government has issued direction to stop further raising of exotic species plantations and directed to restore into natural forest. So there is a sector for identifying good species for raising as plantation. That is the one work which we found important at this stage. The ongoing research works are mainly connected with eco-restoration, man-animal conflicts, management of invasive species, climate change studies, tree improvement, design forests, and wood balance studies. And the future works, future research works we have identified are basically coming into the category of tree improvement, then wood balance studies there, then screening of indigenous species for raising plantations, as well as to supply the needs for the market. Then conflict is there.
Slides are not the slides are. Next slide, next slide. Please carry on.
Yeah. Basically, screening of indigenous species to raise as plantation, their necessary technologies and package of practices. Then climate studies are important. Human-animal conflict is another subject we have identified. Then, of course, tree improvement is there. These are the major subjects we have identified for future research. Thank you, sir. That's all, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your quick presentation here. We have the last speaker for the day, Shri CM Shivkumar, sir, who is a 2003 IFS of Haryana cadre. Sir is a postgraduate in agriculture and pursuing his doctoral degree.
So
Sir is a group research coordinator of Institute of
I am sorry, I am standing between you and lunch now. So I'll be very quick because already Dr. Yashoda has already made an elaborated presentation. She has made my task very easy, so I'll be very quick. Most of the things you may be already aware, and otherwise most of the earlier speaker who have already articulated on the issues. So that kind of slides I will skip and I will talk wherever I wanted to talk. Like our institute is having a regional mandate of working in Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka and Goa, and especially for wood science and technology, we are having national mandate. So our core competence mainly lies in wood science and technology, engineered wood products, research on sandalwood and skilling. So you have been recognized as a center of excellence in wood science, sandalwood research, coir composites, and recently we got Center of Excellence from Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurs in Skilling Ecosystem. So like this institute mainly works on four key areas, that is solid wood. It is done by wood properties and processing division, and engineering wood products is done by plywood panel product technology division. Forest protection division takes care of protection of forest as well as wood products after once they are added value, and silviculture and forest management division. We are also taking PhD students, and as I was saying, we are also into skilling. We offer diploma courses. Like we are also into standardization on behalf of BAS Bureau of Indian Standard. So far in last 33 years, we have completed about 500 odd projects, and we have developed about 71 technologies. We got about 15 patents. These are some of our important patents. About 6 patents are under process, and we have published roughly about 1,150 publications. So these are the ongoing research projects. Presently, we're having about 65 projects funded by various funding agencies. And when it comes to my talk, like I have divided each slide into like what we have done and what we are supposed to do for the future. Like in that way, I have divided. Especially our institute is known for like sandalwood research. We have done extensive research, but it is just a kind of a drop in a ocean. I will say start because lot of work we need to do, especially in sandalwood. Although we have developed a tissue culture protocol, we have standardized protocol for sandalwood. We have recently come up with a protocol to estimate the heartwood content without felling the tree using ART machine. We have under ACRP project, we have collected germplasm and we are about to go for progeny trials. We have documented prevalent agroforestry models which are practiced by farmers across South India. As I was saying in my vote of thanks speech, like the transmission of phytoplasma through seed has been established very recently in the institute. We have done extensive study, the vectors which are responsible for the transmission of these diseases. Our scientists collected 170 hopper, like which are vectors which carry this disease. We have zeroed down to I think 4 species now. Like we need to target these leaf hoppers in order to reduce the transmission of this disease. But as Ajay Misra sir was rightly saying, when we bring the forest crops into agriculture ecosystem, we don't know how they are going to behave because we don't know like what kind of pest for instance in sandal coffee stem borer is attacking sandalwood. We don't know what kind of agriculture pest is going to feed all these forest crops. We need to take extensive research when it comes to bringing the forestry species into agroecological ecosystem. So a lot of challenges is there, like even Kerala PCF was talking about sandalwood spikes. As I was saying, sandalwood spike is carried by seeds. So we need to stop the transmission of disease at nursery level itself. Either we have to go for tissue culture plants, or if you are doing it through seed, we need to screen at the nursery level itself so that farmers will not suffer because of this disease. So in this direction, we need to promote use of tissue culture plants which are free from sandalwood spike. And we need to develop protocol for quick estimation of oil percentage in wood. Most of the farmers are coming us, is there any way to assess the oil content in the wood? Only thing is now we have to bring the core sample, we have to test it takes 10 days roughly. So that is not the way of calculating, working out the oil content. We need to come up with innovative tools to assess the oil content on the standing trees. We need to develop package of practice for major agroforestry model. And we need to develop quicker and cheaper screening facility, especially to detect the sandalwood spike. Because as Ajay Mishra sir was saying, across the country, lot of not only farmers, now sandalwood is a rich man crop. Most of the real estate owners, doctors, engineers, they come to our institute to take a training. They think that it is a way of investment. So lot of rich people are taking sandalwood crop in a big way. We need to really work very hard to address the major challenges which are associated with sandalwood cultivation. Many pests and diseases are attacking sandalwood. We need to come up with integrated pest and disease management protocol for especially this particular species. Slide transition not happening. Next slide. Yeah, bamboo also the same, like although we have done assemblies of few CPCs, we need to work on various agroforestry models for various bamboo species. We need to work out species specific package of practice for commercial cultivation of bamboo. Many farmers come and they ask package of practice. We don't have ready-made package of practice for most of these species. We are growing bamboo in a more of ad hoc manner with prevalent not understanding what we had in the forest ecosystem. You need to work for agroforestry when we bring bamboo to agroforestry species, we need to have a proper spacing, proper thinning schedule, proper fertilization, everything we need to work out. Not much work has been done so far in bamboo. Red sandress, like as Yashoda has already covered, we are also part of AACRP project. Like Andhra is having a specific, they are asking specific answers from IWST. They are interested only in these two qualities, wavy grain and golden strike red sandress. We don't know whether these traits are heritable or not. We need to assess their heritability, then we think of going for genetic improvement, focusing on these two special traits, because timber which is having these traits fetches the highest price in the international market. So we need to study this thing. There is a lot of funding support is required to do this research. Maybe in the second phase of AACRP's red sanders, we can think of doing it also. In case of rosewood, also like we have collected about 50 candidate trees. Now we are going for progeny trial. Here also we need to see the heartwood content or color of the wood is heritable or not. If they are heritable, then we have to come up with a proper breeding program for this species as well. In neem also we are working as part of AACRP project. Like Karnataka has funded one project for us to study the neem tieback. Dr. Muthukumar is working on this particular issue. In terms of climate change, we are very new to this area, because under AACRP project only 3 years back we have started our work, and just we have established permanent plot in Ansizandeli Tiger Reserve and as well as Kudremukh National Park. Now we are doing only baseline study. A lot needs to be done, especially in climate change in the coming days. Soil also, like under AACRP project, we have done extensive soil sampling in all the forest divisions of Karnataka, Andhra and Goa. Then we need to plan for long-term monitoring of especially soil quality. We survey the management practices which is being adopted by Forest Department. Like this is like now I will be focusing on engineered wood products, what kind of research we have done. Quickly I will glance through these slides. We have developed a fire retardant engineered wood products up to 90 minutes fire retardancy. Recently our scientists have developed a technology up to 120 minutes our products can withstand the fire. So we are also trying to use nanotechnology to enhance the fire retardancy, especially in engineered wood products. We need to work further to enhance the fire retardancy so that fire safety measures are are in place, especially in metros or in multi-storied buildings. Wood modification, our scientists have worked extensively on chemical, thermal modification and oleothermic treatment of wood and wood products, to especially for fast-growing agroforestry species like Melia dubia, popular, eucalyptus. But only thing is now we need to take these technologies to pilot scale, and we have to work out their BC ratio to convince the industrialists to take this technology to take it forward. Regarding standardization, IWST working very actively in association with Bureau of Indian Standards. We have developed more than 25 Bureau of Indian Standards, BSI standards for various engineered wood products. Our scientists are actively working on these CDs constituted by Bureau of Indian Standards. Basically, whatever the research we do for engineering wood product, it goes to standards, depending on the national and international market needs. Then regarding wood identification anatomy, now like AWST is the second largest collection in India, but only thing is we are doing it in a manual way. Now we are thinking of digitalizing and use of AI tools for quick identification of wood species, and we are also making an attempt to use chemotaxonomy and molecular markers for wood identification. Regarding bioadhesives, as many of you may be aware that use of formaldehyde based adhesives causes it will be having carcinogenic effect on human beings. So our scientists are working on using bio-based adhesives, especially soya, then cottonseed, protein, and even glucose and citric acid. Advanced wood processing, recently we have started one project using, mainly we are using microwaves and radio waves to process the wood. So far we have worked on bamboo. We need to work on other species as well in the coming days. wood polymer composites. Our scientists also worked extensively on wood polymer composites. Through this product, we can reduce the use of plastic to the extent of 50 to 70%. But only thing is now these are the challenges which we would like to focus in our future days to take this technology forward. Regarding nanomaterial, like as I was saying, nanotechnology is being used especially for value addition to the fast-growing agroforestry species to enhance their physical, mechanical, and biological properties. So far, we have done that, and this is now the cost of extraction is quite high, especially cellulose nanofiber and cellulose nanocrystal extraction is very costly affair. So we wanted to reduce its cost so that most of the agriculture waste can be used to to extract nano cellulose and nano crystals that will have a great utility in value addition to wood and wood products. We recently have come up with a new product called transparent wood. Any wood can be made as a kind of a translucent or glass kind of material. We have got a patent for this product, but only thing is now we have to focus on commercializing this particular product. Regarding moss timber, yeah, our scientists are working on developing CLT and TLT, especially by using indigenous fast-growing agroforestry species. Now, only thing is we need to take this material for using in multi-storied buildings. Recently, we got a project from Ministry to erect multi-storied building in this campus. Hopefully, in a year or two, we'll have a multi-storied wooden building in this particular campus, because already much of research has been done in Western countries, but like in India, we wanted to do it so that it can bring awareness among the public, and it also encourages the entrepreneur to go for wooden green buildings. And our scientists have worked extensively on using agriculture waste into particle board. Again, we need, but only the problem here is we have not worked on value chain system to make it economically viable so that industrialists come and take this technology. That thing we need to focus. Then invasive species, as Dr. Yashoda was saying, we are also working on lantana, prosopis, and other species. Cassia spectabilis, paper mulberry are some of the important species which you need to focus in the coming days. And I don't want to articulate on this particular slide because most of the earlier speaker have already articulated, so I don't want to talk about these issues. And yeah, these are some of the salient exclusive testing services which we offer to wood-based industries, forest departments, and other stakeholders as well. As I was saying, we are also into capacity building. We are offering diploma courses. Now, only thing is we need to expand this capacity. Yeah, this is in brief about IWST. Thank you. Sorry, I think we are almost exceeded by 1 hour. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful presentation here. I also thank our chair and co-chair for managing time and encouraging the speaker and for smooth conducting of this session. For a quick wrap up, we have concluding remarks from the chair, Ms. Sima Gurkia.
So I think it was a very informative and a very successful session with almost 9 speakers. And the forest departments, I can classify the speakers into, say, forest departments, then the research institutes, and from the farmer side, of course, Ajay Mishra sir was there. So several important points have been flagged, and especially from the farmer side. What Ajay Mishra sir has raised several relevant points. And I think as forest departments, we have the responsibility of tackling a few of them, and the research institutes also. IWST and IFGTB also need to join hands with the forest department and see to it that, the people who actually want to grow the tree species outside the forest areas are facilitated, so that they don't burn their fingers, and it helps the industry also, and ultimately helps in the improvement in the economic situation of the country itself. and we stop importing a lot of timber from outside. So I think it was a wonderful sessions, and I would like to thank ICFRE, especially Dr. Kanchan, then Dr. Rajesh, and also IFGTB for facilitating this whole thing and bringing all the stakeholders on one platform so that we can also discuss several issues. It has opened up a forum where we come to know each other and we understand the strengths of the various institutions also. So thank you very much. I don't want to take a lot of your time because food is waiting and we can smell the food out here. So thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. As a token of gratitude, we would like to present a memento, and I request Sri Rajesh Kalaji, sir, Director IWST, to please present the memento. I also thank our rapporteurs, Mrs. Tressa Hamilton and Mrs. Riatudu, the scientists, for being with us so long. Thank you. Thank you one and all for joining this technical session 1. Enjoy your lunch, and we will see you back at 3 p.m. sharp by 3 p.m. I also thank who has joined virtually. We'll enjoy our lunch. We'll get back by 3 p.m. Thank you. Chair and co-chair, I request, and the speakers who were in the technical session for a group photo, I request the speakers to come at the dais. With the chair and co-chair, rest can go for a lunch. Only the speakers, chair and co-chair, can have a group photo here. On behalf of whom, sir? Oh, it's okay. Technical session? Okay, I'll let you know the schedule, sir.
काफी लोग इसी में डालते हैं।
Yes.
ऐसे क्यों सब मिलके करते ऐसे में क्या करना है सब
Hello? The Indian sandalwood is known world over for its fragrance and benefits. The demand for this royal tree has been significantly increasing, creating a dire need for large-scale production. The Institute of Wood Science and Technology, Bengaluru, has been working on standardizing nursery practices for producing large-scale, healthy planting material for sandalwood. It is important to understand the different stages in this process, that is, flowering, fruiting, seed collection, storage, germination, and raising of good seedlings. This is a typical inflorescence in sandalwood, which includes white flowers and pink and purple flowers. When it comes to fruiting, there will be immature green fruits, partially mature red fruits, and the fully ripened purple fruits which are ready for collection. The best way to collect the ripened fruits is to just shake the tree and pick the fruits. The collected fruits are washed and depulped to get the seeds. Ripened fruits can easily be squeezed and depulped. The seeds are then dried in shade and stored in airtight bags for 2 months. 1 gram of gibberellic acid is mixed with a few drops of alcohol or acetone until the powder dissolves. It is then mixed with 2 liters of water. The seeds are soaked for about 16 hours in the solution, which is the pre-germination treatment. Sandbed is used for germination of sandalwood as it is very important to take care of the delicate roots. The seeds are spread over the sandbed, covered with a layer of sand and watered. It is important to hydrate the seeds rightly, neither too little nor too much. The sandbed is covered with a thin polythene or iron mesh to avoid any possible rodent attacks. After about 25 days, the seeds germinate, and in about a month, the shoots develop to a 2-leaf stage. When the seedlings are at 2 to 4 leaf stage, it's the right time to transplant them to polythene bags. Utmost care is taken while transplanting, as the roots will be fragile and should not be damaged. The seedlings are dipped in water mixed with mild fungicide as soon as they are removed from the sandbed. This reduces the transplanting shock and avoids any infection. Seedlings are then carefully transferred to polybag, which has red soil, sand, and composts. They are kept safe in controlled conditions for about 10 days. Since sandalwood is a partial root parasite, a host plant has to be provided for its good and healthy growth. The primary host, either Alternanthera or Mimosa pudica, are introduced at the development stage. The plants are kept in the mist chamber for 15 days at this stage. The seedlings are then transferred to shade house for primary hardening, where they are exposed to partial sunlight. By the end of 2 months, the seedlings are shifted from the shade net area to open sunlight for hardening, where it is watered regularly and given necessary nutrition for healthy growth. And finally, by the end of 6 to 8 months, the good healthy seedlings are ready for field planting. IWST provides any support, consultation or assistance with regard to sandalwood cultivation. For more information, contact the Institute of Wood Science and Technology, Bengaluru. The Indian sandalwood is known world over for its fragrance and benefits. The demand for this royal tree has been significantly increasing, creating a dire need for large-scale production. The Institute of Wood Science and Technology, Bengaluru, has been working on standardizing nursery practices for producing large-scale, healthy planting material for sandalwood. It is important to understand the different stages in this process, that is, flowering, fruiting, seed collection, storage, germination, and raising of good seedlings. This is a typical inflorescence in sandalwood, which includes white flowers and pink and purple flowers. When it comes to fruiting, there will be immature green fruits, partially mature red fruits, and the fully ripened purple fruits which are ready for collection. The best way to collect the ripened fruits is to just shake the tree and pick the fruits. The collected fruits are washed and depulped to get the seeds. Ripened fruits can easily be squeezed and depulped. The seeds are then dried in shade and stored in airtight bags for 2 months. 1 gram of gibberellic acid is mixed with a few drops of alcohol or acetone until the powder dissolves. It is then mixed with 2 liters of water. The seeds are soaked for about 16 hours in the solution, which is the pre-germination treatment. Sandbed is used for germination of sandalwood as it is very important to take care of the delicate roots. The seeds are spread over the sandbed, covered with a layer of sand and watered. It is important to hydrate the seeds right, neither too little nor too much. The sandbed is covered with a thin polythene or iron mesh to avoid any possible rodent attacks. After about 25 days, the seeds germinate, and in about a month, the shoots develop to a 2-leaf stage. When the seedlings are at 2 to 4 leaf stage, it's the right time to transplant them to polythene bags. Utmost care is taken while transplanting, as the roots will be fragile and should not be damaged. The seedlings are dipped in water mixed with mild fungicide as soon as they are removed from the sandbed. This reduces the transplanting shock and avoids any infection. Seedlings are then carefully transferred to polybag, which has red soil, sand, and composts. They are kept safe in controlled conditions for about 10 days. Since sandalwood is a partial root parasite, a host plant has to be provided for its good and healthy growth. The primary host, either Alternanthera or Mimosa pudica, are introduced at the developing stage. The plants are kept in the mist chamber for 15 days at this stage. The seedlings are then transferred to shade house for primary hardening, where they are exposed to partial sunlight. By the end of 2 months, the seedlings are shifted from the shade net area to open sunlight for hardening, where it is watered regularly and given necessary nutrition for healthy growth. And finally, by the end of 6 to 8 months, the good healthy seedlings are ready for field planting. IWST provides any support, consultation or assistance with regard to sandalwood cultivation. For more information, contact the Institute of Wood Science and Technology, Bengaluru. The Indian sandalwood is known world over for its fragrance and benefits. The demand for this royal tree has been significantly increased.
Indian sandalwood is one among the royal trees, and the heartwood of sandal is in great demand. Understanding the presence of heartwood, and if so, how much, is very important and helpful. The Institute of Wood Science and Technology, Bengaluru, has been conducting intense research in this regard and has great solutions to offer. Electric resistance tomograph, ERT, is one among the advanced non-destructive method
aiding for tree inspection developed in the field of geophysics. This method was applied on trees during 1998 by Just and Jacobs for the inspection of resistance offered by the wood in trees. IWST has adapted this method for estimation of heartwood in sandal. Small iron nails are put at a particular height of the tree and multi-electrode sensors are attached. These electrode cables connected to the ERT device send signals indicating the presence of heartwood and sapwood. Tomograms generated from this instrument are based on electrical resistance and electrical conductance. The water content, ion concentration, cell structure, and other properties of the wood influences the electrical impulses passed through them. The combined effect of resistance and conductivity offered by the heartwood and sapwood of the tree creates different zones that are depicted through color ranges from blue, which is low resistance, to brown, that is high resistance. The multi-electrode sensors of the instrument provide the information confined to the particular region of the tree trunk. For overall estimation and understanding of the tree trunk, ERT measurements should be taken at comparatively regular intervals based on convex. The 2D cross-sectional images generated at a particular section or height of the tree trunk can be superimposed in the descending to demonstrate the overall structural details of the tree. The 3D image gives an actual representation of sapwood and heartwood developments in the standing tree from ground to the respective height or section where ERT was measured. The tomograms generated by ERT gives more precision in measuring the sapwood, heartwood, stress, and decay in the living trees. This tomographic method of tree inspection is used for assessing the internal decay and estimated the area of conductivity in several other species. In general, the moisture content in the sapwood is because of the recently formed living cells, and these cells are comparatively softer. In contrast, the inner part of the tree consists of the older dead cells, and they become compact and harder due to the pressure exerted from the outer newly forming cells. The accuracy of results is verified by actually measuring the heartwood width after felling the tree, and the Institute is proud that the rate of accuracy is 86%. For more information and consultation on estimation of heartwood in sandalwood trees, contact the Institute of Wood Science and Technology, Bengaluru. Indian sandalwood is one among the royal trees, and the heartwood of sandal is in great demand.
Welcome to the world of wood. In India alone, we have well over 1,600 different species of wood, showcasing a remarkably wide range of variation in their physical properties such as color, texture, grain, weight, etc., as well as their anatomical structure. The Institute of Wood Science and Technology, Bengaluru, has been at the forefront of innovations and critical work in wood identification and utilization field. IWST collaborates closely with all stakeholders and provides vital wood identification services. Now, let's explore the process of wood identification. Step 1. The wood sample is made into smaller perfect blocks, which are then softened by boiling them in water. Step 2. The softened wood block is sectioned using a sliding microtome in transverse or cross, tangential and radial longitudinal planes. The sections are then placed on the microslide. Step 3. Wood sections are mounted onto the microslide and covered with a cover slip. Step 4. The characters of the sample to be identified are observed. Step 5. An authentic reference slide is collected from the slide cabinet. Step 6. Wood samples are collected from the xylarium. A xylarium is a herbarium specializing in specimens of wood. It is a collection of curated and authenticated wood samples primarily intended for scientific research, teaching, environmental education, and other programs. IWST has a xylarium with 2012 specimens from 826 genera, enriched with authenticated wood samples collected from India and various other countries such as Africa, America, Australia, Bangladesh, Brazil, Canada, Japan, Malaysia, and etc. In addition to wood samples, the xylarium also houses a disc collection. Step 7. The unknown wood sample is compared with the authentic slide and the identification process is carried out based on general and anatomical features of wood. For more details, contact the Institute of Wood Science and Technology, Bengaluru. The Indian sandalwood needs no introduction. Its importance, medicinal value, and vanity is known world over, and we take pride in it. However, we need to understand the threats that can cause mass destruction of these precious species, the sandal spike disease. The Institute of Wood Science and Technology, Bengaluru, has been conducting intense research to identify the cause and constitute measures to mitigate the spread of sandal spike disease. So what is sandal spike disease? It is an infectious disease which is caused by phytoplasma. In simple words, phytoplasmas are bacterial pathogens of plant tissues which are transmitted by insects and cause extreme reduction in size of leaves, stiffening of leaves, and other unhealthy and drying symptoms in sandalwood trees. And currently, there are no treatments or measures available to cure the disease. The only way to treat an infected tree is to fell it so that the infection won't spread to other trees. Over 1 million sandalwood trees were removed in Coorg and Mysuru alone during 1903 and 1916 due to the spike disease, and thousands of trees have been felled even later. This is alarming. Research also shows that there is a rapid spread of the sandal spike disease in all the natural habitats of sandalwood in forest region of Karnataka. Due to the restrictions on green felling in the forests, the affected trees acts as source of inoculum and giving more scope for vectors to carry the spike disease and is affecting the young and healthy trees. If appropriate actions are not taken today to contain the infection within the forest area, there is a huge risk of letting it affect the farmers' lands. The impact of this can be catastrophic, which might even result in depleted yield. Eventually, the entire species might perish. Let us act today and save both the forest and the farmers' lands. Imagine our world without trees. A miss of ecological balance, use of oxygen cylinders to survive, synthetic food, and of course, increased carbon footprints affecting the climate. Our concrete jungle is an indication that we are headed there if we don't act now. Today, it is of paramount importance that we adopt the concept of trees outside the forest area to meet the increasing need of sustainability and ecological balance. Agroforestry, in simple words, is the integration of trees with agricultural crops on farmlands. It is one of the most effective techniques to achieve increased tree cover area in the country. Agroforestry also helps the backbone of our country, the farmers, to earn better. Farmers have been managing the agroforestry systems for millennia, and it has been the source of raw material for wood-based industries, especially post the Godavarman order, due to which forest harvesting has almost stopped. However, the traditional tree management has left communities ill-equipped to produce reliable quantities of high-quality products that meet market specifications. Considerable impetus is being given to agroforestry by the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change to increase the forest and tree cover area in the country. Policies like the National Agroforestry Policy 2014, the Green Highway Policy 2015 promotes farmers to embrace agroforestry. The ministry has also issued guidelines to the wood-based industries, relaxing the regulations and promoting industry setup to buy farmer produces arising from agroforestry. Schemes like Green India Mission and Nagar Van Yojana are being implemented in collaboration with all the stakeholders. We need to work together to realize the full potential of agroforestry and farm forestry in India.
Pollination is a biological phenomenon for gene recombination in flowering plants that play
Requesting all the delegates to kindly seated for the technical session 2. ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ ಹಾ Welcome back to the technical session 2, forest research so far in academic institutions way forward. I also welcome the delegates who have joined virtually for this technical session 2. The objective of the session to invite the universities and academic institutions to provide feedback on the current state of forestry research. We have many notable speakers lined up for this session. May I request Dr. Vasudeva R. to kindly chair the session. Dr. Vasudeva R., a personality who has more than 120 papers in peer-reviewed journals and has an overall H index of 28 and I-10 index of 50. He has authored 5 books and holds 2 global patents on an anti-cancer biomolecule. He is also a recipient of INSA Teacher Award constituted by Indian National Science Academy, New Delhi, a recipient of Best Teacher Award constituted by Indian Council for Agricultural Research, New Delhi. He has served as a member for research and advisory group of various research institutions. Sir is currently the Dean for College of Forestry, Sirsi. May I request Rajesh Kalaje, sir, to join as a co-chair. Sir, with your permission, can we go ahead with the first speakers, or you would like to start the session? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody, and a very warm welcome to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank the director, IWST, for this opportunity. We have 6 speakers lined up, and since we are actually running 1 hour late, we need to now make up for the lost time. Maybe I would suggest all the speakers to take around 8 minutes and about 1 minute for the presentation. And also there is little change in the order in which they present. First speaker will be Dr. Devagiri, and then followed by Dr. Anu, then Dr. Bala, then Dr. Kannan, and Dr. Raghu, and finally me. So session, please. Yeah.
Dr. Vasudeva?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the message and video. Dr. Vasudeva, small request.
Yeah, please go ahead.
You are perfectly. We are perfectly.
Yeah, Dr. Bala, please.
Dr. Vasudeva, one small request. I have to go for another meeting. Can you please permit me to present first so that it will be easy for me?
Yeah, I will ask Dr. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, the director and the organizers, for giving me the opportunity, and thanks to the chair for giving privilege to present at the first also, considering my request. Thank you very much. Good evening to all of you. I am Dr. Balasubramanian, Dean Forest College and Research Institute, Mettupalayam, and I have a couple of slides to share with you the way forward or the research what we are doing. Principally, what I want to do is what we are doing at our FCRI Mettupalayam. I want to share on the way forward or how we are progressing forwards. So kindly accept me for sharing my slides with you. Share screen.
Had a request from Italy.
Thank you. Doctor, is it visible?
Yeah, it's visible. Yeah.
Is it visible? It's okay?
Yeah, visible, loud and clear, please. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Again, good evening to all. And we, Forest College and Research Institute, we are having a work of promoting 2 areas. One is the trees outside forest, and another one is the natural forest conservation. And many of our research are focused towards market research, and we start all our research based on the market need. And you must be knowing that you are all in the wood science area, where our 90%, more than 90% of our wood requirement we met by import. And see, you take classical example of Tamil Nadu. We need about around 200 lakh tons of wood, 200 lakhs of tons of wood every year. And our largest consumer is pulp and paper industries, followed by our bioenergy industries, timber industries, and matchwood industries. So all this would demand, we know we have to come from the trees outside for us. So vociferously, we are working on promoting trees, technologies, varieties for promotion of trees outside for us, not only having a commercial cultivation that can yield farmers to a better price, and also it ensures the industries to have a assured supply of raw materials. So that's what we are doing. We are doing in a different platform, either with the consortium mode, working with the industries, working with the stakeholders, working with the farmers. And all our way, what we are doing is we are ensuring the good prices that can be reached to the farmers at appropriate time, for which for all the forums, the FCRI Mettupalayam is acting as a technical partner to promote all the technologies. You can see what you are seeing is the teak plantation in Ghana. So many of the East African countries, they are growing timber to market in India. They are growing larger area to grow and also to export to India. And India is the largest consumer. You all know India is the largest consumer, and they are the people who are buying wood. Very classical example. Again, I can tell with the teak. Teak, India is the largest genetic resource. 43% of global teak resources in India. And India is the largest importer of teak and largest consumer of teak. So any interest, take Indonesia. Indonesia is in teak. We introduced from India, but one of the major exporter of into India is Indonesia. So we are having ironically a large genetic resources and we are the net importer. So any interventions in one species will make a huge impact. That is what it is globally we are understanding. Considering all these things, if you want to promote anything trees outside forest, these are the major areas you have to decide. One is to develop high yielding varieties and the very good technologies like precision silviculture and go with the quality planting material. And now what we are facing after working with the industries and farmers for over 30 to 35 years. Now mechanization, because states like Tamil Nadu, where is the biggest problem, the area to be concentrated, we are concentrating on that, and anything work with the market. Still now, there is a clear market for the wood-based and wood-based products. So financing and marketing, and there are about things like eucalyptus and other myths towards reality. To work these objectives, we are working in different areas, like from variety development, developing precision silviculture technologies and conservation technologies. See, classical example, now we are working, we have developed technology to harvest teak in 20 years rather than 45 to 50 years. Likewise, reducing the rotation period, making the quality, getting the good yield, making the farmers happy, making the industry happy. That's what all about we are working. Agroforestry component and trees outside forest component is one of the major areas we are working. The value addition product development is another area we are very deep into that now. And wild animal conflict, because in Tamil Nadu the problem is the main animal conflict we are working. And another very unique to Forest College Research Institute Medipalang is the tree-based business development. This is the area we are working very fast. And these are the varieties. We have more than 11 varieties we released for different crops, for different end users. And probably the only institute who has more than 11 varieties in the country, we can probably say. And the genetic material, we are doing on two basis. One is the short-term improvement and long-term tree improvement program. So assemblage of genetic resources for various end users we are doing. And we are equally promoting variety development and also for the product development. And these are a handful of technologies. I'm just jumping very fast. Very good technologies we are developing, right from nuclear technology, sand triple host technology, multifunctional agroforest technology. These are all some of the very, very valued. And I am not telling that this is the best technology that we have developed. These are the technologies now we develop, demonstrate to the farmers field. Farmers are now giving us the feedback and they are taking these technologies. That's what we are always work with the stakeholders and we are making them getting convinced, realizing the benefit and whatever output come from the farmers. That alone we are advocating. And this is one of the very classical technologies where precision silviculture technologies. Floating in this video, I don't know whether it will work, but this is how this 5 months old crop, 5 months old tea crop. Now we have to come to something agriculture. If you are anything economically profitable, we can work for it. This is what we are producing, and it is fetching to the farmers on a larger scale. So precision farming is coming very nicely, and this is one technology where now by this virtue of growing trees, we can plants. One of the very successful technology what we have produced is the pepper with the tea. That is going very well in the coastal areas and the regions of western regions very close to the Western Ghats. So farmers are very happy. Now the problem with the coconut, we are replacing coconut with this technology. What I am telling repeatedly, I want to tell here is that the stakeholders has to be get benefited and our technology has to infringe so that it will come into a realization. And this standard triple host technology is another host management technology we released this year, and it is again taking up very well. And another thing what we are facing the problem is the farmers is the now in Tamil Nadu is the problem for laborers. If you take any harvest in tree crops, it takes about 15 to 20% of the harvest cost. So now mechanization is part become because as I we are starting with labor. So now we are working with the industries and we are giving the requirements and we are now cultivation. So this is now picking up because industries and the biomass industries, this kind of mechanization is paramount importance because there is no labor and harvesting and further processing. At least we need machineries. Otherwise, it's very difficult to make the tree promotion outside the forest area and also the commercial farming. Okay, and also the tree-based products. Tree-based products in an area where technologies. If you take classical example, if you take any pulpwood, now all pulpwood industries they want wood without bark. Now what we are doing, what we are doing is we are segregating into that. The bark will be taken out. That bark will be is going for briquette industries. Pulpwood will go for paper mills, and the lobster tops will go for again biomass based energy generations. So all the product which is coming out of the tree now we are totally utilizing. Here is that it's no waste in the farm. So we are making briquette in the form of charcoal. Now we are having a business center. We are enabling to have the business also. And this one, one such product is the transparent seed gum technology. This is what one of the technology we developed first time in the world. We have developed the method of recovering regular protein from this transparent seed. This is used for high-end products in food and cosmetic industries. Similar dyes. Our tentacles are very big. We are working in different crops, and the nuts is one of the components where we are very strong, and we are working on. And the gum extraction technology, we are part of the national gum projects, and we are developing gum exudates because when you introduce a tree in the agroforestry system, some will be introduced as a fence crop also. Sometimes we are using the tree crops both for timber as well as for exudation of crops. This is technology which we are working for the past 10 years. Now, some of the programs which we are in the government because this is the only institute in the state we have to give the technology for the state. One is the quality seedling production. Quality now, any plantation program, quality planting material is order of the day. Classical example is Casuarina. Casuarina 90, we are around 40 lakh acres of Casuarina in Tamil Nadu, and 90% is through clonal material. So promotion of quality planting material is becoming a very big, very good business also, and it is giving a good yield that we are facilitating. This is what it creating is kind of awareness. We are skilling the people, and we are enabling the entrepreneurs, and we are making rural employment generation. This is how we are enabling the system. Now there are many industries, especially TNPL is having its own unit, but there are so many industries coming up. We are enabling them with this technology, and the good quality planting material is being produced on larger scale. This is the one area farmers are very happy with the FCRA because we are giving a very quality planting material through some of our consortium and our stakeholder partners. So that is reaching the farmers on a larger scale. And this is the classical way it creates the rural employment, rural employment, especially in the southern districts of Tamil Nadu. And we are doing the skilling. We are giving the skilling to the forest department, agriculture department in terms of the silviculture management, quality planting material, varietal development. Likewise, we are doing on a very large scale, and we are promoting a very good amount of technical manpower as well as promoting and transferring our technologies. And this is another area where we are working on this outside forum through ES funding projects. The technology, whatever we develop now, we have shared with the 7 different states, including Rajasthan, Haryana, UP, Assam, Odisha, Andhra Pradesh, and to some extent to certain parts of Karnataka. So this is how our technology is spreading in different places, from production of quality planting material, varietal, harvesting, processing, value addition, product development, finally business development. This we are doing it, and we are tree-based business incubation center. So this incubation center is inviting, promoting tree-based businesses, either for the students or for the people who are coming with the ideas. We are incubating it and we are promoting it. And this is the startup development we are doing it. And another one is working with corporates. We are working with different corporates. We have reached up to Rajasthan. We are working with the biomass energy generation by using the Indira Gandhi Canal project, water resources. We are developing biomass energy plantations with all our technologies and managing the invasives. This all considered because biomass-based biomass energy is gaining in moment. Now we are harvesting anything and we are making that is being used as a biogas energy generation. Now biomass, tree-based wood biomass gasification and the biogas energy generation is gaining importance. We are working with different corporates, not only with one corporates, and this kind of invasives we are managing in the forest or in the fringes areas, and these are taken for making the chips. This is meant either as a biomass energy generation or making as a wood chips production. So ultimately, forest is getting represent and product is going to stakeholders, environment is getting concerned. And technology partners. Now we are working with different institutes. Now we are working with the Malaysia, we are working with Indonesia, and we are having a partnership with Uganda. Now East African is one of the very good takers for our technologies. These are the people from Malaysian Timber Council. They had a they visited us now. Malaysia needs good quality timbers. They are having a shortage of timber. Now they are taking our technologies to them. And this is the Fiji High Commissioner. Fiji Commissioner has come and they want to promote precision silicon. They want to have it in their places. So we are going to, very soon we are going to have an MOU with them and we are going to promote technologies. And this is one of the very corporate group from Uganda. They need sandal cultivations in Uganda. Now they are going to work with us, and we have sent an MOU now. It has come. And this is we are certain technology we have promoted, and it is working very well. Since the time this is done, Uganda government people have come. Now Uganda is having two associations. It is going to have two associations. One is for education, another one is for technology transfers. So we are going to work with the East Africans, both in Uganda and Kenya, for promoting technology. As I told, right from quality planting material, plantation management, harvest, processing, value addition, product development, and business development. So end to end, the totally we are working. So the stakeholders are very happy. It is going well. And we have a very good national recognitions. This year for the accreditation we are the National Dust Center, and recently we got Best Institution Award for the Indian Society of Agroforestry, and we are the only agriculture universities having USAID partner. Likewise, we have a very good journalists. Thank you very much. I have taken enough time. And only one slogan now, because we are working on carbon credit also, converting a small patch of land, this much of this is our mission we are developing. If you are able to convert 1.5 million hectares of vast land into tree cultivation, it's what my productivity, this is not my carbon credit, and this is what the additional tree cover we are going to get. Towards these objectives, our FCR is working. I think thank you very much for the patience hearing. If at all anything is needed, I can be
Thank you, Bala. Thank you very much. Congratulations for all the international and national recognitions. It's a wonderful thing to know. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Doctor.
May I call upon the next speaker, who is the recipient of Best Teacher Award constituted by ICAR and Dr. Radhakrishnan Ratna National Award by International Institute for Socio-Economic Reforms and Christ Foundation, Bangalore. He is presently Dean College of Forestry, Ponampet. May I invite Professor G.M. Devagiri.
Respected chairman, co-chairman, all the delegates, scientists of IWST, and all the other scientists of IFGTB, and the officers of the State Forest Department, and also the officers of other state departments. First of all, let me thank the director IWST to give me an opportunity to, showcase our college as well as some of the research activities that we are undertaking. And it's a pride moment that Dr. Rajesh Kallaje was my student, master student, and now it is a pride moment for present before my alumni and my best student. And also we have with us lot many other colleagues who, for example, Dr. Arun is my batchmate, second batch of BSc Forestry. Likewise, Dr. Chandrasekhar, Shivkumar, and also Purushottam. In fact, I will not take much time. College of Forestry, Ponnampet is one of the constituent college of Keladi Shivappa University of Agriculture and Horticultural Sciences, Shimoga. It is one of the integrated university. This is actually the view of the main campus at Iruvakki. It is around 700 acres of campus, and this is actually the location of our campus, wherein we have both the forestry as well as the agriculture research station. So this agriculture research station is one of the oldest research station for testing the blast resistance of rice varieties. So all global varieties are being tested for a blast resistant in this particular research station. And when the forestry program was started for the first time in the country, it's 1985. It was established at GKVK. Now it is University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore, as Department of Forestry, and then later we moved to the college status during 1995 at College of Forestry, Ponnampet. So the college is functioning since 1995, and we have started, subsequently the master's program and PhD program, and also we have been accredited by ICR as well as ICFR, and we stand one among the 5 best colleges in the country as far as forestry education is concerned. It is 8 double-star accreditation by the ICFRA, and also we got the best forestry research award given by the ICFRA. Of course, we are located in the central Western Ghats, which is very diverse in terms of the landscape, diverse in terms of diversity, diverse in terms of land use, and there are similarly lots of opportunities as far as research are concerned. So keeping that diverse landscape and the land uses. So our departments are undertaking different research activities, mainly focused on some of the important issues concerned to the landscape. And these are actually the 5 departments at college, and each department has got the kind of a mandate which is working on. For example, Department of Natural Resource Management is working on the forest carbon pool assessment, mapping using remote sensing NGIS, biodiversity, characterization, then biomass modeling using MLAs, and then ecosystem services, valuation, and the quantification. So some of these are actually the mandated research areas for the Department of, and similarly, forest products and utilization, it is survey and documentation of and sustainable utilization of underutilized fruits, especially the wild edible fruits. So we have a lot of diversity of wild edible fruits. We have done a very good documentation and published actually the books, brochures on the wild edible fruits. So this is one of the the thrust areas that there is a lot of response from the the planters there as far as the seedlings of wild edible fruits are concerned. So last year we actually raised around 1.5 lakhs of 12 wild edible fruit species, and farmers are very keen. They are coming forward to plant in their estates, and processing value addition of bamboo, and similarly there are the other areas concerned to forest products and utilization. And Department of Silviculture and Agroforestry, it is the clonal evaluations. Of course, these clonal evaluations thanks to ICFRA, IWST, and IFGTB, so that we are taking their clones, which is working in collaboration with IFGTB. So we are doing those clonal evaluations at main campus Iruvakki, wherein 50 hectares of land has been provided by the university exclusively to take up these evaluation trials, as well as the EICRP and agroforestry of ICR. So actually our, the one of the biggest constraint was the land, but fortunately after, the allotment of the land from the state government, so we are now better off as far as the land requirement is concerned. So the long-term studies on forest ecosystems by establishing the permanent sample plots and the restoration of degraded forest ecosystems, especially on the invasive species, And under forest biology and tree improvement, these are the different aspects, mainly on human-animal conflict. As you all know, that is one of the biggest problem in Western Ghats, and documentation of biodiversity in different landscapes, and then apiculture. So it is we are regenerating the honey production or honeybee production, especially in Kodagu. One time it was all wiped out because of the Tay-Sachs brood disease, but now we are regenerating, and there is a big interest among the farmers. So we have actually facilities, but not to those standards, but whatever with available grants that so far in these 2.5 decades that we have created. We have the research stations at Tiruvakki, and then bamboo agroforestry area for taking up agroforestry trials, then arboretums and teak-based agroforestry at another research stations. And also we have, of course, nurseries, and then bamboo research center. This was established under National Mission Bamboo, wherein we have both the preservation, and also value addition units under that. So we are procuring, the farmers are coming forward that we are procuring the bamboo from them and giving the preservative treatment on a cost basis. So this also, functioning well. And actually, as a college, we have got teaching, research, and the extension mandates. So as a part of teaching, our students are also undergoing the forest and rural work experience program. So this is a student-ready program wherein they are attached with the forest department and the industries and the institutes, wherein they will be trained on different aspects and also on some of the researchable issues. And also we have in the final semester the experiential learning module. So wherein we have 4 these, and these are, of course, when I talk about down the lane research, it's going to be a big list. And also when we talk about the funding, the research outcome, so I think 10 minutes is not enough. Maybe some more time would have been given, but looking at those time constraints, I'll just quickly go through some of the important the research projects that have been undertaken. And this is actually in the Department of SF, it is a EICRP on agroforestry and development of agroforestry models and promotion of native trees on farms. So these are some of the key areas. And here under FBTI, it is mainly human-animal conflict, and then the apiculture are the thrust areas. It's and we have got a very good funding, the externally funded projects, both from Government of India, DST, DBT, NRSC, IRS, Government of Karnataka. We have got a good funding. And under Department of NRM, it's the main focus on actually the climate change, carbon assessment, monitoring, modeling. And we have got a very well-established geomatics laboratory, wherein from across the colleges, the students come for working there. We have developed a very good, the biomass models, spectral models for the Western Ghats. So under forest products and utilization, it is mainly value addition of NTFPs and wildlife. And these are some of the areas that our students are working. So I'm not going to read all those, but when the chief guest and some of the PCCFs, they were talking about the blue carbon. Already our students are working on blue carbon, especially the mangroves in the Western Ghats. And of course, I'm not going to go in detail, all time is up. These are some of the EICRP experiments that are being taken up, developing bamboo-based, models, establishment. This is the view of bamboo for 4 years planting, and then their growth and all those things, I think. And then the evaluation of bamboo research for sustainable utilization. We have got, the created a bamboo system and understanding their performance. So this already is a long-term kind of experiment under EICRP. So this is another, the project under EICRP is development of Litsia based agroforestry models, where there are four key, work packages are the elements: development of propagation techniques, development of plantation technology, development of silvicultural management techniques, and development of sustainable harvesting techniques. So under all these aspects, we have worked on, for example, Litsia, this one harvesting methods, and That's under EICRP. Under one of the NRSC Vegetation Carbon Pool project funded from IGBP, ISRO Biosphere Geosphere program. So we developed actually the spectral model wherein it is a combination of the field data and the remote sensing data, especially the NDVI. So this is actually, we have developed the forest carbon map for the entire state. So this is in the first phase we actually did for southwestern part, and similarly for all other the districts of the state we have developed the biomass and similarly the carbon map using the spectral modeling. And also we are working on the use of these machine learning algorithms for biomass mapping. So we have a different the nearest neighborhood, then support vector machines, random forest. So those algorithms, how they best fit for estimation of the biomass. So these are actually some of the works, and also we are using the multi-source data of remote sensing. Earlier we used to use only the optical remote sensing data, but now we have also some of our students are working on the microwave remote sensing data. Wherein these are some of the the maps developed, and this is another area, satellite rules, and we're also working on actually the payment for ecosystem services, quantification, and developing mechanisms, okay, for payments, valuation, and this is eco certification is COF initiatives wherein around 2,500 farmers have been certified under in collaboration with the Rainforest Alliance and Woods. So the eco certification program. So it is basically incentivization for sustainable, agricultural production. And these are some of the NGOs that COF Conopet is collaborating. When I look at the way forward and opportunities in terms of collaboration with the IWST, the State Forest Department, and IFGTB, what I look and comes to my mind is these are some trust areas that that's what I discussed with Rajesh. Already we have an MOU with IWST. We want to, modify in the current context. And one is impact of climate change on forest ecosystems. So this is an area already. IWSTs have a project and college is working on what's its impact on the phenological changes in the forest ecosystems. And then dendrochronology, it is reconstruct quality planting stock, then clonal evaluation, already it is in progress, and wood composites. So where our college is weak, we want to collaborate with IWST and the scientist and student involvement. Okay, especially the scientists from IWST can be a the member of the advisory committee. So that way we'll look forward. And one very important point that is IWST can also keep this in mind is having an agroforestry consortia in the model with the Tamil Nadu FCRA, what they have done. Already we have started some initiatives, but IWST also pitch in. I think this can be a model for the state. So that's what is my opinion and the renewal of MOU. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Devgiri. You overshot by 2 minutes anyway. Congratulations on many accolades that you got. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker who is virtually joined with us, Professor E.V. Anup. Anup, sir, are you online?
Very much. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Shall I start sharing my presentation?
Yes. Professor E.V. Anup is a Dean College of Forestry and he is heading the Department of Forest Products and Utilization. He has received many prestigious fellowships from International Tropical Timber Organization and Netherlands Government's Fellowship. He has also served as a FAO in FRI Myanmar. Over to you, Anup, sir. Can you put the slide, share the slide in a slideshow, please? A full screen?
Hope I'm on full screen right now.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Respected Director General ICFRE, chair, Dr. Vasudeva, is known to me as a friend for a long time. Other distinguished guests, especially distinguished dignitaries who have joined online and offline, especially the director and all the scientists in IWST who are well known to me for several years because my stint with IWST was for a long time, as I did a part of my PhD work there, and my guide was also in IWST, Dr. Agroforestry. So basically, I'm a wood anatomist, and now I'm in charge of the Dean of College of Forestry at Kerala Agricultural University. So before I start to go into the research activities that we are currently focused on, I would just like to showcase a few of our achievements because I got a clue from Dr. Devagiri that I can also showcase my institution, not just the research aspect of it. We have been accredited by ICFR consistently, like the FCRM Metropolitan and also the Forest College in Karnataka, Forest Colleges in Karnataka. But ours being a very small institution, still we have been accredited consistently with the good grades by the ICFR right from the beginning in 2012 and even recently in 2023. Very recently, we were accredited with by the ICR with A+ grading. Quick look at some of the other achievements because I would like to enlighten the audience also about the various kinds of courses that we run, which are accredited again by the ICR, and we follow the ICR BSMA guidelines and also the 6th Deans Committee of the ICR, apart from the ICFR guidelines. We've been bestowed with Best Green College Model Institution Award and the Best College Award by the Kerala Agricultural University itself. We have 5 statutory departments and 2 other new departments, rather supporting departments. They are the silviculture and agroforestry, forest resource management, forest biology and tree improvement, forest products and utilization, wildlife science, and remote sensing and GIS, which is a very recent development, and also supportive and allied courses department. We have also developed several interactive CD-ROMs, which are on tree seeds, on timbers, which are hosted in the Kerala Forest Department website. Then also on CD-ROMs and also interactive manuals for timbers of a few different states of India, which have got handicrafts as a very primary activity or important activity. There are several e-learning portals for learning also. And also we host the e-biodiversity portal for the university, where information on each and every species which are in the Western Ghats is available through this website. It's a small campus, although we are inside a very big campus of the main university campus at Velanikar and Thrissur, which is around 1,000 acres. But we have developed over time into one of the premier institutions of the university as well as the in forestry across the country. I'm just showing you glimpses of the various facilities that are already available here. We have good laboratories for pathology lab, natural resource management lab, wood testing lab. We in fact have the dendrochronological analysis. We have in fact built the past climate of Nilambur Forest Division using tree ring data. So it's called as the dendroclimatological analysis of teak from the north, the Nilambur North Division. We also have other labs, especially the wildlife forensics lab, which does the DNA fingerprinting for wild animal identification involved in wildlife crimes. And also several other laboratories. I'm just skipping or going through these very, very fast. There is a very good Sylvanian Farm Interpretation Center in the Silviculture Department, which is one of the best you can see possibly in this area. Then other museums and a very big silarium, which houses not only book samples of the species, but also several other wooden material or wooden furnitures and other other materials that we have developed over time. We also have an Andaman Nicobar Arboretum, a Benjamin Hooker Taxonomic Garden, Medicinal Plant Garden, Butterfly Garden, Bioresource Park, and an aquatic plant garden. And there's a tree nursery which turns out around 1 lakh seedlings every year. And it's also a training center for the tree nursery technology to the students as well as the farmers. Over 55 species have been produced and distributed among farmers. Significant awards, especially the ICR Best Teacher Awards by two of our faculty, Dr. Namir and Dr. Punyamu, and also other awards won by the faculty as well. I'm really proud of it. Research, coming to research part, it's hovering around two project coordination groups. That is natural forests and biodiversity, planted forests and utilization. And these are actually coming within the purview of the projects that come under the natural forests and biodiversity and planted forests and utilization will be either from the externally funded projects or from the masters and doctoral projects or the state plan projects. Currently, we are looking at harvesting, processing and validation natural diamonds of Kerala. This is an ICAR ANP project. Then there is one project supported by the Kerala Forest Department, which is characterization, authentication, and classification of wild honey from the natural forests of Kerala for livelihood enhancement of forest-based communities. So we very much work within the forest-based communities, especially in the higher reaches of the Western Ghats and Varachal and other areas, Munnar, etc. Then remote sensing based application of urban heat islands and its mapping for major municipal corporation of Kerala, again funded by the Forest Department of the state. There is another project that is funded by the Worldwide Fund for Nature. It's development of sustainable harvesting technique of NTFPs and enhancing marketing strategies with livelihood mapping in Varachal, Parambakulam regions of Kerala. Then documentation and status of invasive alien plant species of the Munnar Wildlife Division. Resource mapping of forest-based and TFPs and sustainable development of sustainable harvesting techniques of harvesting techniques in Kerala. So that is a project funded by the Kerala Forest Department. And the forest biology and tree improvement, they focus mainly on the projects funded by the Kerala State Medicinal Plants Board. They focus on production and supply of quality medicinal plants, seedlings. Then they have established a medicinal plant garden for extension and education with special reference to rare, endangered and threatened species of the Western Ghats. Then we have also established a medicinal plant gene bank and seed center also at the college. It's a very big department, but currently running a funded project from the Goa Forest Department, Goa Forest Department, that is on human-wildlife conflict. But they're also looking into this aspect. They don't call conflict; they call it as human-wildlife mutual living, things like that. Because as you know, the state of Kerala is facing a lot of problem nowadays with the human man-animal conflict, and also documentation success stories of these conflicts and mitigation GS mapping. This one is for the state of Goa, but that's also being done for the state of Kerala as well. The Silviculture and Agroforestry Department had a Power Grid Corporation supported CSR project that was foresting the Kerala Agriculture University campus. More than 150,000 seedlings were planted in this particular project as part of the Green Initiative. Then UNDP funded project for developing agroforestry models for small and medium land holdings in the selected highlands of Kerala. Assessment of growth and productivity of selected fast-growing tree species. That is a new project. I'll show a glimpse of that in the ensuing slides. Then providing technical support for developing high-intensity mixed tree garden for the Cochin Special Economic Zone, Kakinada, Kochi. My department, which had been focusing mainly on timber identification, non-destructive testing of wood using NDT tools like the T-sonic timer, and also Pilodyne, etc. We have also been doing, as I already mentioned, tree dating and then its relationship with climate and rebuilding the past climate. We are also looking at now into good quality testing that is coming from silviculture and as well as from other applications. other trials looking at the wood quality, but of late we've been focusing more on coconut stem wood. The reason being that we have been awarded with the prestigious NAHEP CAST project of the ICAR to the tune of 20 lakh plus. We have been focusing on the coconut stem part and converting it into various value-added products. Biocomposites is the recent interest that we have. Of course, support from IWST is already there. In that we develop several lignocellulosic materials, including coconut wood, and then create transparent biocomposites with enhanced properties. And an interesting project on mycelium-based composites. The mycelia actually, the root-like structure of the mycelia acts as a natural adhesive. So we don't need the glue or the adhesive. They bind the wood particles because they grow, and then you can stop the growth by ending the life of the fungi by several treatments. Then bioplastics development, wood preservation, especially using nanoparticles. Then natural gum nanocellulose composites. That is also another focal area of this department. Already we have mentioned the state of Kerala is the first one to declare the eco-restoration policy. So taking out invasive species, invasive alien species, and now we also have the problem of a lot of rubber plantations that have been abandoned and not utilized properly. So several people are coming up with questions as which species to grow. So we have a trial right now funded by the Forest Department, wherein suitable species of fast-grown species like Agroforestry fraxinifolius, Aptocarpus heterophyllus, although it is not a very fast-growing tree species, it is one of the most important tree species of the state of Kerala. In Melina arborea, Melia dubia, Macranga feltata, Albizia lebek, Melicope lunu ankanda, then Neleomarcha cadambia, Chucrasia tabularis, Lania coromantlica. And the objectives are listed and it's shown here. We also look at the root distribution pattern because they be grown sometimes in the home gardens as well. So we focus on all the objectives that are listed in this particular project. Germplasm collection of teak is arranged in a few different areas of the state as well as the main campus of the university. Then we focus on one of the most traded species in the state of Kerala, like mahogany. Then there is a germplasm collection field evaluation of matti, which again is picking up in the state as a very important natural species. This is a project that I mentioned under the PhD for Dr. S. Gopakumar. We focus on two species, mainly Veteria indica and also Elandus trifisa. We developed incense sticks, then also developed,
Kindly wind up, please.
I'm coming to the end. We have established a medicinal garden for education extension purposes of the RET species. Then mist chamber with IoT-based techniques, and we have a bird atlas being, frequently being revised. And it is first time that is released, and this thing is already known to you. The first timber the tree species to get the GI tag was the Nalambutik. We played a significant role in achieving that, and several other research trials around the important tree species. AACRP is also there, which does the routine work of diagnosis and design, and also looking at the recent interest is in evaluating green manuring trees and rice ponds and boundaries of Kerala. These are the on-farm trials and field level demonstration of the activities of the AACRP and Agroforestry. Glimpses of these trials. And the NAHEP CAST project, we have built significant facilities in the form of a technology demonstration center. We have developed furniture, interesting knockdown furniture as well as traditional furnitures out of coconut wood, which is otherwise would go waste, or we find problem in getting rid of the tall palms and planting with high yielding varieties. And you can see the interior paneling and flooring as well as roofing. It is not shown here right now. We develop it through research, intensive research. This particular is a PG classroom, all of in the Department of Forest Products and Utilization. Then boring of coconut block to develop pillars, which will be very cheap, which will go as a wooden pillars. Then also developing heat stabilized compressed wood from the inner soft core part of the coconut wood was also undertaken as part of this prestigious project. We've been rated as one of the best cast projects in the country, and also developed composite board from coconut veneers that have been fab pressed with 3-ply, 7-ply panels, etc. And also used nanoparticles to improve preservation of the coconut wood. DNA fingerprinting or barcoding the timber species. We do the anatomy part of identification, and the DNA part also is being done. It is in KFRI. We have collaborative projects, and several species we have developed DNA barcodes for identification, especially those that are traded illegally. And as already mentioned by Devagiri, Dr. Devagiri, is that we are looking forward for more industry support. In this context, I would like to say that we are developing. We have already made an MOU with a foundation that will be supporting us to make run a course on making the QC on panel and plywood industry. So training people industry ready, and training industry for the industry and by the industry. We will be gaining information from the industry as well. This is related to the QC or the quality control orders that are going to be in place, and also for the testing of the wood material. We are going to run short courses. The MOU signed, as I already mentioned. And nanotechnology is a new area that we have ventured into, and applying it in forestry in general, as well as in several wood products. Then addressing forest certification issue, as some presenter in the morning had mentioned about the issues of third-party certification, and we are in fact good experiences in acting as advisors for developing certification protocols at the national level. So we are interested to know more about or get into the government agencies who are doing forest certification. Right now, it is a mandate of third parties or the certifiers, the forest certifiers. Then utilizing RGS technology for disaster mitigation management is something that is very important and is crucial in these times of disaster that has been hitting the state like never before. And we can use Internet of Things, drone technology, and other high-end technologies, artificial intelligence, etc., to mitigate disaster and go forward. So thank you very much. That's all from my side.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Lamma. Yeah, thank you so much.
The next speaker is Dr. Sri Kumar VB, who is joining virtually. His presentation.
Sir, madam, please share the content.
Yeah.
So I'll be sharing the presentation.
Dr. Sri Kumar VB is a principal scientist, Department of Forest Botany. He is an expert member of Technical Advisory Committee on Bamboo and Rattan in Bark, Task Force on Rattan Uses and Development from China. He has been elected as a Fellow of Linnean Society London, an active member of IUCN Western Ghats Plant Specialist Group, IUCN Palm Specialist Group. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, respected Director General ICFRI, respected Chair Professor Vasudeva, respected Co-Chair Rajesh Kallaji sir, and distinguished scientists and other officers. So I'll be briefing about the activities of Kerala Forest Research Institute. Established in 1975, KFRI have a team of scientists from different departments. Next slide, please. Next slide. So the vision is to provide the scientific support for the decision making on forestry, especially the conservation and sustainable utilization of natural resources. And we undertake both national, international, as well as the state funded projects. And next, please. So we have a R&D, then training. We have a separate section for training program and an extension wing for the extension activities and outreach. And we have a separate academic cell for all the academic activities like PhD. Then we have live collections, museums, facilities. We have different centers and networks. Next, please. Next slide, please. So the main campus is located at PG, where we have 28 hectares of land, and we have two sub-centers, one in Nilambur, where we have the Teak Museum and Bioresource Park, and another sub-center is at Kurur, where we have undertaken a tissue culture lab from JNTPGRI in the last year. And we have a field research center at Velupadam, where all the gene bank and bambusetum and other arboretum, all the live collections were established in the Velupadam Field Center. And we have field station at Malakapara, Devigulam and Kotapara. Next, please. So we have different program divisions: sustainable forest management, forest genetics and biotechnology, forest management and information system, forest ecology and biodiversity conservation, wood science and technology, forestry and human dimension, forest health, where the different departments are aligned to these forest program divisions. And the overall monitoring is done by RME unit, where we have frequent IRG meeting, monthly IRG meetings. And we have a separate divisions for the extension and training and library and information. So these two divisions are acting as supporting divisions. Next, please. So the sustainable forest management division, where we have silviculture, soil science and tree physiology department, where the soil science is mainly looking to the restoration and reformation of degraded acid soils, then developing nano compost, nanoparticles, then the factors affecting the plantation productivity in the plantation sector. And since 2018, we are identifying the landslide prone areas and given sustainable interventions by restoration practices. And where we have recently started the riverbank stabilization programs and development of water conservation strategies. And under the silviculture department, we have a forest seed center where we are providing the quality certified seeds. Currently, we have around 65 species we have in stock. And the tree physiology department mainly concentrating on the plantation technology, eco-restoration, and climate change species specific studies. Next, please. In the forest genetics and biotechnology department, we have the clonal propagation protocols, then the plus tree selection, the evaluation of clones, especially we have started in teak, then sandalwood, rattans. And in the biotechnology department, where we have the DNA barcoding and timber forensics lab, we have recently established. And we are providing the technical guidance for the Kerala State Forest Department. Then we are getting samples for identification from court and other agencies through identification and illegal tracking of the wood through timber forensics. And recently we have started the whole genome sequencing in collaboration with IFGTB Coimbatore. We have completed the whole genome sequencing of teak, sandal, and rattans. So mostly then we have the conservation genetic studies, especially the identification of hotspots through microsatellite markers that we have completed for bamboo, rattans, sandal, teak, other important timber like terminalia, as well as the IUCN red listed species. Next, please. So in the forest statistics, GIS and remote sensing department, where we have recently, in collaboration with ISRO, we are monitoring the phenological parameters using the remote sensing data, and recently completed the mapping, district-wise mapping of the mangroves in Kerala. Then, of course, the species distribution models using different algorithms like Maxent and GARP. So that is species-specific studies are ongoing in these departments. Next, please. Under Forest Botany and Ecology Department, where we have a series of 1 hectare plots, around 20-25 1 hectare plots we have in different forest system, like starting from evergreen, semi-evergreen, dry deciduous, moss deciduous, shola, mangroves. And as well as we have a 10 hectare large plot at Sholayar. And these long-term monitoring plots are in collaboration with several international long-term ecological observatories like Tree Watch, forest plots, as well as the plots from the IAC. And in ecology, we have species-specific studies, especially in the ecophysiology of tropical trees in the context of climate change through the plant functional trait studies. Then there are studies on soil seed bank, then reproductive biology and regeneration ecology of different species. Then in forest botany, we are combining now the both morphology and molecular aspects for angiosperms, like then algae, lichens, and other groups. Then we have a germplasm of mangroves, bamboos, and rattans, and we have a herbarium separate for angiosperms and lichens. Next, please. So under wildlife department, we have status surveys, especially the herpetofauna, bats, rodents, primates. Then recently started the behavioral ecology of the mammals like LTM, bonnet macaque. And then one of the another major issues, human wildlife interactions, which we have undertaken the projects on that site wise and species wise. Then we have recently completed the studies on the monitoring the bird issues in some of the airports. And in non-timber forest products, mainly we are undertaking the phytochemical analysis where we have a central instrumentation unit where all the modern equipment facilities are available. So recently started project on the activated carbon, evaluation of activated carbon from different bamboo species. Then identification of alternate binding material for jigat, especially for the making the agarbatti industry. Then identification and standardization of biopesticides formulations. Then recently we undertaken a project on microplastics, especially in the mangrove ecosystems. Next, please. In wood science and technology department, the key objectives are to develop appropriate technology for value addition and sustainable use of wood and low-cost ligno cellulose material. Then the primary and secondary processing of rubber wood, coconut wood, then bamboo, reed, and other timbers. Then we are undertaking the consultancy for the identification of wood samples, then other allied services. So we have a tree ring station where recently completed a project on dendroecological studies on teak. And now we are standardizing the species specific treatment protocol for different bamboo species. And recently we have completed the digitization of our silarium, which is available online, www.silarium.in. Next, please. In forest economics and sociology department, the different studies include the plantation economics, then the demand, supply and marketing studies of medicinal plants, other timber trees, then socioeconomic studies on tribal livelihood, then man-forest interactions, then NTFPs, then economic impacts of invasive alien species. So recently we completed a project on the evaluation of ecosystem services in most deciduous forest of Kerala. Then there are policy studies, then eco-tourism, visitor management in natural forest. And we are enriching, updating the maintenance of existing database and repositories. Next, please. So in forest entomology and pathology, so the recently completed project include the forest insect assemblages. That is the periodic monitoring of the insect assemblages in different forest ecosystems in the context of climate change. Then another interesting studies on recording the analysis of sound signatures of various forest types. Then both in pathology and entomology, the projects involve the morphomolecular identification of pathogens as well as other insects and butterflies. Then popularization of butterfly garden and outreach programs. So recently a project ongoing on eDNA technology for detecting the faunal invasion and modeling of biological invasion in aquatic ecosystems. Then detection and diagnosis and management of nursery, plantation and natural forest. Then we have excellent collection of microbial culture. Then screening and evaluation of potential microbes from different ecosystems. And as a part of this long-term monitoring plot, we are periodically assessing the diversity and dynamics of the below and above ground microbes in different forest ecosystems. Next, please.
Dr. Sri Kumar, please point it up.
So we have an exclusive extension and training department where recently we have completed the GA tagging of products like Kannadipaya, Coragrass mat, red sanders. So the Kannadipaya, which is almost the process is over, and other two that we have started. Then we have a center for cultivation of medicinal plants. The training department, we have projects from National Bamboo Mission, MOEF, then GSDP, and there are several science popularization program also. Next, please. So our library, we have around 18,000 books, 2,000 back volumes, membership within FFRI, IUFRO, and we have exclusive collections for some of the material like teak, bamboo, rattan, climate change, where we have excellent repositories. Next, please. So these are the facilities and live collections. We have Arboretum, Bambusetum, Bioresource Park, Butterfly Park, Central Instrumentation Unit, Central Nursery, Herbarium, Silarium, Forest Seed Center, Medicinal Plant Garden, Orchidary and Fernery, Palmatum, a seismic observatory, a tree health helpline. The network and centers include TeakNet from FAO. Then we are hosting the BTSC South Zone of National Bamboo Mission and RCFC under the National Medicinal Plant Board, NMBB. And we have a central analytical instrumentation system and funded by a special program from the CM. Then we have a center for DNA barcoding and timber forensics. Then a nodal center for biological invasions, and we have a center for citizen science and biodiversity informatics. Next, please. So we have mainly the academic program.
Kindly conclude, Dr. Sri Kumar.
FRI, QSAT and Calicut University. Next, please. Next, please. So these are the research outputs. Next, please. So coming to the way forward, one of the important thing is to take studies on endangered as well as keystone species, especially their role in habitat requirement, population dynamics and conservation strategies, and restoration of key habitats like mangroves, river restoration programs, Myristica swamps, sacred groves. Then human life conflict is another major issue. Then the long-term monitoring in different forest systems. Then with regard to the biotechnological interventions, then genome transcriptome, then proteomic analysis and molecular marker assisted breeding programs in trees. Then the carbon sequestration programs, especially the potential of tropical forest for the carbon sequestration and develop strategies to enhance the carbon storage capacity. Then establishing the green spaces, especially the high density natural cover in the cities. Next, please. Then under sustainable livelihood, the community-based forest management initiatives, then assessment of ecosystem services in different habitats, then integrated pest management, then multi-phase approach for the climate change scenario in the case of forest pest and pathogens, and measuring the forest health at stand level, especially a multi-indicator evaluation using density, diversity, age, structure, regeneration, and edaphic factors. Next, please. Then introducing the remote sensing and the laser scanning and LiDAR, and as well as the satellite remote sensing technology, especially for the forest inventory methods that we have recently started some of the programs. Then collaborating global network to strengthen the collaboration with international research institutions and exchange of knowledge and capacity building programs through frequent trainings and capacity building opportunities for researchers, forest managers, including the wildlife conservation specialists. Next, please. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Sheikh Kumar, with a very extensive coverage of KFRI. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I request the next speaker, Dr. H.B. Raghu, Associate Professor at Department of Forestry and Environmental Science, College of Agriculture, GKV, Bangalore.
Respected chair of the session, co-chair, and dignitaries in the session and on the platform. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm Dr. Raghu from University of Agriculture and Research, Bangalore. And our university mandate is three main. One is education with the 6 educational campus with 12 different degree programs like a BSc Agri and Horticulture, and MSc and PhD with the 22 different branches. And we have 13 agriculture research stations and 9 Krishi Jnana Kendras for extension programs from field lab to field. And actually I have not listed, next slide. I have not listed the activities of the university, but it will, since you have limited 10 minutes, I have not listed the activities. It will take more time. Okay. This one, okay. So actually major activities, what in our campus, we have, even though we have 12 different degree programs, we don't have BSc Forestry, undergraduate Forestry, but MSc and PhD programs at GKVK Bangalore. And we have earlier it was environment science. Recently, now it is, we have taught as a MSc Forestry and PhD Forestry and environmental sciences. Now, as per BSMA, we are changing from next year onwards, we are going to change it to silviculture and agroforestry. So we there are few important activities. I'll going to read out the things. We have a lead botanical garden with 1,072 species nurtured in our campus with the 30 and also 32 species of tree arboretum. And we have an experiments on standardization of cultivation practices for quality timber tree fodder production, also on the few tree species, and quality plants of different accessions of jack and tamarind species, and conversion of waste biomass energy and waste biomass to energy and biochar. Established a quality assurance biofuel lab, which is accredited as per US and European Union standards. And actually it is elevated along with the CSR fund of HAL. We have worked on the biodiversity. Our department students, we are working on the biodiversity, carbon sequestration, payment for ecosystem services, bird and plant diversity in a very polluted wetland ecosystem in Bangalore, and a few experiments on different agroforestry system under ECRIP AICRP and agroforestry programs. And also identification of qualities sandal seeds against the Marur sandal seed, and performance of urban tree species at different pollution condition, and assessment of carbon sequestration and the biomass in different land use using remote sensing and JAS. These are in brief what are the activities we are carrying out, and I have given more emphasis on how we have to go forward. Actually, we have as of now, we have assessed, we are aware that the non-traditional cultivation system with the perennial crop is taking much importance. For example, rather than the traditional agriculture, the peoples who are working might be IT companies, they are to avoid the land absenteeism, they have started cultivating the perennial crops for easy management, and they can manage from far away. So there are more importance is given to the forest farming along with the other commercial fruit crops. So in this respect, we have already identified actually good number of all the institutions we have already worked on the different potential fruit crops. Forest fruit crops, we already good number of fruit crops have been identified, but we have identified the good accessions also. But the urgency is we need to develop or describe new varieties and with the high yield with respect to the fruit yield or might be with respect to the metabolites yield. So that is where we need to concentrate on. We need to concentrate. So for example, you know the Garcinia gummigata, Garcinia indica, Garcinia molla, around 5 to 6 species of Garcinia, or even might be even in the pipeline, we have other species where we need to concentrate. For example, Chrysophyllum roxburghii belongs to the Sapotaceae family. It's a big fruits. It's like it's also commonly called as the star apple. It's the size of the sapota, and it's have a very good potentiality for carcinogenic activities also. And we need to already good number of genotypes have been identified, but not much work has been not done. Okay, in line we have other species called as even the Flacartia montana. It's also called as the Sampigehendu, or even the Iliognus conferta. Like this, we have a very good potential crops for the future. We need to concentrate on these things so that we need to develop accessions or maybe varieties in such a way that we will going to give the importance for the forest crops. Next, please. And these are the important issues where we need to discuss. One is the market channelization. See, as Dr. A.K. Singh sir told, marketing channelization is very, very important, where we need not only for the timbers, even for the timbers and the non-timber forest produce, where the middleman will going to carry everything. Cultivators will not going to get the profit, or neither the producers. Okay, so processing unit. So we need to provide like a tree land foundation. So there is a need, like in Tamil Nadu, they have given one app, and even in other places also they are developing an app in such a way that they are going to connect the cultivators to directly to the industries. That is very, very important, where both of them they get benefited. Additionally, still we are producing a lot of good number of tree species, but alternative, we have a good number of timber species, but still we are not knowing which are the alternative for other importing items. For example, actually, when I discussed with the industry peoples in Hassan, they are importing some packing wood for packing material. We have a very good number of, for example, all light wood wood will going to grow in very short span, might be 5 years. That can be make use of here only. Okay, so we need to identify the alternative species, which are the available native species, so that it can be reduce the import, and in such a way that they'll going to farmers will going to get additional benefits. And no, earlier. So even we need to evaluate the elite genotypes of. Actually, we have developed for IFGTB has developed a good number of genotypes, but we need to develop in a different agroforest systems. So in different agroforest systems, different trees will going to perform differently. For example, we are undertaking one study on different agroforest systems, because forest department are distributing across the state common species. Most of species, tree species are common, but we don't know which tree species perform in a particular agroclimatic conditions. So we need to demonstrate at least all the genotypes in a different ecosystem, agroecosystem, in such a way that particular species can be suggested or recommended for a particular thing, for the better quality production and also for the commercial productions. Please, let it be right. So even actually, as A.K. Singh sir told, see, tree cutting and transit permission, getting a tree cutting and transit permission is playing a major role, because even though majority of the cultivators are not at all aware the present procedure. It is simple. Of course, it is taking time. It's still cumbersome. Even good number of people they'll follow if they're aware. We need to create awareness in this. And second thing is it is need to be simplified further. Like actually now RTO they have changed the thing like this. There are a number of options are there. Even now in Karnataka Forest Department, Revenue Department itself, they're changing to get some documents like this. We need to concentrate on forest cutting, tree cutting and transit permissions in such a way that tree cutting should be easy on their own private lands. And possible applications of artificial intelligence and also machine learning wherever it is possible in such a way that, for example, even now AI is playing an important role in identification of few pests and diseases. Otherwise, even for plants, or might be among the species, different plantations can be, you can use the AI and you can differentiate between the different age of the plantation in such a way that you can expect the productivity. And best use of this species combination for permaculture is very, very important because it is taking up the, it is attracting the for forest farming. And diversification of farm biomass energy, waste biomass can be converted into bioenergy and also biochar, which can be used for the soil amendment. Next slide. And see, this is one of the, actually see, this is, we can develop, it's one of the good crop, okay? But we need to make use of it. So it's at a short span, it will going to get a lot of biomass. It will going to produce a lot of biomass and we need to use it properly because you know n number of applications are there, but still no proper channelization is there for this. So simply they are telling bamboo, this species is good, that species is good. But after, by the end of 4 years, it will going to start. Actually, on the average, 20 tons of bamboo will be produced per acre. So how it will be marketed? So without assurance of the marketing and the product, so it will be very difficult. Otherwise, the farmers will be in a problematic situations. We need to address this properly. And even though we have varied applications of this, we need to have a proper strategy for this. And otherwise, it's a good crop with respect to the economy or might be ecosystem also, and for the carbon sequestration potential also. It is a very good species. We need to have a proper strategy, sir. Thank you for the opportunity for IWST and director and the team for giving me the opportunity to share the few things. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful presentation there. The next speaker, may I call upon Dr. G. Ravikant, a senior fellow and convener from Atri Academy, Bangalore.
Yeah, respected chair and co-chair, thank you for this opportunity. So I'll briefly highlight in 10 minutes the work that is being carried out at Atri. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, so at Atri, yeah, so these are some of the major focus areas of Atri. One is based on work on exploration and conservation, restoration, sustainable livelihoods, and climate adaptation. So though there are a number of other areas, I'm just focusing on some of these areas that currently we have been doing. So one of the major program which Dr. Balasubramanian has already mentioned is Trees Outside Forests of India, which we call it as TOFI program, which is a joint program. It's with a number of other organizations, and it's a 5-year program funded by USAID and MOEFCC. And this is led by C4 Aircraft and includes Atri, NIAP, Carefree, TFRI, and TNAU. And the major goal of this program is to expand the area under trees outside forest across India to enhance carbon sequestration and also to enhance ecosystem services. One of the major objective of this trees outside forest of India is to create an enabling environment for growing trees outside the forest, and also to make it economically incentivized for farmers, and also reduce the risk that farmers may undergo because of growing trees. The other important objective of this program is to provide quality and actionable information about trees outside forest. So one of the work that ATRI has been doing is to look at some of the species choice challenges, especially with regard to recommending species for different areas and for different agroforestry systems. I'll come to that a little later, but we're also looking at, because trees could be competing with crops, especially with respect to water. So some of those areas we have been trying to address. And also we are looking at harnessing data for assessing carbon-water trade-off and tree cropper water requirements. We have also been developing decision support systems that are sensitive to ecological and sociological factors. So those are some of the areas that we are doing. And one of the other areas that we have been doing is looking at payment for ecosystem services, especially if farmers are growing to grow trees, they would have a period of like 5 to 8 years where they would not be getting any income. So during that period, we are looking at how they could be provided with some kind of incentives. Especially we are looking at transition finance opportunities for payment of to ecosystem services as part of payment of ecosystem services. The other thing that we have been doing is looking at current demand assessment of wood and wood-based products, and looking at what is the current gap that exists between the demand and supply of wood-based products. And based on this, we are trying to see what species can be recommended as part of TOFI for farmers to grow in their farmlands. So as part of species selection, one of the major things that we have been doing is a decision support system called D4R. This is called Diversity for Restoration, which is a guiding for species selection, both in agroforestry as well as in restoration. So one of the major aim of this decision support system is you can actually choose what species to grow where, especially and based on what is your restoration objective, or based on what actually you want in case of if you're doing it in agroforestry system. So which species resist local stress conditions, which species are adapted to present and future environmental conditions, and where to collect seeds. So these are some of the information that can be obtained from this particular decision support system. So one of the major advantage of this system is this has all the species traits. We have about more than 100 traits for each species that is incorporated into this decision support system, and based on where you are, and you can actually select what species is required based on your research objective. For example, if you're looking at erosion control, you have different criteria that the support system provides with respect to either it is rooting depth or root strength or nitrogen fixing and things like that. So based on this support system provides species and seed sourcing recommendation based on the objectives, location, and site conditions. The other thing that we have been doing over the last few years is actual restoration that we are doing in different landscapes. One of the 4 major landscapes that we are working on is especially looking at degraded agriculture systems, open natural ecosystems, invasive where species, land which are infested with invasive species, and in riparian habitats. Again, in all of this, we're trying to see what species can be best grown in these areas, and also involve community to identify, prioritize, and target restoration activities. And a number of monitoring guidelines are also being done for both monitoring and evaluation, and citizen science approaches are also being followed. This again is a multi-institutional project with a lot of other organizations being part of this restoration activity. The other thing that we have been doing for the last 30, 25 years now is the long-term monitoring in 2 different landscapes. One is in KMTR and an Agasimala landscape, and also in Biligiri Rangan Temple Sanctuary, that's BRT Wildlife Reserve, where we have about 1 hectare plots. In case of BRT, we have about 10 1 hectare plots, and in KMTR, we have about 3 1 hectare plots. And in both these long-term monitoring plots, we have been monitoring the phenology of trees and trying to see the impact of climate change on what's happening to the phenology of trees in these landscapes. Apart from this, the other work that has been happening with respect to trees is looking at patterns of genetic diversity of economically important tree species as well as critically endangered tree species, and trying to use this genetic diversity information both for restoration and conservation of some of these critically endangered species. The other thing that we are also looking at is looking at biogeographic patterns of important tree species and trying to understand the center of origin of important taxa. We have also been developing genomic tools, especially DNA barcoding tools, for assessing the extent of adulteration, many medicinal plants, many medicinal tree species, and wood-based species. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ravi. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful presentation here. We have a next presentation from Dr. Vasudev R., Dean, College of Forestry, Sirsi.
Use comfortable with it. Once again, I would like to thank the director and my ex-student, Rajesh, for this wonderful opportunity to be here. It's a great opportunity to interact with the respected officers and dignitaries. In fact, my approach is entirely different than the previous one. What I have done is only to list down some kind of way forward, research gaps, and how we can collaborate. Sorry. So I'm from College of Forestry, Sirsi, in the Western Ghats. For those of you who do not know the geography, this is where College of Forestry, Sirsi is in the central Western Ghats, right in the hotspot of biological diversity. And then we have been given the awarded ICFRE Award for Excellence in Forestry in 2019 for excellent forestry research. The flow of my talk is extremely simple. I would like to first of all look at what are the challenges that are there for forestry sector, specifically looking at the South Indian condition, what are the research gaps, key areas to address, way forward and collaboration, and if there are any successful initiatives already been done, and what action plan can be now taken. In fact, current challenges are extremely multifaceted. There are about 6 of them. I'm not going to read off them, all of them. Climate change adaptation, and then sustainable harvest of NTFP. Very, very, very interesting and innovative forestry solutions are necessary for urban forestry, restoration ecology, agroforestry systems for especially water-stressed conditions, and technological integration. These challenges are not alone. They are actually influence one another. In fact, one of the most overarching influences on the climate change adaptation on all of them, as well as technological integration that is required for it. And what are the research gaps in each of these areas is that, firstly, we really do not know how our endemic and economically important tree species in the Western Ghats behave and respond to climate change. We need to address that. And then comprehensive studies on sustainable harvesting, marketing of NTFP, many of my earlier colleagues have already also showed. In fact, very recently, urban forestry is gaining a lot of importance basically because Bangalore has 20% of almost the Karnataka's population, and that needs to be looked into as a unique climatic condition, and we need to propose this urban conditions forestry. And we really do not have cost-effective and ecologically sound restoration techniques for degraded forest ecosystems. And then limited research is there specifically with respect to water-efficient agroforestry systems suitable for that. In fact, technological integration is very, very essential. We need GIS, AI, blockchain technology. In fact, blockchain technology can be extremely important for timber tracing in each of these. So I'll take 1 minute each for each areas for address and way forward. Number one is that we really do not know how the species behave and which species is really vulnerable. And what are the adaptive genetic variation that are there in the natural population, which is the building block for making a climate resilient varieties. So what we should do, we should go for selective breeding and biotechnological approaches of breeding. And then we need extensive provenance trial. In fact, the oldest provenance trial has started almost 400 years back, and we have stopped doing very good provenance trials. In fact, provenance trials today are the key with which we can work on the different kinds of variation that's necessary. Of course, climate change models are necessary for predicting the future impact. Second one is the sustainable management and of non-timber forest products. How exactly we should sustainably harvest like bamboo, medicinal plants, and wild fruits, value chain analysis and the market linkages, cultivation techniques for high value NTFPs. So what we should do, we should have some kind of a research program that focuses on sustainable harvesting techniques of NTFP, especially bark. In fact, Saraka Ashoka, which is one of the most important medicinal plants, which is where there is a demand for more than 100 tons of Saraka Ashoka, the bark is being harvested, and we do not know how to heal the bark once it's harvested. We need to now investigate value addition and market linkages, and then cultivation techniques for NTFPs. In fact, we have been doing some work on this kind of a thing. My student, Dr. Hanmanta, and also my colleague, we have been working on how the patch geometry of harvest of bark, as well as the post-bark extraction treatments, can actually help in recovery of the bark. As you can see here, without any treatment, there is absolutely no bark development. With a very simple neem seed kernel technology, paste application, you can get almost a very quick bark regeneration. Incidentally, the elements that are the chemical constituent of the regenerated bark is better than the original bark. Such research is absolutely necessary, and then these are extremely simple but time taken. So you need at least 2 years to look at it correctly. Urban forestry is gaining a lot of importance, and then we need to now know, suppose you walk through any street of Bangalore, you may end up with only seeing rain tree or mayflower or jacaranda. But we really do not know what are the other species that are suitable for the environment. Ecosystem quantification, and then innovative greening techniques like Miyawaki forest or rooftop, whatever it is that's necessary. So we require species suitable for urban environments, ecosystem services provided by the urban forest, and the vertical forest roof gardens. In fact, we have been establishing a Miyawaki forest in Dharwad, about 1.5 acres. Within 2 years, you can look at it, looks like a forest. This is what our Vice Chancellor is actually doing it. Within 2 years, you have this kind of Miyawaki forest. Restoration ecology and degraded, basically because we have been subjecting the forest to a very great amount of degradation. Any amount of cost-effective, efficient forest restoration techniques developed is a welcome one. Native species which are suitable for restoration, it's very, very important. And then the potential of assisted natural regeneration techniques is an important issue. In this context, we have been working on the Myristica swamps of the Western Ghats. These are extremely unique habitats which date back to almost to the era of dinosaurs. If somebody wants to ask you which is the oldest form of forest in the country, we can say that it's Myristica swamps. Unfortunately, there is a lot of arecanut plantations coming up. We have been doing, linking of these small swamp species with the help of students, with the help of forests. And then we have evolved a specific geometry with which it has to be planted so that the restoration can be extremely good. Agroforestry systems are expanding to water-stressed regions, and what we do not know is the tree physiology. We do not have very good data with respect to the water use efficiency of our tree crop combinations, and whether or not the drought-resistant agroforestry systems are economically viable. And then technological integration is an overarching influence that has, in fact, you need to now integrate a lot of it. Forestry can be now today made, better forestry can be made from either from the space or entering into the cell. In fact, you can count the number of elephants by just looking at the dung DNA. So that way we need, in fact, we have been developing one artificial intelligence-based smartphone app for identification of commercially important timbers in the Central Western Ghats with deep learning. So we are in the verge of developing a machine algorithm that actually uses and develop into a mobile application. Such kind of necessary technological interventions are indeed necessary. In fact, with this small background, I will take about 2 minutes more to flag you an extremely important situation that we are all actually facing. World may be today entering into a new era of tree death. In fact, tree mortality today is the very highest. What we have in the background, In fact, in Canada, in countries like Canada, the tree mortality is something like around 5%, which is alarming. And it is very, very scary that with which this scale of tree mortality is occurring. So this is about maybe 25 kilometers length. What you see as the red ones are all dead because of pine beetle attack. In fact, how widespread is this tree mortality? When there is more than 5% tree mortality in any natural situation, there are 147 episodes in every other continent. And we may have less reported ones in India. What you have, each dot is actually one tree mortality case. You have Asia 14, Australia, Europe, so on and so forth. We have very less basically because we have not been able to report it. There are actually happening. In fact, our own small survey has told that Myristica species, Shoria tellura, Terminalia, Arenga whitey, Hebewu, and then including our red sanders, there are bark borers that are present, which is a very, very dangerous situation. We need to work on it. Unfortunately, tree mortality is an extremely complex phenomenon. We can directly, there may be a fire incidents, drought incidents, so on and so forth, tree mortality can occur. But at the beginning, as a group of foresters, we can assess what is the vulnerability of a particular species for the climate change. So we can now look at 3 vulnerability dimensions. What is the threat to which a particular species is exposed? A species that is growing only in evergreen forest may be less exposed compared to the one that is present in a desert. Likewise, we need what is the sensitivity to the threat and what is the adaptive capacity of a species to the threat. When we convert all these vulnerability dimensions into species attributes, and then we can go back to the species traits. In fact, I appreciate the work of Dr. Ravi Kant and the ATRI, where they have 100 traits for a particular species, and then basically we can use that as a base. I was thinking when I was sitting there that this is one of the most priority setting exercise that we can do from this regional research conference, where we can now take up all our native species, evaluate their adaptability and susceptibility to or vulnerability to climate change, prioritize those species which are very, very important. In fact, our climate is like this, where about less than 10% is tree mortality is favoring. Once we have precipitation becomes wetter to drier, when the temperature becomes warmer and the drought becomes more long and intense, the future climate changes. The future climate can be extremely devastating for our trees, because a tree takes about almost 100 years to grow, and it can be killed in 20 months because of heat or death or whatever it is. So we need to now look at that as a very, very important threat. As a forester, you should be deeply worried and then should not get the sleep when you hear that there is a 5% mortality of a tree that is coming to India. So we need to now build a climate resilient population. We need expertise from climate data, phenotypic data, prioritizing field data, and genomic data. This is my last slide. In fact, we did attempt making one particular model project outline where we wanted to club or build a climate resilient populations of freshwater swamp species in protected areas of Central Western Ghats, which starts with vulnerability assessment, assessing the drought sensitivity, and then genetic diversity assessment, and then controlled common garden experiment, which is nothing but our provenance trial. So ultimately, we need to compose populations which are of extremely diverse and prioritized, establish a long-term testing plots in situ. We can take the help of different gadgets and technologies there. So we can allow it to, these long-term testing plots can be allowed for natural selection. And then once we have these results, this will be our resilient population. In fact, such a kind of a big project can be now made. In fact, we proposed this and then DBT shot it down, telling that this is not important. I don't know how it is not important. Anyway, that's a different story. I request the director to now throw his weight and then, make this project, not my project, make it a big project to come through. So action plan for collaboration, launch at least 5 joint research projects in the next 5 years, next 3 years, just like the one I told you, and conduct quarterly joint seminars and workshops, where meeting once in a year is a little less. And there must be an exchange program of 10 researchers and students between the institutes. And then we should at least aim at 5 collaborative publications in high impact journals. This will be the benchmark, basically, because all our quality of the work will be determined by that. And then work towards establishing a joint forestry climate research center. Thank you very much. So with this, I also would like to close this particular session. I thank all the distinguished colleagues who have shared their extremely valuable insights as well as their experiences. We've overshot by at least half an hour perhaps than the prescribed time. Apologies for that. Now I pass on my mic to my co-chair, Rajesh Kalaje, for.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, 1 minute. I'll just speak for 2 minutes. Then we. I thank all the speakers for their interesting presentations. While listening to the speakers, I thought probably we should have hello. Probably we should have stressed what we wanted to hear more. So we actually wanted to hear more about the possibility of collaborations with the research institutes and a little less about the college itself. And of course, a bit detail about the research, what they're doing. Probably the first part took a lot of time, and the future plan of action probably took a little bit of backseat. I take the blame for that. Probably we should have stressed this more. And one more aspect that struck me while I was hearing all the speakers is that is there a repetition in our research? Because ICFRE, IWST, and other institutes of ICFRE are conducting a research on climate change. And what I could hear and understand from Dr. Ravikant's presentation, they're also doing something similar. They also have permanent research plots. They're also doing phenological studies. And one more thing is about the studies on lantana camera. We also have an All India coordinated research project. I think some institutes are also doing the same. So unless we sit together and discuss or we exchange what we are doing, probably there is a chance of repetitions, and probably we are spending unnecessary money on those research, which can be avoided. And one more is payment for ecosystem services. That also I heard that research being done by 2 to 3 institutes. And when we sit together and discuss these aspects, probably we can find out what the other institute is doing and what we can cut down or what we can add. So thank you very much. It was a very interesting presentation, and I hope that whatever discussions we have had now, and we'll take forward for our further collaboration in the future. Thank you, one and all.
I thank the chair and co-chair for pleasantly conducting this technical session too. May I request Shri Rajesh Kalaje sir to please present the memento as a token of gratitude to our chairperson, Dr. Vasudha. I request all the speakers to come ahead near the dais to have a group photo, please. Speakers of the technical session too. We are quickly moving on to the session 3, research so far in wood science and technology way forward. In this session, the speakers will light up the ideas where we seek the feedback from wood-based industries to assess the current state of research in forestry and wood products. We have few of the delegates representing from different wood-based industries who have joined us virtually. This session is chaired by Dr. K.N. Murthy, retired PCCF. May I request, sir, to please kindly chair the session. Dr. K.N. Murthy is a fellow of IIM Bangalore and former PCCF of Forest and Managing Director of Karnataka Forest Industries Corporation. Before joining IFS, he was a bank officer. He served the Karnataka state for 30 years and retired in 2018. He is an all-rounder in forestry, having served in all the wings of Karnataka Forest Department. He is the Managing Director of Treelands Foundation, Bangalore. Thus, Treeland Foundation works towards building green, prosperous, and sustainable community. He is a bridge or a link between wood-based industries and tree growers to ensure sustainable supply of raw material. May I request Dr. Shakti Singh Chauhan to please co-chair this session 3. Dr. Shakti Singh Chauhan is a scientist G and head of Wood Properties and Processing Division. Sir has also worked as a director of Est Valley Priti. He is a recipient of ICFRE Innovation Award in 2019, exclusive work on wood polymer composite technology. Would you like to initiate this session, sir?
Thank you for inviting me to chair the session. This is the last session for today, and there are 7 speakers. Already quite many speakers have spelled out what research work they have been doing and how it's going. We are already behind schedule by almost 1 hour, 20 minutes. Let's keep this session short, but the session, I expect it to be very significant coming from the industries who depend mostly on applied research. They carry out only applied research. So let's listen to the experts who are in the field, who are applying whatever research has been done previously in forestry sector, and then how it is being, beneficial to the society. Secretary, would you like to say a few words? I think we better start off. Every speaker as such, as in the previous sessions, has 10 minutes. My humble request is that since we are running behind schedule by 1 hour, 20 minutes, let's make it quick, short, brief, and sweet. I now request Sri Jaideep.
Sir is not there. We'll go with Dr. C.N.
Okay. I now request Dr. C.N. Pandey. He is a known personality in the wood-based industries and a lot of work he has done. I now request Dr. C.N. Pandey to make his presentation.
Dr. C.N. Pandey has obtained his doctorate in wood science and wood products at FRI Dehradun. He is a scientist. As Director Pretty, he has worked as a chairman of CED20 Committee of Bureau of Indian Standard. Dr. Pandey has contributed immensely towards the development of plywood and panel product sector in the country. Currently, he is a technical advisor to Federation of Indian Plywood and Panel Industry and also technical advisor for Century Plyboards Limited. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Respected chair, co-chair, participants, my colleague from the institutes. Selected a subject, of course, research priority in forestry and wood technology from industry perspective. Next. I think you are all very well aware that there are three major industries, composite industries and pulp and paper. In mechanical industries, there are two very, very important sectors. One is the furniture and handicraft, because these are export-oriented industries, where a lot of emphasis is required by course, composite panel industries, which is earlier was being researched by Liberty, now of course in IWST. That is another major industry, and it is a growing, very fast growing industry because of the change in the availability of the raw material. Most of the start rotation plantation timber, which are coming from agroforestry, they utilized by this particular industry. And pulp and paper, of course, it's a well-known industry. Next. Next, please. This is the timber requirement. If you see in 2021, for ply, because I'll be mostly concentrating with respect to plywood and panel industry. And currently, I am actually as a principal technical advisor in the PP of Indian Plywood and Panel Industry, which is an apex body actually for the manufacturer of plywood. And we are also the knowledge partner of CCI, Confederation of Indian Industry, and FICCI, Federation of we were just, I think, working out that how much is the requirement of timber by these industries. And we have made a rough estimate that for plywood, it was about 10 million cubic meter production, and medium density fiber board about 2 million cubic meter, and for particle board about 1.5 million cubic meter. There is a huge quantity of timber required. In fact, we have made an estimate that roughly about 25 million cubic meter is consumed. This figure I am quoting for the 2021. Previous slide, please. Previous slide. But by the 2013, this requirement is going to be almost 4 times in case of plywood, and in case of medium density fiber board, it is about 5 times, and 4 times in case of particle board. So this is a huge requirement. Next. So how do we ride the growth and create value for the country, its farmer and rural entrepreneurs is a big question before the, I think, every one of us who are in the field of wood technology or in the field of science and technology and industry, and especially the trees which are being grown outside the forest. Next, please. This is just, I have experienced having worked in this area for about, I think, more than 40 years. Spent starting my career from Forest Research Institute to finally Liberty, and then now in the industry. What I have experienced that a lot of good work has been done by several institutes, ICFRE and other institute, and now I could see that a lot of good presentations were made by different state forest research institute, and they have been able to develop high-yielding variety of timber species, which has got considerable potential. But these innovations are not reaching to the industry that could benefit from them. This is one thing which I have seen. And to address this gap, a more robust extension strategy needed to ensure that these advancements are effectively communicated and adopted by the wood-based industries. This is what I wanted to convey to the respected chairman and even to the DG ICFRE that we need to strengthen our extension mechanism. Whatsoever R&D work is carried out, at least it should reach to the industry or it should reach to the stakeholder who are the actual user of your R&D output. So I have suggested some of the steps actually in my next slide. Some steps that could be taken. I think it should be made mandatory in ICFRE actually and in FRE other institutes also that need for industry-specific outreach program. I think there is a need for having a industries. If it is for the wood-based industries, especially for plywood and panel industry, we should have a focused different segment. We should have a very focused attention that what is to be done, how this high-yielding timber species, which has been researched by different research institutions, should reach to the these stakeholders who could adopt it and in collaboration with the farmers to produce quality material. Second thing, what is required is partnership and collaboration. Building a stronger collaboration between research institutions like ICFRE, industry association, which can definitely help in creating channels for regular communication and technology transfer. Many things which has been done, many good things are already, I think, researched quite a lot, but it is not known to industry and many of our small-scale industry sectors. So there is a need to, I think, strengthen this mechanism. Next, please. Extension services is very, very important, which is, I think, somewhat more attention is required to be paid actually. See, in case of, I just a comparison when I do, see, ITC also has been doing a lot of, I think, R&D work in improving the high-yield timber species. They have made it visible almost in all sector of wood-based industries. But somehow our research has not found much place, and there is a need actually to have a lot of extension services to be strengthened, and field demonstration center need to be established where industries could be invited. They can see the benefit. The first-hand information particularly can be passed on to them. And then feedback mechanism, that also is very much required. Once the technology part, especially in case of food science and technology, once we transmit the technology to the industry, we should regularly get a feedback that what sort of improvement is required so that the technology becomes sustainable for a longer period. And these are some of the things I think from my side, which is just I wanted to convey in the beginning. Now, next I will come to next, please. Then I have identified some of the key priorities areas from the wood industry perspective, which I think Institute can think of. Of course, many things they are already doing, but what more can be done in this direction? So next, please. I have just identified some of the, that is development of high performance engineered wood product that are light in weight, stronger, with good insulation properties and enhanced dimension stability. This is one area I think we need to concentrate because much work has been done in our country. IWST is quite competent with the merger of IPRT. They can think of how this product can be, it will conserve a lot of our, I think, forestry resources, which are mostly coming from tree outside the forest. Then development of product through creative use of wood resources, produce wood-based material from short rotation woody crops and small diameter timber for use in building system. That is, I think, some work is already going on in IWST, but I think it has to be strengthened. And these research outcome, it should not be only in the pharma publication. It should reach to the industry. They should demonstrate and the cost benefit ratio of the particular project as and when is completed. It should reach to the industry and it should be made aware to them. And it should be made mandatory actually to for each and every project to have an extension program, finally to reach to the user, stakeholder. And another area which is upcoming, of course, nanotechnology. Cellulosic nanocrystal may provide bio-based nanomaterial for a fraction of the cost of synthetic material, such as carbon nanotubes. I think some work, preliminary work is going on, but this area need more strengthened. Of course, once I say that area need to be more strengthened, it requires, I think, lot of financial support. And if ICFRE can make these such type of project, I think DSIR and other funding institution should be approached. Then life cycle analysis, I think for every is being made by the best industries. I think there is a need for life cycle analysis because environmental issues has to be addressed in coming times. So these some of the area which require further, I think, strengthening. Next. Then development of environmentally friendly and safe economical preservative. See, we have developed, I think, in the past, work has been done already at FRI to develop cost-effective preservative. But now with the growing environmental consciousness, I think there is a need to have economical as well as environmentally preservative from the bio origin need to be researched. And it should be made commercially viable actually, so that industry could adopt it at a different level of manufacturing the product. Then development of low formaldehyde content amino and agents for the manufacture of final product. This is, of course, very hot topic and a lot of work has already been done. But it as and when we do this work, it should be adaptable and it should be cost effective. So that also always should keep in mind. And development of effective method for effluent treatment. With the upcoming EF and other industry, I think the use of this preservative and other material, I think there is a need and industry has to be, I think, provided a lot of inputs to take effective methods for effluent treatment in the plywood and industry, especially in MDF and other pulp and paper industry. Then mass building construction using CLT and GLT. This is another upcoming area. I think some work is already going on IWST, but it should be upscaled to the industrial level. And if needed, they should approach to some industry to demonstrate this technology along with other industries people. Energy auditing, just previous slide. This is my very, I think, I had 30 days that we should go for the energy auditing in wood-based industry. This is what has been adopted in pulp and paper industry. See, we should not waste energy, and this is the way how we can minimize the cost of a product. So that I think requires a lot of industry as well as researcher both can join the hand, and if needed, you can think of that how best we can minimize the energy consumption by way of energy auditing in the wood-based industries. Next, please.
Pandaji request you to speed up and then complete it.
I think just I think going to finish. Development of new generation value-added products like fire retardant wood, plywood, LVL, and other GRPF material. Then development of environmental standard for panel industry. This is urgently required because in coming time, laws are going to be very stringent. So some standard need to be developed. Development of cost-effective bioadhesives and composites, and recycling of wood and wood waste generated in processing, more research work in the field of wood substitution through utilization of bamboo and agro-waste. Next. Then reduce carbon footprint of product in the manufacturing process, increasing energy efficiency, energy and material use, emergence of concept of sustainability, wood and wood product certification. This is the highest priority area, I think, IWST to take up. That unless and until we are able to claim in the competitive market that our product has come up sustainable source and we are able to certify it, then only we can stand in the international market. So that is very much required. Then establishment of a dynamic model to keep balance between the timber supply and demand. This is always missing actually. Some guess estimate is done and then based on that we have been moving. As a result, there is a lot of fluctuation in the cost and uncertainty in the availability of the raw material. And then human resource development. This is a priority area. The number of trained manpower which is being produced from FRI or IWST and some other institute are just not sufficient to meet the growing demand of this industry. As huge industry, about more than that. Then strengthening, this is just my conclusion, what I wanted to convey actually, strengthening areas that could help bridge the gap between scientific research and its industrial application, ensuring that hard work of scientists leads to tangible benefit in the wood-based industries. This is what I wish, how the ICFRE and its institute take up this thing ahead. That is very, very important. Thank you. Thank you very much. This is the, I think, last what I wanted to tell.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful presentation here where you highlighted the research needs. May I invite the next speaker here? Talking about the work experience of the speaker, his career as a scientist at this very Institute of Food Science and Technology, Bangalore. He served for 22 long years before moving to Konkan Specialty Polyproducts Private Limited, Bangalore. He holds a doctorate degree in chemical engineering from the prestigious Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. His research interest includes natural fiber-filled composites, biodegradable plastics, blends and alloys, starch-based plastic, functionalization of polymers, reaction engineering, and related topics. May I invite Dr. Ajay Karmakar, Director Technical at Conspec, Bangalore. Sir, is this the one? Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, everybody. Sorry, we are running late. And I will try to conclude it quickly. Forward, okay, fine. Thank you. So I will try to finish it as early as possible. Good evening, sir. Dr. Murthy and my old colleague, Dr. Shakti. Shakti requested me for this conference. I prepared my slides a little differently than normal, but please excuse me for that. So I will. Yeah, good. Okay. So I will just introduce you to my company. My company's name is Konkan Specialty Polyproducts and Private Limited. We are into plastic master batches and compounds. So we make variety of products like color master batches. So whenever you see a plastic color, it is done by adding master batches and we make that master batches. So most of the toys or pens, what you see, they are colored by our products. And then we also make fillers, that is calcium carbonate or talc filled material as additives or anti-fibrillation master batches. We make specialty performance master batch like UV, AO, etc. and flame retardant master batches like this Montera Stadium and Kolkata Salt Lake Stadium. All the chairs are colored and fire retardant made by us only in Conspec. Then we have certain, we have one more innovative material group wherein we make natural fiber filled composites. That's what work is carried out a lot in IWST. And we have a big expert, Dr. Shakti here. He has done some wonderful research in this area. Then we also make natural fiber filled composites, that is deckings, handrails, door frames, window frames, what do you call, pergolas, gazebos, etc., roofing. So some of the products are there already installed in IWST, and you might have seen them personally, physically. Then we have a NABL accredited laboratory where we have very high-end equipments like mass spectroscopy, HPLC, GPC, FTIR, DSC. Then in thermal testing, we have FPV. Then in weathering, we have QUV and UV weatherometers. Mechanical, we have UTM impact testing. Flammability, we have wonderful system, Atlas, for HUL flammability. And then we have lots of color spectroscopes. So we are a research-based organization. We do lots of research and develop new products. So when Shakti told me that this meeting is about way forward in our areas of work, so I just listed a few items. And I request you to all ask whatever doubts you have, and you can interrupt me anytime during my talk. So please feel free to do that. I will not take much time in presentation, so you can fully interrupt me. So we make wood plastic composite products actually, and we sell them a lot. So we make door frames, window frames. There the problem is not much, but when we make products which are exposed to environment like decking or roofs or gazebos, pergolas, etc., then there are certain problems encountered, and he wanted me to give industry perspective of where the research should go. So one of the major problems with these products is moisture absorption that results in swelling and shrinkages. Although wood is completely embedded in plastic matrix, still there is a lot of ingress of water into composites, and material absorbs typically 5 to 7% water. Now at this concentration, it will show some swelling and shrinkages. When the material is installed on a structure, then this small swelling and shrinkage will cause deformation. Secondly, in decking, where the underside of it is, there is a lot of water logging or accumulation of water, and the top of it dry very fast, you get warping because bottom remains expanded and top starts shrinking. So you get lots of warping. So these are the areas which should be addressed by developing newer technologies. So one can be a die design to get a compacted product. So one of the reasons why this moisture ingress happens is because of some kind of porosity, sub-micron size porosity, but that causes the water ingress into the system. So a die design where we have good compactation, or the failure is generally at the seam. So when the plastic melt is distributed in the mold and it joins together, there will be a seam. So that seam, if the pressure is not enough, both streams of plastics do not fuse well, and that becomes a defect center. So die design can help a lot in that area. Then controlling degradation of natural fiber during compounding. Now this is a big challenge for industry. Whatever twin screw extrusion system we have today, they really impart very high shear on the material, and there is some degradation of wood and plastic. The degradation of plastic and wood cause the product failure because then it is easy to degrade. So improving the screw design of TSE, that is optimizing the shear related degradation or shear related temperature rise and achieving a good mixing at the same time, is a big challenge. So the screws, commercially, the degradation of polymer or filler is not a problem in industry, because they all can withstand very high temperature, and they are all compatible with plastics. Like calcium carbonate is coated with zinc stearate, temperature plus minus 2 degree, 5 degree, 10 degree doesn't affect it. And the shear, because they are slippery material, they are not abrasive like wood, you can shear them a lot. Like you can apply a lot of shear and yet degradation will not take place. But here it is different. So I believe that a lot of work is needed to develop a screw profile which can cause good mixing in a twin screw extrusion, or in one way of doing it is completely avoiding twin screw extrusion, like a single screw oscillating kneader, a bus co-kneader kind of machine. or a ferrule kind of coordinator of machine, which are exclusively designed for moderate shear or low shear and very good mixing. So this is the area in which we should work so that the end product is more robust and the product don't get problems when installed in the outdoor conditions. Then weathering after long usage is an issue. So first 3-4 years, nothing happens. After that, the material starts fading. It is not that wood will undergo degradation by weathering. It is the plastic on the surface which undergoes degradation. It loses the molecular weight or undergo cross-linking and hence becomes slightly foggy and the overall product looks dull. Okay, just one sandpaper brushing can make it new again, but still we need to work on how to control this degradation or how to limit this degradation. Then this WPCs, whatever we have worked so far, have limited impact strength. We have worked a lot with impact modifier, but so far we have not come across a system which can give sufficient impact strength. And one of the reasons why our decking will get damaged is because of impact of falling object. Like in one place where we have laid a beautiful decking and one coconut fell, it got punctured. So unfortunately, all filled material, particularly WPC, has very poor impact strength, and we need to work on this aspect of it. Then second, Shakti said ki what can be the new areas. So recently we have been getting lots of inquiry about the new carbon content in our products. So WPC per se helps us in the sense that we have done one testing for 50% WPC for injection molding application, and we got a certification for 56% of new carbon. So now my product has 50% carbon coming from new carbon resources, not from fossil resources. And many countries, particularly Europe, Japan, and North American countries, are demanding more and more bio content in their product. So this gives opportunity for us wood scientists to increase the bio content by adding variety of fibers. And we have very large variety of fibers from hemp, sisal, jute, flax, banana fibers, pineapple fibers. So yeah, there are lots of biomaterial available, which definitely can be used with plastics, particularly in auto industry. And so it makes the product safer. It makes the renewable content high. Although I remind you, it don't make it biodegradable, no. But it increases the bio content. So it is good from the point of view of beginning of the life cycle. Then polymers from new carbon, like PLA, polylactic acid, it is made from sugar. I'm happy to announce that India is getting the first PLA factory in Uttar Pradesh, and they are going to produce, to begin with, 75 kilotons per year. That's a large facility. So this polymer is made from sugar, and this is 100% biodegradable and compostable. So this is win-win from both situations, from the beginning of life situation, from the end of life situation. So there are many new carbon economy. I was showing him yesterday only, Mr. Vaishnav, our minister, had announced a new carbon policy for India. So lots of monomers like 1,4-butanediol, succinic acid, adipic acid can be made from sugar, right? Or other carbohydrate resources. Sugar is very expensive. But see a sugar industry like the one I'm talking about, who is putting a PLA plant, they crush typically 1 lakh tons of sugar per day. 1 lakh ton of sugar cane per day they are crushing. That is the size of industry. Now just 20% of it is hemicellulose. If I can extract that, can I use that for biomethane, for bioalcohol, or for lactic acid, or 1,4-butanediol, or variety of other chemicals? And this material is available in lakhs and lakhs of tons in India, and all sugar mills just burn it. So new carbon economy is taking shape. There is a market available, and when I say market available, countries are ready to pay the price for product of new carbon, like PBS, polybutylene succinate, which is made from 1,4-butanediol and succinic acid. Now both these things are sourced from sugar, made by BASF and Lanxess, and there is a agglomeration of industries which are doing this. And the material is made by PTT Thailand, by Mitsubishi Technology. This is a wonderful polymer. Wonderful polymer, home compostable, and 100% new carbon content. But the same polymer can be made by petroleum-based resources also, like 1,4-butadiene succinic acid coming from petroleum industry, petroleum-based resources. So this bio-based PBAT will fetch $7.7 per kg, whereas petroleum-based PBAT is available for approximately $1.9 to $2 per kg. So there is a future for bio-based refineries, and yeah, as an institute, we should concentrate on how to improve the new carbon content in our products. Develop new generation compatibilizers for using these materials and synthetics or bioresins, and make products which are used by in our everyday product, right? Say a simple food container for Swiggy, Zomato kind of packaging. 5 years back, we have not heard of it. Today, they are using, I think, 2.4 thousand tons of plastic per month or per year, something like that. So these are the areas where institute like ours can work and provide a solution which is coming from new carbon, which is 100% degradable, and hence the product is sustainable. Everything comes from the nature and goes back to nature. We are not drawing anything from the nature on a one-way highway. So alternatives to olefins and non-degradable plastics and other resins, including adhesives. So this is a big opportunity for all of us, that there are commercially available certain plastics like biodegradable and compostable polymers, PLA, PBAT, PBS, PHAs. Now, PHAs are particularly very interesting. They are made by bacteria. So you take certain class of bacteria, then feed them with sugar, it multiplies, then you cut the nutrient, either phosphorus or nitrogen. So they will stop producing proteins, that they will not multiply. But when the sugar is available, they will accumulate it as a fat. And that fat is called the polyhydroxyalkonates. That is general name. It can be butyrate, valerate, hexonate, etc., etc. And the polymer has a property like very stiff, 1% elongation at break, and 35 to 40 megapascal of strength to 2 megapascal of strength and 600% elongation, like a rubber, elastic rubber. All this is made by nature, right? It is not made by factory. It is not factory, I mean reactors, or by providing heat, melting it, refining it, purifying it, nothing required. In a bioreactor, you can make this polymer as much as you want, and it only eats sugar. So these are the areas in which we need to work more and more. I'm not saying it is that easy. There are so many technical difficulties, some of which even we are fighting with. Now, degradability in various environments. So different plastics behave differently in environments. Like PLA can only be composted in municipal composting. If you put in home compost, PLA will not go. It will stay like that. But PBS and PHS can go. So there are a variety of environment where we discard the material. It can be soil environment, marine environment, lake ecosystem, or municipal compost or home compost. We have to tune the property of polymer so that the polymer can get composted or disappear in a given environment, right? I can't produce the polymer for one environment and then go and dispose it off in second environment. So, and secondly, again, natural fiber composites from compostable polymers and natural fibers. That makes a great combination. Then there are areas on plastic waste. We can use particularly fuels from plastics by catalytic reactions. That is an area in which we can easily start working without much investment. Then strategies for disposal of multi-layer films. Multi-layer films are made from polythene, polypropylene, PET, nylon, blah, blah, blah. These are not recyclable. So if you go and see a dump where a garbage picker is picking up Nandini packet, he will pick up immediately. And a multi-layer packet, he will not touch. Correct? Because he knows there is no sales value in it. It has 5 polymers, I can't reprocess it. So it has to go via incineration route. So we have to develop these technologies. Dumps, million-ton dumps available, which has some 32% of plastics. Can we use cyclone-based technologies to separate the plastic and heavy material like natural fibers, food waste, etc., and make some energy? Or we can mine methane from the dumps. There are so many areas available, but I don't have time. So I will not go much into it, each areas. Anyway, I'm available to work with you all always. And thank you very much for your kind attention. I sincerely appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. We rarely get an opportunity to listen to the words of such speaker here for his, particularly for his valuable insight in wood plastic composites. The next speaker we have is Sri Moise Bog, Managing Director, Hones Ply Private Limited, who always supports us with the wood-based composites research. Moise Bog, sir, are you online? Okay. Okay, sorry, currently he is not able to join to us now. We'll go to the next speaker, Dr. Mohan Varghese. Mohan Varghese, sir? Yeah. Dr. Mohan Varghese did his master's in forestry from Kerala and his PhD from Institute of Food Science and Technology. As a scientist in ICFR, he has worked for 15 years before moving to ITC. He is a senior principal scientist at ITC Life Sciences and Technology Center, Bangalore.
Yeah, am I audible?
Sir has been awarded research fellowship. Yes, sir. You're audible. Sir has been awarded research fellowship by ITO, AS8, ACIAR, FAO, SIDA, and International Foundation for Sciences. A Swedish Scott spine was dedicated in his name in 2008 by the IFRO Seed Orchids Working Group for Excellent Research on Seed Orchids. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, my slide is visible. My presentation is visible.
Yes, sir. You're audible.
What about the slide? Is it visible?
No, sir.
No.
Kindly share your slide, sir.
Now?
No. You just click on share the screen, sir.
Yeah, I have done.
He's trying.
What about now? No?
No. Dear sir, if you're facing any problem, can you please share your slides to us so that we can. What's if it was? Yeah, there is Manjunath's number. 9425 4268 16. Mohan Varghese, sir, can you please WhatsApp your slides to 9425 4268 16?
Give me the give me that number once more. 92.
Yeah, 9425 4268 16.
16. I'll just try once more if it works. Otherwise, I'll.
Okay.
Can't see now? No?
No, sir.
No. Okay, then I'll send a PDF to this number. Yeah. Yeah. Can someone else can present? I'll follow after that. Yeah. Thank you. Someone else can present. I'll follow after this.
Have you forwarded the slide, sir? Have you shared?
No, I'm making it.
Dr. Mohan, have you shared
Yeah,
it?
it'll take about 2 minutes. Someone else can present. I'll follow that.
Yeah. We can just move the slides.
No, I need to make a PDF because it's a big file. I'll send a PDF now. Give me about 5 minutes. Someone else can present. Is there anyone else?
Next speaker.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we'll go on to the next speaker. May I call upon Dr. Santosh Gowda Vipatil. Sir is Assistant General Manager Plantation from West Coast Papers Limited, Karnataka. He's basically from Dandeli.
Good evening to all. My name is Dr. Santosh Gowda Patil from West Coast Paper Mill, Dandeli. I'm worked in the different industries. Like basically, I'm coming from the research organization. I worked in Bangalore, Karnataka State Sericulture Research and Development Institute for 4 years, and 7 years I worked for a Institute of French Institute of Pondicherry for Western Ghat and Agroforestry, as well as medicinal plants. Later on, I joined for a West Coast Paper Mill, Dandeli in 2006 and 7. Later, I joined for Balarpur Industries. Later, I moved to Laos, Birla Lao Pulp and Plantation Company. During that time, I had an opportunity to visit Thailand, Vietnam, and Cambodia. And I have visited some of the industry in Thailand and Vietnam also. All these experiences I wanted to share with you all as for the industry requirement and the wood requirement current status and how the farmers are reacting to the industries. And I have some linkage between the farmers, industry, and as a research person, how we can link together, because most of us, we are conducting conferences, okay, research programs and all those things. Basically, we are keeping the main person away. But we are talking about the biodiversity, sustainability, okay, species introduction and clonal technology, biotechnology. And today morning, I was very much impressed about the PCCF. Now the technology is not required. Dear friends, I have also worked as a research organization and researcher. Technology is not required. Farmers are developing a lot of technologies. For example, I will tell you how many people you know eucalyptus can be used as a one product. You come to the Mandya district. There is a place called Kirigavalu. You cannot see one another plot straightforward. One another plot, you cannot see it. It's like a tropical forest. One plot to another plot, you cannot see it. That way, how nicely.
Come straight to the points. Come straight to the point. Because
No, that's what. That's what.
We can't hold the entire audience.
See, that is why. See, the product of the eucalyptus, they are classified 5 products. First product, they sell it as a timber. Second product, it's for the plywood industry. Third product is for the poles. Fourth product is for the pulp industry. Fifth product is for the vegetable farmer to grow vegetable, supportive poles for the vegetables. And the sixth one, bricks and other purpose. Not a single part is missed out.
Then in the wood-based industry, I can call upon this kalparuksha. A small part will not be wasted. That is how, and the demand is, we are not ready to supply the requirement of the saplings and seedlings. Number one. Number two, we are talking about more about the clonal technology. Dear friends, actually, clonals are very good. But in India, eucalyptus clones, it's developed last 25 years back. Still today, we are using it the same clone. But clonal technology can be hampered any moment. But 10% of your clonal plantation should have a seedling plantations for the future purpose. Okay, that is missing. And next is Casuarina. We used to tell Casuarina is a coastal line plantations. We can come to Dharwad area or Hubli area. We have introduced Casuarina plantations in black cotton soil. Casuarina and Subabul are the main source for the land which is Gadag district, Koppal district, Haveri district, and these are the districts are not at all worked any forestry plantations. Any forestry plantation is not worked, and the many more number of forestry nurseries are there. There they are raising it, mahogany, so mahogany, silver oak, which are not at all farmers are interested. On a free of cost they are giving, but the farmer is losing their interest to plant it other plant also, because these are rotation period is very high, very slow grower, and they are not adaptable to that conditions. For that purpose, we have to have a proper, adaptable, sustainable, and commercially valuable plants. For example, I can give you the yield of the Casuarina in Kiregavalu. They are targeting 1 lakh rupees per acre. They have targeted 1 acre per year. They have to get the 1 lakh rupees per acre. Any crop can get it this much of amount in a wood-based industry in a shorter period of 4 years. Their short rotation period is harvesting period is only 4 years. And that too, it is not much irrigated also. Even your coffee or even your what you call areca nut will not give without the proper management. The investment is very high. The investment in this Casuarina is very limited, very less. And also nowadays we are not talking about multiple uses. If you plant it 1 acre of land Casuarina, have a 10 goats he can rear from that 1 acre. He can run a family, 4 members of family without any hesitation, without going any place. He can raise it. He can run his family without any disturbance, socio-economically disturbances. Okay, these are the opportunities are there. These things can be incorporated, and we have to include the farmers in such meeting, at least some progressive farmers. Then only we can translate our technology to the field. Otherwise, technology is one side and farmers is other side. In between, nothing is used, and there is a lot of wastage of the funds. That is why not generating the fund is very difficult nowadays. The universities and institutions growing like mushrooms. How the people can give the fund, where we can generate the fund. Okay, these are the points I wanted to share with you all. Thank you very much giving an opportunity to speak about these things. Okay.
Thank you, sir. We have a next speaker, Shri Jaideep Chitlangia, the Managing Director of Zero Ply Industries Limited. Chitlangia, sir, are you online?
Yes, good evening.
happening. I am online. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I've just joined, so can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Okay. From the industry's perspective, I feel that enough dissemination of information of research by various research organizations is not available. The previous speaker was talking about a farmer not being within the loop, and there is a gap between the research and the farmer. He's absolutely right, because whatever I've heard in the last couple of years about research, it's always been about ITC having done some clonal research. Now, ITC's research is very industry specific. They were doing research for clonal for the paper industry, because the paper industry requires short-term plus for their Wipro, for the matchsticks, whatever popular. So they require short cycle or a short cycle clone and short cycle this thing. Whereas if you look at the panel industry, and if I were to break the panel industry into two different sectors, one is plywood and the other one is MDF and particle board. The key challenge is that plywood requires a more mature timber, at least 7 to 8 years. If you look at eucalyptus, it requires minimum 7 to 8 years. But unfortunately, market forces are driving it down to 4 years, 3 years. The farmers are not ready to wait for 7 years. So the only other way is educating the farmer on intercropping. If we can get some research done on what can they do on intercropping, so that if they were to take a 7-year cycle on the eucalyptus or on poplar, which is a very required need of the industry, then and with intercropping they can look at their revenues, because they also need money for those 7 years. How do they meet their revenue stream? So some kind of a research advisory, which would mean that ICFRE would need to engage with the Ministry of Agriculture, would need to engage with the subdivisional officer, would need to deal with other aspects and create a training program for farmers to make them understand how this is possible. Because the government of India is very clear. They want an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Now, where do you get that Atmanirbharta from? So we need to look at the various links which are missing. And if the way I look at it is that we need to bring out a research, or we need to do on how does he get a 7-year cycle, intercropping, and because the particle board and MDF industry requires the lops and the tops, they don't want mature trees. They just need the lops and the tops. Whereas the plywood industry requires mature timber. If you look at the IS 303 specification, if you look at 710, if you look at 4990, all this is not possible without mature trees. 303 is okay, the new revision, it takes care of the short cycle. But if you look at 710, you look at 4990 and the 10710, the structural grade, it's very essential that some research on clones or on how to improve the revenue stream of the farmer. We can't leave them outside and say, okay, हमने तो research करके आपको दे दिया, आप ये पेड़ उगाओ, and इसका आपको इतना 7 साल में revenue मिलेगा, लेकिन वो जो intervening 6 years है, 7 years है, उसका revenue उसको घर का अपना खर्चा निकालने के लिए वो कैसे निकालेगा? It has to be what should I say? A research which it takes care of this also. This is all that I need to say. Thank you very much. Hello.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Mohan Varghese, sir, you're online now.
Yeah, I'm online.
Yeah, your presentation is ready. Next, we have a presentation from Mohan Varghese, Senior Principal Scientist, ITC. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. The former two speakers have set a perfect setting for my presentation. So in one way, it is good that I couldn't present before. Yeah, so I'll be presenting on improvement in pulpwood productivity and quality by ITC and what's the way forward. As we all know, ITC was responsible for a brown revolution in this country. And that was because they started off very early. And then where are they and what is the way forward? That's what I would like to see. Next slide, please. Next slide. Oh, yeah.
We
So
can't see
this
the
is
slide. Just to say, Mr. Verghese, we can't see the slides. For some odd reason, I am only on an audio only mode. Is there something to my, can somebody help me with this? I can't.
I can see because this is, I am not presenting it. It is being uploaded by IWST from their conference call.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm able to see. Yeah. So I'll go
Okay,
ahead.
then what I'll do is I'll ask for a copy. Then somebody can mail the copy of the presentation.
Yeah,
Thank you.
certainly.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is just one slide where I speak a little bit of theory for 2-3 seconds. See, in a general breeding program, we have been taught and we have learned a lot that genetic diversity and gain is important, and there should be three populations. The gene resource population, breeding population, production population. And we as geneticists have been toying with this idea, and I have also been involved in a breeding program that was implemented by IFGTB, where we learned the basics of tree breeding. And essentially, if you look at the next one, it's mostly to do with the native population, where we look at provenances and families, and then we try to do the breeding in the form of seedling seed orchard and clonal seed orchards, and then clones should come out. But quite often in India and most third world countries, what they do is to cut short the time and get all the benefits. It's like, hunting and then just taking what you need, jumping from the native population to the clone, and what you end up is you will have some improvement, but it's certainly a dead end. There's no way you can go forward. You'll have to come back again. And this is exactly what ITC did in 1985 in its first breeding program, which I call as ITC Improvement Program 1. They imported seed from different provenances, and then I can fully understand. And if they had not done it, definitely we would not have reached this stage where pulp industry would be totally dependent to be self-reliant in the wood production. But in the process, what they did is they ended up with a few clones, but nothing much to look forward to beyond that. Next. Yeah. So we all know that, a lot of ITC clones were planted all over the country. And this is a photograph I took from West Coast Paper Mill in 2000. First photo was taken in 2002 when the general manager was in 2007 when it was struck by gall and then completely eliminated. And then suddenly people came out with another clone 413, which is tolerant, but again, it's being planted all over the country, and now it's highly susceptible to diseases. Next. Next, please. Yeah. But in an R&D in a private sector, the financial impact is very important. The wood yield improvement is for the farmers. If the wood yield is not, farmers are not happy with what they get, they will not plant it. But the wood quality improvement is extremely important for the profitability of the industry. See, 20% improvement in wood yield, WY is wood yield, is actually to keep the farmer happy. But it's not much to do with the profitability of the industry. 1% pulp yield improvement is actually, the figure given is 14 crore per year, if 1% improvement in pulp yield is achieved. And if we can improve fiber length by 10%, it's about 9 crore, which can replace the long fiber pine wood. But if you can improve 50% wood yield, then it's about 50 crores because, there's a lot of wood are available around the factory and transportation cost is reduced. But then if you look at the graph on the right, you can see that the lowermost quadrant, which is in pink color, is our wood, our material, which is commodity lenses taken from anywhere in the world. It will be on the lowest side. where it'll have low pulp yield and very high kappa number means poor quality pulp. And what you have on the extreme right quadrant in blue is actually Eucalyptus globulus, a price material which gives very high pulp yield and very good quality pulp also. So we are somewhere in the middle, and the only option left for the pulp industry is to make hybrids between these. Next. Yeah. So that's when this R&D in 2007, when I joined, I was given a very stiff task of 6% improvement in pulp yield, which is important for the industry. And then we drew up a very elaborate breeding program involving eucalypts and a species called Corymbia. Next. Next, please. Yeah. So then we went about the task. But what we did here is actually from the native population, we had established a seedling seed orchard and then tried to plant out a lot of areas, about 1,000 acres, and then select clones, jumping from the SSO to the clone. But then it was difficult getting it through to the business because Dr. Kulkarni, who was the doyen of clonal forestry in India, felt that you cannot develop so many clones from such a small area of 1,000 acres. In fact, they have roamed around the whole country and brought out these clones. And how is that you're going to develop something from a small area? But then we were very seriously looking at the pulp yield, which we were evaluating through near-infrared spectroscopy, a portable equipment, which would help us screen the good trees. And then this is short-term strategy where the industry can get some quick benefits, while we were really focusing on the long-term program. Next. Yeah. So we were very seriously building up all this rapid evaluation calibration curves for the NIR tool, and then we were able to identify. In fact, the company wanted about 4,000 tons of wood to be produced so that it can run one mill full run with this clone, and they wanted to check what is the pulp yield. Is there any improvement over what they were currently getting? Next. Next page. So the most important thing was we wanted to develop a breeding station where we can continuously breed. The initial time spent is a little, but then it helps us in sustainably producing new clones and then tailor-made clones. For example, the EC64 is on mother, and you have different species as fathers, and each combination will give you a new set of progenies. In fact, this is extremely important from a climate perspective because with increasing climate issues, many clones, if you go with a pure species, may not be able to survive and give the same profitability that the industry wants. So it's extremely important. We used the Camarlensis as the rootstock, and then all this species which essentially grows in the west coast, which cannot grow in the dry, and then bringing out all the trees which we selected in the dry, arid tracts, hot places of the east coast, and then bringing them and grafting them together, and then making such crosses. Next. Yeah. So this is a very elaborate program where we placed our breeding and production populations all over the South India, but focusing essentially on Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. And then such elaborate clonal tests are important because, see, in an industry, you can't release a clone and sit cool. If the farmer doesn't plant or he comes back, then we are finished. Next. Next, yeah. So then we went about very serious controlled pollination programs. See, this arboretum is a major resource. It's one of the best available in the country today, wherein we have different species all conserved and which are made to flower, and then controlled pollination is done. And then hybrid seed is produced. As one of my as a previous speaker was telling, this is actually something that the farmers are very happy. It gives 30% higher yield than a clone, and it's very good for the industry because the pulp yield is very high, and even in 1 year it's showing such good uniformity, almost like a clone. And then also you can develop many clones from a single pedigree between a father and a mother, which was not possible in the earlier method. So we can keep on producing any number of clones if we have this strategy intact. Next. Yeah, and then when it is finally put in the backyard of the mill, Dr. Kulkarni was really amazed. He had not seen this kind of plantation in India before, and he was very happy to appreciate it. And he brought his entire team, and they were all very happy to see it and were fully associated in this kind of work from there on, from 2014 onwards. Next. Then the other species that is very important for pulp industry is suberwood. I'll be explaining why. But there were a lot of issues because this current material that was planted was seed, which was very low yielding and poor in quality. And clones had to be introduced, but there was a big problem with rooting of clones, which we were able to address effectively. As you can see on the right side in the lower photograph, the kind of new plants produced from this new rooting technique with a very much better in rooting system and a high rooting percentage of 80 plus on all seasons, especially the summer season. It was essentially by modifying the anatomy of the rooted the cuttings that were taken for rooting. As you can see, the lateral cutting is a very different anatomy, which helps in much better rooting. Next. But once that was done, we thought we had solved the problem. Then there was a huge issue of lodging. All these clones started falling. So then we had to very seriously work on it. And then we have come out with a nice package on how to. Next, please. Yeah. So now we have a package wherein, the root system is all good and the trees don't fall much, less than 5% or something like that. So this is what the farmers are extremely interested now. Next. And one thing is, see, the current clone C146 and C16, especially this C146, which is a high yielding, has a very big disease problem. And you can see the lodging scale 1, 2, 3, 4. So they were more prone to lodging, and we developed now hybrids, as you can see on the photograph. We just got very good growth and low in lodging and almost no disease incidence at all. This is just getting commercialized now. Next. As I was telling, suberwood is very important for the pulp industry because, as you can see from these graphs, so there's a major difference in the wood property, especially the fiber traits between suberwood and Eucalyptus camaldensis, which makes both of them mixing as a very complementary effect actually, wherein the essential differences between the fiber wall thickness and the fiber lumen. The large lumen of suberwood comes very complementary to the large walls of Eucalyptus camaldensis. And as you can see in these graphs, in suberwood, if you move it to a dry tract, the fiber width increases, which is essentially due to the fiber lumen width increase. Whereas in Eucalyptus camaldensis, the fiber width will increase, which is mostly due to the fiber wall. And as a result, the Runkel ratio is very good in suberwood compared to Eucalyptus, which makes it a very good combination for the pulp industry. Next. Yeah, so these are now the new clones which are commercialized now. The hybrid clone 2022, which is catching up very fast in the Bhadrajanam tract. The Kashana hybrid 1761. And then we have also introduced a Corumbia hybrid clone, which we see as a game changer, but will take a little time for the farmers to get used to it. And then there is the 1803, which is now selling out like hotcakes in Bhadrajalam because it's very adaptable to the dry, hot climates of Andhra and Telangana. Next. And then because, we have this breeding program intact, and we, by shuffling the parents, we are able to produce some jumbos. But then we're not sure what is the impact of these jumbos on the wood quality. So we're just looking around a little more. Yeah, I have only another 2-3 slides more. I'm almost done.
Thank you.
Next. Next, please. Yeah. So this is the last slide. I'm sorry. This is the last slide. So there was one discussion whether this can be used in timber making. So then we had a collaboration with IWST, especially Dr. Chauhan and his team, and then Rubber Board, then Kerala Agriculture University, Dr. Anoop, and IFGTB also. And then see, as you can see, eucalyptus wood has a tendency to warp, split, and bend. But Corymbia actually does not have these defects. So we were actually toying with the idea, can we use the bottom 2 meters for making furniture? And then modular furniture models have been tried, wherein, instead of using the wood as such, we make boards, finger jointed boards, and then use this kind of furniture which can be folded and modular type, which is now can be used. But then this Corymbia species has to catch up, and enough wood has to be produced by the farmlands. Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, may I request Navneet Gajjar, sir, to share his views. Navneet Gajjar, sir, are you online? He's from Kandla Timber Association. Sir, unmute कीजिए.
नमस्ते जी. हेलो.
हाँ सर, you're audible.
सर मैं सबका कंडला टिम्बर की ओर से आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा कर रहा हूँ. और आज जिस हिसाब से जो मीटिंग था, इसमें मैं सॉरी फॉर लेट एंटर हो रहा हूँ, नेटवर्क के बाहर था. मेरा कहना यह है कि जैसे जगदीप साहब ने बताया कि प्लाई इंडस्ट्रीज के लिए मिलिया दुबिया, नीलगिरी और यूप्रिलेस, उसके लिए अपने को अपने फार्मर को प्रोत्साहन दे के आगे का प्लाई इंडस्ट्रीज के लिए उसको प्रोत्साहन देना चाहिए. और आज की तारीख में कंडला टिम्बर से जो माल आ रहा है, उनके हिसाब से प्लाईवुड इंडस्ट्रीज को पिलिंग के लिए ऑस्ट्रेलिया का पाइन पिलिंग के लिए बहुत अवेलेबल है. और आगे का जो फ्यूचर है, और आज एशिया की सबसे बड़ी मंडी है ये कंडला टिम्बर के जो माल आ रहा है मुंद्रा और कंडला में, समझ लो आज साल भर का 45 लाख CBM माल आ रहा है. डायरेक्ट इनडायरेक्ट सबको रोजी रोटी मिल रही है. उसके सिवा जिस हिसाब से अपने को आगे का फर्नीचर के लिए और यहाँ के कारीगरों को ये उनके लिए एक गवर्नमेंट देना चाहिए, वो भी करना बहुत जरूरी है. और आगे ऐसा ही सेमिनार अपने यहाँ कंडला में कीजिए, तो यहाँ से हमारे सारे मेंबरों का भी सपोर्ट मिल जाएगा. हेलो.
हाँ सर.
और जैसे लास्ट टाइम ईपीटी से सिंह साहब ने यहाँ एक सेमिनार रखा था, ऐसा फ्यूचर में भी अपने टिम्बर के जो जितने भी अपने बाहर से जो लोग आ रहे हैं, और काफी फर्नीचर के लिए यहाँ फ्यूचर बहुत अच्छा है, तो वो हिसाब से सबके यहाँ एक बड़ा अच्छा सा सेमिनार रखे. और IWST यहाँ ईपीटी के एक ऑफिस खोलने की हमारी जो डिमांड थी, उनके लिए एक ट्रेनिंग सेंटर के लिए वो भी हम पूरा कंडला टिम्बर सहयोग देंगे.
ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है. और कुछ बोलना है?
बस ठीक है सर. थैंक यू सर.
थैंक यू, थैंक यू.
धन्यवाद सर. I thank both the chair and co-chair for eminently conducting this session. May I request the chair and co-chair to quickly give us closing remarks of this session.
I think since morning we are having these sessions, and this particular last session was very, very pertinent as far as this institute is concerned, because the issues related to the wood science and technology and what we need to do in future, I think that is what even I had requested to Dr. Ajay, who's a very good friend of mine. And definitely Dr. Pandey, Dr. Ajay, and all the speakers have given us some good suggestions that where do we move ahead. Because as far as even I can say, like for wood polymer composite, we were thinking that probably we have hit a dead end, and now what to do next, or where to go forward. And I'm sure that whatever that suggestions he has given, we can take it forward. And also Dr. C.N. Pandey, in fact, he is one of those scientists, industry linkage, who always gives some really good ideas and what to do next, where do we go ahead, and what is that industry requires. And probably those sort of ideas and what he has very, very specifically mentioned that what we need to do in these areas. I think based on that only, probably we can make some projects so that those sort of things can be tackled. And in fact, since morning, even in the second session, when we had research from different academic institutes, and I can see, in fact, I would endorse what our director sir had told, that there's a lot of repetition. And obviously, there might be some repetition, but I think it also provides us an opportunity to work in collaboration. Because if we see KU is also working on nanotechnology, we can see KFRI is also working on nanotechnology, IWST is also working on nanotechnology. And since the ministry is also emphasizing on having more and more collaborative research, and that is also easy to get funding, because if we do it in individually, it becomes very difficult. And I think that is where this probably today's seminar has given us an opportunity to know, and we can definitely work together. In fact, one of the things is that wood identification, and I could see there are 3-4 organizations are working on AI/ML based wood identification. And probably that is where we need to work together and come out with a proper, maybe a mega project to work on that, involving 3-4 institutes, so that at the end we can achieve like meaningful results with a comprehensive database or comprehensive system to identify most of the species. So I think this session has been very fruitful, and we have got some good suggestions from all of them. And even Dr. Mohan Varghese, whatever he has given, in fact, that emphasizing that wood quality is also very, very important as far as the wood industries are concerned. And that is where, as a Wood Science Institute, we also need to provide input in terms of tree improvement program. So this is what from my side. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and I hand over to Chairman.
Thank you, Chahanji. Thank you, Karlajay and others in the Institute for giving me this opportunity to chair this session. This is a very important session for the IWST. There are 5 scheduled speakers, 1 unscheduled speaker. They've spoken very sensible things, very sensible suggestions have come. Some good work also has been shared. In my mind, ultimately all the research work translates into some kind of application. There are lots of applications. Forestry is a huge area, millions, lakhs of species and millions of products. Agriculture has some 300 species, and you see how many universities are there. How many universities, how much of work, how many scientists. So with such a vast amount of biodiversity, vast number of applications, vast number of products, we are trying to grapple with a small set of institutions and trying to address a whole plethora of issues. It is quite difficult, quite challenging. But in any case, a lot of research work is going on. I feel very happy. But some areas, particularly, I see some paradoxes. We are also, as a company, we are working on this wood. I see some paradoxes. I just want to share it with you. On one side, we say that wood is not easily available. I go to villages and see, because the gas supply, there is a huge amount of wood that is available. Nobody is using the firewood. Varieties of firewood is available, but we don't know how to consume it. If you can have some mechanism of chipping it, converting it to something there, and then easily transporting the industry, we can really support a large number of industries. Any village you go, gas supply is available. So much of firewood which was being used in the past is just now laying there. There are so many places where there are no takers for wood at all. So this kind of situation is there. Another interesting situation I see that the wood industry is should have a good collaboration with the growers. No industry wants to collaborate right at the beginning, only with few rare exceptions. Many of them want to come at the end and then ask for the product. Who do they want? I was looking at the behavior of the industry. The farmer grows with a lot of expectation. I go and talk to a lot of farmers and also some industries in Karnataka and a few industries outside. Outside industries are prepared to pay anywhere from 13,500 to 15,000 rupees per ton of biomass, say some X species. Whereas the industries in Karnataka, they just refuse to pay anything beyond 9,000. I really don't understand this. Same farmer, same product, same produce. Karnataka industries want for 9,000 and outside industries from Gujarat, Haryana, traveling from far off, Kerala, they come to Karnataka and they are tapping these resources at almost 50% no more price. And I see this doesn't take us very far because if we don't pay the farmers well, they're not going to supply the wood. Luckily, there is a common saying that the farmers of forestry sectors are, the solutions for the forestry sectors are outside this sector. So gas is a classic example, cooking gas. They give a lot of cooking gas and there is a lot of wood available in the villages. So certain things for bamboo, there are a lot of difficulties in harvest. Bamboo is distributed all over the place. I also work for the bamboo society. I find there are a lot of bamboo. If you travel in the villages, you find a lot. But there is no harvesting technology. We need a simple instrument for debranching, for example. The thorny bamboo. We need a simple machinery, simple machine. A router, for example, you put it on the bamboo, you should go climbing and you should trim out the branches. We are trying to work with some consultant. If it does that, you have enough and more of bamboo. We can easily harvest. Harvesting is the most challenging problem. If we do that, there is enough of biomass available from bamboo, particularly for the fiber and pulp. These two sectors we can provide. There are a lot of opportunities, and at the same time, we're studying. You all know this. I don't have to say this. 40,000 crores of import of wood that's happening. So there is a lot of scope to apply our knowledge more intimately to the field conditions. And the industry should come forward for a tie-up with the IWST and see what is readily available within. And then tap it first. What is readily available, tap it first. And then go forward on where we are short of material. So thank you for the opportunity given and the nice presentations. I am really impressed with the ITC's further work on clonal technology because it has reached a saturation and now they are trying to move forward on that. I hope the ITC also does some good work on bamboos because they use a lot of bamboo for their agarbatti. ITC is the leading company in agarbatti manufacture. So thank you all for giving me this opportunity. I think you had a long day. I must thank on behalf of the IWST, on behalf of Rajesh, that so many of you have stayed for a long time, 6:15 it is, for staying, and I hope you benefit from this today's workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for showing up faith converging technologies. May I request Rajesh Kalaje, sir, to please present a token of gratitude to Dr. K.N. Murthy, sir. A moment too as a token of gratitude from Institute of Food Science and Technology. Thank you. Rajesh, sir, please join for the photograph. The third sessions, we had Dr. Ajay Karmakar, sir, please join for a group photo session. The speakers, yeah. Many were online. Yeah, the one who were on. Now that we have gained insights from our speakers, it's time to deepen the conversation with our upcoming panel discussion here. Our panelists today for this panel discussion are Shri Rajesh Kalaje, Director, Institute of Food Science and Technology, Dr. Vasudev R., Dean, Forest College of Sirsi, Dr. K.N. Murthy, Managing Director of Tree Lines, for the panel discussion, sir. Yes. They will delve into the topic, forest research so far, way forward. We request to take over the charge, we request the panelists to take over the charge.
Thank you, Dr. Mamta. Today we had 3 sessions, starting with a conversation with the Forest Department representatives about the research activities in the Forest Department so far, and what is the way forward, followed by presentation by educational institutions on the same topic, and at the end from the industries on what they want from us, what is their expectation from the research institutes. So it has been an engrossing day with a lot of interesting discussions and presentations. So regarding the initial presentation of our dialogue with the Forest Department, I would like to say a few words, especially the requirements of Forest Department, because Yashoda is there and ma'am could not join, Seema Garg ma'am. Having an experience briefly working in Chhattisgarh Forest Department in the research wing, and also because of my 1-year experience in IWST. One thing that strikes me is that probably it's a bit difficult in Forest Department to plan for long duration research projects. Department being individual specific, we never know how long we are going to stay in one place. So it becomes very difficult for the officers or the department to carry on the research for a longer period. To quote an example, IWST is doing a review of the research plots established by Forest Department of Karnataka. Dr. Shakti Chauhan Saab and Dr. Arun Kumar are doing the research. And whatever my discussions with them, it has shown that most of the research plots are probably not fit to continue. We may have to wind up the research plots. There are no proper records. The seeds are not being collected regularly in CSOs and SSOs. So probably it is because probably there is a lack of funds. The officers who are interested are not there for a longer period. The person who comes there next maybe thinks it as a punishment posting. Because research requires a bent of mind to study, to apply the knowledge in the field. So my suggestion would be to collaborate more with research institutes. ICFRE has 9 institutes across the country. Each institute has its own target states. My request would be to the state forest departments to collaborate more with the ICFRE institutes and not to take up long duration research projects and give those research projects to the ICFRE institutes. A small research project like say nursery techniques of a particular species, germination studies, which we can find out in a month or so or 2-3 months. These kind of research is okay, which the state forest departments can take up. But establishments of CSOs, SSOs, tissue culture, and long time collection of data and other research activities such as progeny trials, because there are some progeny trials in some state forest departments. Even we are seeing what's happening in Andhra Pradesh also. Dr. Maheshwar Hegde is doing the study on tissue culture teak. Once upon a time, Biotrim was the pioneer in tissue culture teak, and they did wonderful work. And they planted, they did the progeny trials, they established plantation across the state. But after that, there was a lull, there was a gap, and there was no continuity. So Dr. Hegde is trying to find out the performance of these individual plantations, and unfortunately, there are not much records. So I think if that kind of job is done by the institutes, because there is a continuity, it is not officer specific, it is because the work is with the scientific institute, I think then those works can be carried forward. So my request would be that we would consider this aspect as a part of this, as a outcome of this RRC, that probably we can think of avoiding taking long duration research projects by the state forest departments, and probably involve research organizations like ICFRE or, for example, KFRI also to take up such projects. And regarding the discussions we had with the institutions and then with the industry, I hand over the mic to Vasdev sir.
I'll be speaking about the technical session too, actually. Sir, see, research so far in academic institutes and go forward. So we had 7 presentations. As the director said, in fact, we were taken with different approaches. For instance, myself and another GKVK, Dr. Raghu, we gave more importance to what can be done way forward. Whereas others, maybe by mistaken, they must have played a significant amount of the time for showcasing their own research. Anyway, there are several lessons that can be learned. Firstly, with respect to the presentation by Dr. Balasubramanian of Metropolitan Dean, College of Forestry, Sirsi, College of Forestry, Metropolitan. This particular institute has made tremendous strides with respect to the agroforestry value chain business. They have shown how a smallest kind of a research can actually lead to the livelihood upliftment and also strengthen the value chain. I have personally seen that there are workers who have been trained only to cut, only to pack, only to unload, load, and then convert into bits. And these kinds of extremely pointed value addition to the entire chain has been done. This is perhaps we can now take it up as one of the tipping points for us to go ahead and do. This can be emulated in any conditions. For instance, with Kannada, we have areca-based agroforestry system where areca wood is going actually waste as a waste that can be now thought of in these points. Secondly, the precision silviculture techniques that they have adopted, both with respect to teak pepper and then sandalwood. So these are some of the things that we need to now learn. More and more of the knowledge with respect to the finer aspects of silviculture needs to be looked into. Second major takeaway that I have taken from this session 2 is with respect to how we should now monitor, group, and then evolve systems for our own betterment. I love the way the Kerala people have done that. Natural forests and biodiversity. In fact, these two as one group, planted forests and utilization as a second group. These are extremely good, basically because as a forester, I will be doing some monitoring of biodiversity as well as trying to look at how we can sustainably harvest the bark. Instead of that, if there are two different groups approaching with different perspectives, then that will be an excellent idea to both monitor as well as to develop into a very great thing. Eco certification and e-biodiversity portal is one thing that need to be done. Again, Dr. Rajesh said that earlier, there is a lot of repetition. Let there be repetition. Let us now have one portal for all our research. In fact, we need to have, Dr. Shakti Singh said that nanoparticle research has been done by 3 different courses. And then these wood identification through neural network and artificial intelligence, we are doing, somebody is doing, and also IWST is doing. So should we have either a group or group meeting or portal where we can all, even unpublished research can be now shared so that we will have a common understanding and a common platform on which all of us, we can take it to the next level. That's the third thing that I want to look at. And the fourth thing is with respect to the tree mortality. I am still insisting that we are not at all aware of it, and we are underestimating the importance of tree mortality that's happening world over as well as in India. It's high time that we now have a group that simply goes to different forest ranges, or all the forest range officers who are there can now send us a small report on some sample, identification of what kind of trees are dying for what reason. This kind of a baseline data, if we can develop for all the ranges of forest, Karnataka Forest Department as well as Tamil Nadu and Kerala, we will have a broader picture. A metadata can be now developed with the help of D4R. This is a diagnostic tool that has been developed by A-Tree. Perhaps we can now prioritize the species based on the vulnerability to climate change. In fact, this can be done very easily without even putting into a very great project mode. All that we need to do is to have a common format, maybe Google Forms will also be an excellent idea to do that, but somebody has to take it up and then dedicate his time to pull all the data and then supply the data for other consumption. Yeah, these are the three takeaways that I can take.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak again. I couldn't participate in all the sessions. I was online present. Somehow, attending to other activities also, my full attention could not be devoted, although I was very much interested. Now, perspectives vary. As a research institution, you will have a set of perspectives. As a college, they will have a set of perspectives. And as applied foresters, whoever is there in the field, their perspectives vary. Now, the field fellows are doing some firefighting. So they may be on wildlife, human conflict, or some forest fire, or there are some burning issues, encroachments, something like that is their priority. So they're less interested in application, supporting industry, this and that. Whereas as an institution, you are interested in certain activities for which you are designated, you have to produce results, and there are a lot of people to ask you what you have done. Maybe you are answerable to quite a wide range of stakeholders, including the government of India, the industry, and so many other people. So you are answerable to a large number of people. Whereas college has a limited goal of producing set of students and then carrying out with fundamental research. For example, climate change, they are well placed actually. We don't know whether any outcome will come out of that or what kind of application we can have for their findings. That can take its own sweet time. So there cannot be any timelines, certain deadlines for the fundamental research. They keep doing it for years and years. And sometimes it may so happen that your research question itself was wrong. And then you're done on that for 20 years. So sometimes all these things happen. So given this kind of a complicated scenario in which you are all working as an institute, as a department, as a academic institution, the good idea would be to come together and pick up certain ideas which can have some immediate results. What is fundamental research? What is applied research? Have a breakup. And then within that, have a short-term goal and a long-term goal, or a medium-term goal and a long-term goal. And then it is better to organize the topics of priority and then work on that. That may give you some kind of a result, in my understanding, that is separated out the applied aspects. For example, now if you look at the forest sector as a whole, the sector is not supplying anything to industry. Less than 5% supplies. But at the same time, if you look at the Ayurvedic industry, the 95% of produce is from forest, and they are not even aware. So very interesting perspectives will come out. So of course, depending upon the institute, you have to pick up your topics and position yourself on what is the work you should be doing and who are your collaborators, and within that short, medium, long. And you should have a kind of regular contact, because some of the problems I can hear, they are very relevant to the industry. So you have to tie up with the industry, and instead of they working in isolation or you working in isolation, maybe frequent interaction will be very helpful. Maybe if even if it is online, now that there is so much of technology available for online interaction, nobody needs to travel. Kind of, so you request the industries, because they will be struggling in isolation. Some of the industries, financially sound and big industries, they can do their own research. But there are a lot of other small industries who cannot afford. They cannot afford. So some of these industries, you can have some interaction, look at their problems, and get some kind of a grouping done based on problem. And then you can take it forward. That will give you very quick results. So some kind of a river, and this has been taught. But no mechanism has been arrived at. The idea is there that some kind of a coordinated research is required, but how to go about it, there has been no clarity. So I suggest that now that you have spread your connectivity with the industries very widely across the country, my suggestion would be that you should identify industries who can do their own research work. Find out from them, some of them are very good in very advanced positions, some weak institutions, they want some help, but they don't know how to go forward, whom to approach, how to approach, they can't fund. So all these kind of problems are there. Maybe if you can group these kind of things and have regular interaction, that will help the institute to focus on specific objectives, specific research topics, and you also can show specific outcomes within certain defined timelines. So that may help you. But there is no depth for topics. If you look at the forestry sector, any number of topics will be available. But if you go on discussing each and every topic, it is never going to end. And nobody on earth can complete the research on forestry. That much is certain. Not even identification of species. So it has been going on for hundreds of years. So there is no point in grappling with the idea that we'll research on any and every topic. Forget that. What we require, prioritize, and maybe we should focus on that and find a mechanism to coordinate with some agencies which are interested in the topic and who are waiting for an outcome from the institute. And that your research finding can definitely help many of them. So this is my suggestion to the IWST. I am not sure because I have not heard all the topics, but I had a sprinkle in between. Whenever I could get 5 minutes, I was able to hear to the topics. Selected wide range of topics. Colleges are going in one direction. Then state forest department. I was a research officer myself. I have done enormous amount of work, but subsequently nobody took care of the plots. And everybody comes with their own priorities. So definitely, we have suggested that certain stations should be identified. Research stations should be identified. It should be given to the research institutes. If I'm interested, I lay a plot. But the maintenance and then documentation work of what is the yield, what is the growth, that should be given to the institutes. This was made a recommendation a long time ago. You should have a station, permanent station, 500 hectares, 1,000 hectares, whatever. And then I identify, as a research officer, I identify certain topics, I do some research work, and then I lay certain plots, and I exit. I demit that post and go to another post. The next person comes with his own research topics, and the previous plots are lost. But if there is a connectivity with the research institution, they can carry on. I have done huge amount of research on tamarind. And identified so many candidate clusters and all that. We have done a lot of grafting and all that. But subsequently, it was lost track of. So that kind of, the efforts get lost. The initiative, the effort, the money, the time spent, all that get lost. So my suggestion would be that see if all of you can work out certain stations, research stations. Maybe in the whole state, we can have some 30 research stations across the state and let all of us work on those stations. Whoever wants to work, let us work there. And then some continuity will be there, communication will be there, and the knowledge will also get diffused across the institutions and across the departments. So they will be seeing each other. So research stations is a very good concept. I think we should work on this, whether it is biodiversity studies or climate impact or this kind of a productivity related studies. So if we have station, that may be a good idea. Thank you very much.
Does anybody else want to speak? Yeah.
So I think all the three panelists made a very good deliberation of what can be done. It's very interesting that you bring this forest, the research institution academics together. And certainly the forest department may not be maintained the long-term trial, but earth observation modeling facility is very interesting what we did in the US. Similar can be done like observations, in-situ observations and the in-situ conservations, so that they can, whatever the even officer changes, they keep on record of the observations. That has become a long-term living labs concept. So they need to introduce them on the forest department side. And the research institutions like ICFRE, all the Navaratnas, and they can be looking to the lab to field, what can be done on that. So this is one thing where the establishing long-term agroforestry, agroecosystems, we have the tree, the models, so many things coming, the innovations in that, how to that bring into the institutional framework. Of course, academics is one of the best things. We are not really making use of them. We have the forestry colleges is there, institution is there, KVK is there. But they're really new brains, especially new students coming up, so that they come out of the blue ideas, so that how to integrate that research institutions with the forest department, for example, forestry colleges. So they're doing a lot of the work. Often they are repeating a lot of things because they're not the new challenge coming to them. So that if you bring them together and forest department, research institutions and academics together to make it what Dr. K. Murthy was working on that in this freelance landscape, how to make the growers, farmers profitable. Ultimately, at the end of the day, in order to increase the forest cover or biodiversity, we need to increase the value of the trees growing outside the forest. That's where the proportions make the big difference, so that we can establish the economically viable landscape that are ecologically sustainable. That's one. And again, we see a lot of the climate impact on the trees and forest and diseases, everything. But you need to look at the other way, how the impact of the forest and the climate mitigations. So we can look into that aspect. That is really the what called a selling point. We are identifying the more on the what problems are there, but we need to look into what are the solutions can provide. This is where the real flux of the funding situation they have. Just I would like to add these few points. Thank you.
A big thank you to our panelists here for such an enlightening discussion. As we move towards the end of our session, we come to the realization that knowledge indeed has no end. Today, we witnessed an information symphony that will undoubtedly value add to each of our professional and personal lives. May I request HR Prabhuda, IFS Head of Office, Institute of Food Science and Technology, to please propose vote of thanks.
On behalf of Director IWST, Sri Rajesh Kalaje sir, and Director IFGTB, Dr. Sri Kunnikannan sir, I thank today's chief guest, Sri Brijesh Kumar Dikshit sir, PCCF and HYFF Karnataka, with an encouraging words and saying even failures can be successful if it is analyzed properly. And he has encouraged the scientific community. I thank him. And I thank Chief Patron, Madam Kanchan Devi, Director General, ICFRA Dehradun, for her constant support and encouragements. I thank guests of honor, Sri Ganga Singh, PCCF, HYFF Kerala, and Dr. Sudhanshu Gupta, PCCF and HYFF Tamil Nadu. In spite of their busy schedule, they came here and shared their words of wisdom. And I thank Dr. Rajesh Sharma, DDG Research, ICFRA Dehradun. The first session was chaired by Srimati Seema Gar, PCCF, EWPRT and CC, Karnataka Forest Department, and co-chaired by Sri Rajesh Kalaje sir. The session was on the forestry research in state forest departments. I thank the chair and co-chair, and I also thank distinguished speakers, Srimati Mita Banerjee, PCCF Research and Education, Tamil Nadu Forest Department, Sri Ashwini Kumar Singh, Additional PCCF, RNU, Karnataka Forest Department, Srimati Yashoda Bai, Conservator of Forest Research and Development, Andhra Pradesh Forest Department, Srimati Tejaswini, Deputy Conservator of Forest Research, Goa Forest Department, Sri Ajay Mishra sir, PCCF Retired, President, IAFT Bangalore, Dr. Chandrasekhar Biradar, Chairman and MD, Global Green Growth Company, Mr. Sunil Kumar, DCF, Kerala Forest Department, in charge of Research Wing, Sri CM Shivakumar sir and Dr. Yashoda, Group Coordinator of Research for IWST and IFGTB, respectively. The second session was on Srimati Forest Research on academic institutions. It was chaired by Dr. Vasudeva R., Dean, College of Forestry, Shirsi, and co-chaired by Rajesh Kalaje sir. And I thank eminent speakers, Dr. A. Balasubramaniam, Dean, Forestry College and Research Institute, TNAU, Metropolitan, Dr. Anup E.V., Dean, College of Forestry, Kerala Agriculture University, Dr. Shambhu Kumar, Scientist, Kerala Forest Research Institute, Dr. G.M. Devagiri, Dean, Forest Research, College of Forestry, Pannampet, Dr. H.B. Raghu, Associate Professor, University of Agriculture Sciences, Bangalore, Dr. Ravikant from ATRI, and Dr. Vasudev sir for valuable presentations. And the final session was on research on wood science and technology. It was chaired by Dr. K.N. Murthy, PCCF Retired and Managing Director, Treelands Foundation, and co-chaired by Dr. S.S. Chauhan, Scientist G and Head, WPP Division, IWST. I thank Chair and Co-Chair.
And I also thank the delegates of various wood-based industries, Shri Jagdeep Chitlangia-ji, Managing Director, Duroply Industries, Dr. C.N. Pandey sir, Principal Technical Advisor, FIPPI, New Delhi, Dr. Ajay Karmakar, Director, Technical, Conspec, Mangalore, Dr. Mohan Varghese, Senior Principal Scientist, Retired, ITC, Bangalore, Shri Navneet Gajjarji, Kandla Timber Association, and all the members of WinCoin. And lastly, I thank all the scientists and technical staff for their valuable contribution to make this conference successful. Thank you very much, and thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir. What an uplifting and productive day it has been. Yes, do agree it was so tiresome. Thank you one and all for your valuable participation in this conference. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. We look forward to seeing you again in the future events of Institute of Food Science and Technology. Have a safe journey home. Goodbye.